Spoiler alert. In the American version, she escapes. Did you know that the ending of this movie is because of the ending of this movie? Well, I'm KT, and here's a quick horror fact. There are two endings to the movie The Descent. Spoiler alert. In the American version, she escapes the cave and lives. In the UK version, that's just a beautiful fantasy she has concocted for herself. She is still trapped in that cave. Well, if you prefer the American version, I am so sorry. That is not at all what the writer-director Neil Marshall had intended. He wanted to put forth the things that he had learned from Terry Gilliam, particularly in Brazil, which is that a happy ending is not always the most obvious one. He wanted to show a narrative where someone could go completely insane on the outside, but on the inside they had found happiness. I mean, Terry Gilliam himself said the most reasonable approach to life is to escape into madness.
Watch this space.
Hello, humans. It's Dan from the internet. As you can tell, I'm not in my usual sort of location or with my usual sort of equipment. I'm in the middle of a trip and a little bit of a little move shifting situation. But anyways, I wanted to definitely bring this up and have this conversation based off of some of the goings on that are in Los Angeles. I'm not currently in Los Angeles right now, but of course, people have been hearing about the uprising and the protests that happened over this past weekend at the time I'm recording, where Angelenos, citizens of Los Angeles County and the area, responded to ICE raids that were happening at Home Depots, where they were trying to search for day laborers. At schools, we had stories of teachers who are holding back tears because this is supposed to be the day of a school promotion or, you know, graduation season that's happening because we're at the end of the traditional school year. And you have these teachers who had to see their students and their parents of those students run away in fear or cower in ICE. I heard a story of one of my other teacher friends who, instead of, you know, being there for their kids who are getting promoted to the next grade, to the next level, who are graduating, they're having to stand outside and keep watch at the door just so that ICE agents don't come on, barge in on these parents or these students and, you know, take them away to what are essentially black sites. Make no mistake, this is the issue here, right? Like, we have due process. We have a way for, if you have committed a crime, if you've done something wrong, we have a way to handle that. That way is not snatching kids and parents from their schools. That way is not snatching people from their workplaces. And that's something that Angelenos, people in Los Angeles, understood. They went to the streets. They made themselves very clear abundantly that they were not going to accept this sort of thing in the state, in the city either. You look at it on the state level too, and the National Guard was called in. Donald Trump superseded Gavin Newsom's request because, again, I think we all know that Donald Trump wants to have this fight. I think we all agree on that because he feels like he will win and do well on immigration. But there is a major backfire effect for all of the things that Donald Trump thought he would get away with in his second term. And the courts are sometimes too slow. Sometimes they're freezing and unfreezing the different measures he's doing. But the main point of the matter is that the actions that are happening here are anti-democratic, they're anti-constitutional, and quibbling with the details of, you know, oh, well, maybe they were criminals or maybe they did do certain things, is missing the forest for the trees. So, of course, that's the way Ana Kasparian is talking about this. A little bit of context, I used to be her producer when I used to work at the Young Turks. I was working at TYT as a producer from about 2017 to 2020, and a good portion of that I was producing either for the basically unwatchable TYT main show, some of their special coverage, and then on some of the other shows on the network that seem to be having a little bit better analysis these days. But I'm going to play this first part of the clip of Ana speaking here, just so we can kind of get a sense of how she is taking this analysis. And I've got some choice words, if you can't tell, if you're not used to how we do things here. So yeah, I'm going to play this clip here. Let's see.
look, we have millions of people with undocumented status in the United States, some of whom are actually committing crimes. I know lefties want to pretend like that doesn't exist. It does exist. So I have no problem with ICE targeting those individuals. And to be sure, some of the people that got arrested by ICE in Los Angeles over this weekend had been convicted of some pretty heinous crimes.
Okay, so again, this is splitting the difference. First, you get this straw man of the left, like, oh, the left doesn't like to admit that there are immigrants who commit crimes. Sure, token me as the left, whatever you want to call me, but I will say it. There are people who commit crimes, regardless of their documented status. We're making a big ado about immigrants who are committing crimes because that is xenophobia. That is textbook bigotry. It's Third Reich shit, honestly. The historical rhymes are obvious. When you have someone who is convicted of a crime, they go through due process. That's how that works. You don't snatch them off the streets. You show your warrant. You identify yourself as police. They are wearing masks. They are shooting less lethal rounds at reporters and, observers who are there to make sure that crimes aren't being done. I don't know, maybe that's the focus there that you're supposed to have. Maybe that's the entire point of why this is a coverage or why this is a mistake. Because interesting. I haven't seen, like I said, the Young Turks main show is completely unwatchable and has been for a decade. Even when I was producing it, I kind of hated it. But in this instance, like in this case here, when's the last time Ana has talked about police officers who are committing these crimes? The Trump administration will do their propaganda where they'll post on social media, look at this guy rearrested. He's convicted of abuse and, violence and a lot of other different things, right? Again, I listen to the Cops podcast, KAWPS. They do this every single week where you have police officers who are found with exploitative material of minors. You have police officers who are found to shoot and maim and injure innocent people. But here's the thing. We don't round up those officers who are doing the wrong things and then take them in the shadow of the night and just have our way with them, right? No. In fact, police are one of the most protected classes in this country, to where oftentimes they'll do these things and just get shifted around to a different department, or they'll be getting desk duty for a little bit. So yeah, if you're going to, so-called contextualize and not just do this weird left punching, like shadow obsession that she loves to do and that Cenk also loves to do as well, maybe, you idiot, you contextualize what these crimes are, what's going on, and don't give in to what the Republicans are, saying this is. Because we all know what it is. We can all see it. This is why community members are coming out in the streets and saying, we don't do that in Los Angeles. We don't separate families in Los Angeles. We don't tolerate that. No, the left punching is just like ridiculous and also very lazy. But, she continues to make this argument that, Trump is popular on immigration, and that's true. He does tend to poll better on this issue or around this issue. But the fact of the matter is that all the polling that we're looking at on Donald Trump, for example, is about sorry, I was looking for the clip, but sorry, I was doing too much at once. I was trying to find this right clip here. Just taking the losing argument. This is what I was going to say about the polling. Trump was really popular on the economy and was considered to be really strong on the economy. And they were saying this right as he was doing these Liberation Day tariffs. Then the market crashed and we started to get some numbers in polling because it takes a little bit of time. It's a lagging indicator. So it takes 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then we're able to see, it turns out that people don't like Donald Trump's tariffs. People don't like the idea of what's happening. People don't like seeing previously filled ports becoming empty, shelves becoming empty. So to use, late polling like this to say, well, this is what the American people want. And to, have that as your argument is also ridiculous, because it's like, oh, well, there was a time when most Americans wanted segregation. They wanted school segregation. And so why argue against it? If that's what Americans want, I keep doing now a jank thing, but this is the idiocy of their logic, because right-wingers have been able to frame a lot of the immigration issue especially. And instead of going, back to the Obama days, we actually had conversations about immigration reform. And, Bush was talking about this a little bit too. Maybe Romney was talking about it a little bit too. But the Republican immigration policy is that immigrants are stealing your jobs. Immigrants are making the country worse. We're going to terrorize them. We're going to make it so people don't want to come to this country. We are going to take our already broken immigration system and our asylum process system, where immigrants are seeking asylum from places that are oftentimes ravaged due to the actions of the United States in recent history, going back to like the 1950s, 1960s, etc. Rather than focus on all of that, Anna and Jen choose to go, okay, well, there's some crime somewhere. I don't know, somebody's got to be doing crime, right? They got to be at least like 20% right, these ICE thugs, these masked ICE thugs. Let's have a beer with them. Maybe we can agree on something. So yeah. Here's the rest of it, and this is where it gets really interesting. So I want to play this. She's kind of talking about, okay, how do people respond? And she's doing the tone policing thing about who should be, or how people should protest, or what's the appropriate way to protest. I hate this stuff, but yeah, let's go ahead and watch it here.
So when they see that go down on the streets of Los Angeles, and as this now appears to be spreading to other parts of the country, you're going to lose the argument more. It's really important to not provide cover for people who are rioting. They're not accomplishing anything. All they're doing is destroying a city that's already dealing with a...
So this is why I titled this video, "The Dumbest Woman in Media," because she's in Los Angeles and she can easily walk outside. People have shown maps, like Los Angeles is a massive, sprawling city. You basically wouldn't know there are any protests, uprisings. I'm particularly using that word because Anna's a lot older than me. She was actually alive when LA had legitimate riots in response to Rodney King, in response to like a number of different issues. Again, she was alive for this stuff. I was not. And even I know what this was. You had, some demonstrations got a little bit rowdy. No one died. Most of the injuries that happened were because cops used their quote-unquote less lethal rounds towards the press, to the media. And so I know I get it. It's a little bit of a drive from your cul-de-sac. But if you go to downtown Los Angeles, which was the only area of the town that these protests were happening in like a small, 1 square mile radius, not even that. She even would have seen that the so-called riots that Republicans love to jump on and say, oh yeah, this is why I hate this. This is my issue. It's rioting. There's no one there. It all dissipated over the weekend. Once the raid stopped, once the protest stopped, it was all good. But no, instead, she is fixated on, well, what does it look like? What does it look like to people? How are you going to convince people with your protests? Where's the Martin Luther King aspect of this? You have to be peaceful. You have to be civil. I'm here sitting from my ivory tower and doing all these different things. So she's sitting from her ivory tower and telling people how you should protest because this would appeal to me, Ana Kasparian, to me. Yeah, Stonewall. If these gays people would just, protest peacefully, then, maybe we would give them some human rights. You got to ask nicely for your rights. You got to say please for your rights. Does she have any idea, any context even, to how rights have been won in this country? Yeah, you have peaceful demonstrations. That's what's taught in the history books because America wants you to think that, oh, if you just turn the other cheek like Martin Luther King, then we will treat you like a human being. Life in America proves that to be completely false. See, I'm going to play a little bit more of this here.
So let me ask you guys something. If the response to what Trump is doing is rioting in the streets, flying foreign flags, burning the American flag, I just want people to think this through. How exactly do you get the American people on your side when it?
Here's how you don't get the American people on their side: by arresting moms. With jackbooted thugs from the government arresting parents. Look at the Abrego Garcia case. They tried to throw every single charge at him. Oh, he beat his wife. Oh, he was a gang kingpin for MS-13 or whatever. Like, this is the lying administration. Unfortunately, people will accept those lies. There's xenophobic reasons. There's a lot of, deep-seated stuff in America. And you're not going to be able to have a beer with one of those types of right-wing people who believe that immigrants are the problem. Okay? I'm not, you don't have to convince them. Okay? Because once they realize that vegetables are $30, they're going to turn around. Once they realize that, once they realize that they don't want to do the job of waiting around at a Home Depot or a Lowe's parking lot to do some construction work for the day. Once Trump's base of white MAGA voters realizes that they don't want the Home Depot jobs, that they don't like laying bricks on their own, they're either going to move through the political process or, die early or not vote or anything like that. But in the meantime, we need to protect not just rights, not just families, not just liberties, but to prevent this continuous fascist slide to get to anything worse. And the way you prevent this fascist slide is not by tone policing, by saying, burning the American flag is going to hurt someone's feelings. Waving a flag of a foreign country is going to hurt someone's feelings, or it's going to play into Donald Trump's hands. Donald Trump is going to lie. He is going to mislead. And yeah, there are optics of protests that are interesting, but Ana Kasparian, you dumb woman, when's the last time you're actually at a protest to cover it? When's the last time? When's the last time you talked with protest organizers? I seem to remember you just berating the idea of defund the police and defund ICE, which, by the way, that stock has gone very up in the past couple of weeks and months, especially under the Trump administration. The police weren't defunded. ICE wasn't defunded. But it'd be great if there weren't resources like that the US government could have and use to tear apart families. Flags, though, that's the most important thing. Again, one day, a little bit of protests for standing up for rights. LAPD had it under control. Trump called in the National Guard. Again, talk to someone who's actually at a protest, you dumb woman. Do your job in media, you dumb woman. And then maybe you'll actually know how these protests are being organized, what the goals are coming out of them. And you'll realize that if this was not popular in places like Los Angeles, in places like Chicago, where community members are coming out and putting their own lives on the line, pretty much, risking arrest, risking damage to life and limb, that maybe what ICE is doing is not popular, that maybe they're actually losing. And instead of tone policing, just maybe, she should do some journalism work. I keep saying, the fact that she has a journalism degree and she actually taught it should be, disqualifying when she's this bad at her job. One more, let's continue.
It comes to immigration policy. See, rather than rioting, I would think strategically about how to use all the videos that exist of mothers being arrested before they can even pick their kids up from school. They're getting arrested and deported.
So yeah, she's mentioning this, but this is still have a beer brain mentality. She thinks that she can, reason with people who are, again, support what Trump is doing on immigration. People are like, yeah, we wanted people to be rounded up and deported. We wanted families to be scared. Yeah, as long as that's not a white person who is, crying or whatever, or getting deported, that's fine. These are people who believe that they are being replaced in society, all right? Again, these are not people you can reason with. They believe in ridiculous ideology. But again, Anna's more interested in left punching and being condescending. Vapid. Absolutely vapid. And I just gotta think, like, Anna, she has stories about how in high school she would, in middle school and high school, she would wear makeup that's very, like chola looking, like influenced, right? So she was like Latina passing when she grew up in the Valley in Los Angeles. Would I spare Ana Kasparian if she did a crime, she didn't do a crime, if she was here legally, if she wasn't? Because we know that people are being round up if they have legal status, if they have citizenship. Trump's trying to go after birthright citizenship in this country. We know what ICE is doing. What ICE is doing, like, for every, one or two violent criminals that they, do this overkill sort of like raid thing in order to get, like you said, it's mostly innocents. And by the way, this is not due process. It's not how it's supposed to work. So if your focus is, okay, well, show those pictures. No. Does anyone think that ICE would spare young Chola Anna and would not just, detain her or arrest her, rightfully or wrongfully? That would be horrible. But do you think ICE would care? Do you think Trump's voters would care? I'll go a step further. Anna's husband, nice man, wonderful man, Cuban. You think ICE would care that he's American? That's families, Republicans? Do we really, really think that Anna's husband would not be spared in an ICE raid? Anna, what if ICE arrested your husband? Do you think you can argue that with people who are like, no, we don't want brown people in this country? Do you think you can sit down and have a beer or, a drink with someone who believes that in great replacement theory? No. So stop this tired, liberal bullshit of, okay, if you just protest right, then the conservatives will, recognize your humanity, and maybe they'll tell Trump, hey, Trump, pretty please, maybe don't do so many, deportations and, no. You have to take the fight to them. Yes, rhetorically, but bodies on the line to make it more difficult for ICE to do these things. That is also what's needed. When you have community patrols of people making sure that, okay, that's an unmarked van. Okay, that one's like been driving around very weird. We're going to tell community members that ICE is in this area. Is that wrong? Should they not be doing that? Anna, with all of your grassroots organizing experience, are these your ideas? Show them sad videos? Really? Insulting.
Their kids are in school. They're begging to at least be able to talk to their kids before being detained, but they won't let that happen. Those videos are heartbreaking. You lose the argument when you start engaging in violence and when you destroy cities, when you light things on fire. You lose the argument. That's it. People are sick of it.
Okay, is it the entire? They're not just going around every single protester like pyromaniac lighting things on fire. You have civil unrest. Yeah, usually demonstrators and people who are organizing protests, and this was happening during Black Lives Matter. They're like, hey, keep it peaceful. They would make sure that people who were breaking the law, who were damaging things, in most protests, those people were moved aside because, yes, it's obvious. That doesn't make the protest look good. That doesn't help the argument. The news cameras are going to focus on that. But she seems to be thinking that, oh, everyone's going around and everyone's going around, like, people are going to protest however they protest, all right? This is America. Honestly, you should see France. You should see what it looks like when they try to raise the retirement age in France. Guess what? They burn shit till the cows come home and they get their way, okay? I'm not saying we do that here in America, all right? But I'm just saying this theory of change is uninformed. It's just stupid. And it's coming at a time when people are in their most danger, when Trump is getting as authoritarian as possible, and it's not going to stop here. It's going to be too late to convince this, like, imaginary, I voted for Trump, I hate immigrants, but seeing one video of a mother crying is actually going to change my mind. It's a fantasy world. It's just a fantasy world.
You lose the argument. That's it. People are sick of it. The scale of riots that we're seeing right now, at least, don't even come close to the scale of riots that we saw in the summer of 2020. But the riots in the summer of 2020 have left a really bad taste in people's mouths.
No, it's just right-wing commentators who are like, oh, you see how the George Floyd effect and all this other crap, right? Right-wing commentators that she's now hanging out around and treating as, actual anthropologists on culture. Again, did she go to any of the protests? No. She was in an ivory tower cul-de-sac, dictating the news, quote unquote the news. For all intents and purposes, I guess, pretending to do research. Because I went to the protest. I went to the one in Los Angeles. Completely peaceful. Yeah, it was uprising in another place. There were uprising in another place. There were fires in another place. I remember like a Wendy's burned down or something. And that could have even been like a different thing somewhere. But the idea that we have to win hearts and minds. No, we have to protect people and fight for their rights. And when you have people that are fighting, it's still a belief about the theory of the election. There are people who just gave up and were not disenfranchised, but disillusioned. And they sat at home. If we actually have a party that fights for people, that wins people rights, that will get more people to vote for that party, presumably the Democratic Party. A party that listens and stays by their word. One of Trump's like, whether you like him or hate him, he always does what he says he's going to do. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But if that's the optics you can play, then how about let's see Democrats do what they promise to do? How about pushing it there? Because again, her theory of politics is though like these protesters are Democrats. Yeah, maybe they all vote Democrat out of necessity or whatever. Maybe some of them do. Maybe a lot of them don't vote at all, aren't in the political process. They're anarchists or whatever, all right? But this isn't about convincing Karens. It's about saving lives. It's about making sure lives aren't uprooted. It's about making sure that this is still America, still a country where immigrants can come and make some sort of dream for themselves, or at least a little bit of a better life. And to distract you from the fact that Donald Trump is selling out this entire country to the highest bidder, to the greasiest, sleaziest, demonic and psychotic billionaires. And she fits her mouth to tone police protesters who are standing up against it because their politicians won't. She chooses to focus on how many people were at those protests? Not riots. Not riots. How many people were at those protests? How many of them were violent? No answers. So yeah, if I keep playing it, I'm just going to keep getting angry. I've only gone on for about 30 minutes or so, but this is what I was mostly going to go over from on Power Report last night. And I just, I've made my peace with it. I made my peace a long time ago when Anna said that she feels uncomfortable speaking to Black people sometimes because, if I'm paraphrasing, because she's worried about saying the wrong thing or like someone getting offended or whatever. I made my peace with how some of her Black coworkers, such as myself, maybe such as J.R. Jackson, might have to read that comment and think about it. I made my peace with whatever weird angle she's going after. But if she can't make peace with the fact that she's not safe, her loved ones, her friends, her family are just as in much danger as everyone there protesting. And until she reorients that way of politics, then I'm going to continue to go hard in the paint like this. I'm going to continue to make time. I will make time. I will pull out a laptop wherever I am on Earth and continue eviscerating this idiotic, backwards thinking. Because somebody got to do it. All right. Thank you very much for listening and watching. This has been Power Report. My runny nose is now continuing to run. I need to move along and continue on my journeys. But I will see you in the next one.
protagonist is handed a Model 33 revolver. You need to be close for it to be effective, he is told. Close is good, he replies. And close is definitely good in the directorial debut of actor Dev Patel, who also wrote the story for and helped co-write the screenplay for Monkey Man. To say that this is a passion piece would be an understatement. But the closeness of the shots chosen by cinematographer Sharon Meyer, who you might remember from Whiplash, are at first almost dizzying and claustrophobic. I mean, you are dropped into a story that is playing its cards close to its hand. And as it progresses, you start to feel like you are so close and so deep and so into the action that you are just folded into it. And that allows you to fully participate in the boiling over that is the film's climax. I could definitely see a lot of people calling this movie Dev Patel's John Wick. And honestly, it's got themes from John Wick, it's got themes from Bruce Lee, it's got themes from Ong Bak, especially in the passion of the story and the breathtakingness of the choreography. But and mind you, if you came to this saying, I just want to see Dev Patel in John Wick, you'll be happy. It will deliver on that kind of concept. But you will be missing the kernel inside that. This film is almost like a bait to hide the message that is ensconced inside of it, the deeper societal, political message behind an action film, which seems weird. And then you must consider the fact that this was almost given a streaming release on Netflix, but then Jordan Peele, also a director, also a writer, also an actor, and Monkey Paw Productions, his production company, stepped in and helped save this, came in the post-production part, and helped to get it a global theatrical release, as well as helped with some of the editing and the pacing. Jordan Peele's directorial debut was in the horror genre, another genre that kind of gets scoffed at a lot. And what did he do? He used Get Out to hide a deeper societal, political message in a story that got audiences in the seats to hear something that maybe they weren't going to hear or expect to hear at that time. It's awesome. If you liked Get Out, you should take note that the director who made that said that this is worth your time, and show up and see Monkey Man. So much passion was put into this. Patel made this during COVID. He broke his hand and I think also his other parts of his body while working on this, and kept coming back and kept putting himself out there to get this done. I always want to show up for something when you know that the people behind it really, really cared about that. Then to also be rewarded with the amazingness that is this film, I don't have words for this. Monkey Man is easily my favorite film of 2024 so far. I know that I will watch it over and over again, and I know that I will continue to digest all of what is going on in it. I can't encourage you enough to go see this film. Get out there, see it now.
Well, I'm certainly going to go see Monkey Man. I saw the preview for it, and hey, let me get my collar. Coming in by the seat of my pants, ladies and gentlemen and gender nonconforming friends, it's Pastor Ben. I'm just filling in for this next half hour, and I'm putting in some office hours. As I mentioned, I'm going to make myself accessible to anyone who wants to discuss and I don't want to call it counseling, because there are actual professionals who you should seek counseling from if you're blessed enough to have health care in this country. That's first and foremost. Sometimes you just need someone to bounce something off of, an idea off of, to get some advice. And one of the reasons I ever became a pastor in the first place was because I noticed that I was giving some friends advice that really helped them. And I was shocked. I'm like, well, I'm just talking what I feel or what I know and what I believe. So these office hours are not to be mistaken for counseling, because and we all need it. I was going to say, if you need it, we all need to tap into mental health providers. That's not what this is. This is if you ever just want to get something off your chest, especially if it's about politics, if it's about faith, religion, which are two of them I have today. One of them is about the intersection of religion and politics, which I think a lot of people are dealing with right now because of how absolutely appalling everything is. And, anything else, I'm all ears. Matter of fact, you can email me at heypastorben@gmail.com. That's heypastorben@gmail.com. Now, everything that you send, if you want it to be anonymous, obviously, before I share anything, I always anonymize. I take out any information, your email, your name, the names that you mentioned, none of that would ever be mentioned. But also, I'm asking permission before sharing these stories and sharing these conversations. So I want to just take a minute to share this because I think it's very beneficial. Let's go with the first one. It might be a little small on your screen, but I'll read it for you. Hey, Pastor Ben, I watched you on the Pascal show and you offered your email address for anyone who needs to talk. My issue? I have a 34-year-old daughter who stopped speaking to me about 3 months ago. We have had rocky moments in our relationship in the past, but I think this is more serious. I am married with 2 other grown kids as well. However, the daughter I'm speaking of is from a prior relationship. I met my husband when she was 6 months old, and we did not treat her any different from the other kids. But she was a handful, meaning she was not nice at times, and she was not a good student. This caused her to be disciplined more than the other kids. She brings up the past a lot, and I know I did not handle that well, but I would love your input on this issue. Thank you. When I read this email, I had a pause and really, it reminded me of me, if I have to be honest. And I replied to this individual, a pretty lengthy reply, because I wanted them to understand that feeling that she's feeling is natural, but it's also one that could make the situation worse. As I read this, I felt what happens when someone reminds us or tells us how they were impacted by what we did, despite our intentions being good. I also identify with this email because, you want to treat your kids evenly, equally. And if you have been a parent or you are currently a parent, you kind of understand that every kid is different. And sometimes you end up getting on one kid more than the other, not because you're trying to treat them badly, but because, they're always into something. It's a mixed bag. Nobody gets parenting right. That's the first thing I identify when I read this. I'm like, parenting is so hard. And anyone who tells you different, anyone who says they have it all figured out, they're lying to you. I used to think I was going to be a great father. I would have everything figured out. And then I had my first kid. And then by the time I had my third kid, I realized I don't know. Maybe that's why I ended up going back to the pulpit, because I'm like, God, I need your help. Parenting is difficult. And I could understand this writer, this emailer's issue. If you have a kid who is more difficult, then it's certainly going to be the case that you're going to come down on them. Now, how you come down on them, that's a totally different thing. And that's the first thing I let her know. I was like, first of all, I don't have all the details. So I can only address what you wrote here. But I can tell that this emailer really wants to keep a connection with her daughter. But I also picked up in this email the thing that I do also in my marriage that I have had to learn. And I'm identifying with this because I think this might help it make more clear for you, the viewer, as well as the reply that I gave to her. Whenever my wife tells me that something I did offended her, and I know in my heart of hearts, I know in my heart of hearts, I did not mean to, it was not my intention, right? I notice that I get defensive. And I notice it because my wife notices, and she said, you always get defensive when I'm trying to tell you something that you did, something that you said. Somehow you carried yourself that offended her, that made her upset or hurt her feelings. And we get caught up in this thing where I didn't intend to. And I noticed that I put so much emphasis on intent instead of the impact. Let's just say that part one more time. When we put our focus on intent versus the impact, because my intent was not to hurt her, but the impact was it hurt her. And so you have to be able to sit and listen to someone when they are telling you, regardless of what your intent was, this is how it impacted me. And this is what I conveyed to her in the reply email. I'm like, it's hard to sit and listen to someone tell you that you hurt them when that wasn't your intention. But that's exactly what they need you to do. I had to learn that through many, many years of refinement, that I needed to sit there and let the person I unintentionally hurt, let them voice what happened, how they felt, what was the impact. And I had to do it without getting defensive, because every time I get defensive, it pushes them a little bit further away, because they need you to see them. They need you to hear them. They need you to just sit and listen to what your actions did to them. Now, I'm telling you this from my side of the equation because like I said, I identify with this caller. I want to call them a caller because of radio and all the years I used to take live calls. I completely identify with this. But I noticed something more important than my defensiveness. I noticed something that was far more productive than me trying to prove the point that I didn't intend to hurt you. Whenever I try to prove the point that I didn't intend to hurt someone or didn't intend to hurt my wife, it always alienated us. It always put more distance between us. But if I could keep control over myself and keep control over my natural reaction to become defensive, and if I could just slow down and pause and listen, and sometimes I'm going to tell you the truth, it's not easy. Anybody who tells you it's easy, I don't know that they've been in this position. Has anybody in the audience right now, just, you don't have to tell the details, but have you ever been in a position where you did something that hurt someone, but that was not your intention, and then you find yourself just getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the hurt because you're trying to explain to them, I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't intend it that way. That wasn't my intention. And all they're saying to you is, could you listen to the impact of your actions regardless of your intent? The best lesson that I've learned in those kind of scenarios is to listen and intentionally keep my mouth shut, especially when I wanted to rebut and say, I didn't intend to. And what happens? Every time I learn to keep my mouth shut and just listen, especially when I wanted to push back and say, I didn't intend to, babe, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that like that. That wasn't the intention in my heart. I wasn't trying to do that. Every time I resisted that urge, my wife and our relationship got a little better, got a little deeper, because I was able to create space for her to express how my actions impacted her regardless of my intent. That's the long and short of it. Intent, yes, it matters, but it cannot matter more than the impact. Intent matters. It's good for someone to know that you weren't just malevolently trying to hurt them. But before you can even convey that, you got to pause and let them tell you how it impacted them without you getting defensive. And that's the challenge. That's what's hard. At our church, I tell every Sunday, I'm like, we have to do the continuous improvement model. The continuous improvement model. What is it that we're working on this week so that we can be better next week? What are we working on this month so we can be better next month? We're never going to be perfect, but we can always try to be better. And for me, this was the first email that I got in the Hey Pastor Ben series. So that's why this email is an exact reflection of what I am currently working on for my personal life and my personal relationship with my wife. Even after 15 years of marriage, my body tenses up when she tells me about the impact of something I didn't intend. So I appreciate this email. It was as much a blessing for me because I had to really process this and really think about it, because I understood it from her perspective, but I also understand what happens when you insist on trying to tell somebody you didn't, that wasn't my intent. We can respect that, but can you respect the fact that there was an impact? All right, the next one. I don't know how much time we have. Let's go to the next one. Here's one. Hey, Pastor Ben, thank you for the most inspiring anti-patriarchy sermon, Bible study, and open discussion about women in the Bible. When I fully came into the progressive movement, I went Bernie all the way. While out of work and finding myself going in a whole different direction where I would work with autistic kids in a non-religious and very secular environment, as I was losing my faith since Trump was now in office. The religious right is going fully on board for Trump, calling him the one. These once moral majority Bush purity culture years kept a good facade until the right moron came along. This is a great one already. It is pure evil. And where was God? Who was God anymore? Jesus had to be a fraud, especially when I was now like, well, the rapture can't be real because Trump is the Antichrist and the Christians are the actual bad guys. WTF. I love this email. It's so on point. But during all this painful but very real deconstruction of my faith, I became a better person, an honest woman with morals who met others and who preached empathy, inclusiveness, compassion, generosity, kindness, forgiveness, honesty, sovereignty, humanity, and science. But it's all so hard. Any advice? You know I got advice on this. I mean, look at my poster board in the back. God is not a Republican. And listen, I think this advice is important no matter what you believe, don't believe. This is what I'm getting ready to say, I think is important for everyone to realize. What you see playing out in American politics and on the international stage is imperial Christianity. Okay, let's just call it what it is. Imperial Christianity that has a legacy all the way back to the Holy Roman Empire. This has been a very long historical arc of religiously pious people who use religion for power and will do anything. Matter of fact, we just saw it in the news. The man who shot and killed those two, the Democratic politician, elected official in Minnesota, and her husband, he was a Christian nationalist. Videos of him in the pulpit shouting and praising God and, in the best way that he can conjure up some emotionality, right? We have a long history of people who use religion for power. And I think right now, it's kind of a good thing that we can see very clearly what these people are really all about. It was a little harder to see for those of us who are Christians. It was a little bit harder for people to see this back in George Bush days, right? Hang on, let me grab something. I wrote this at the end of George Bush's term, right at the beginning of, or somewhere around the middle of Barack Obama's first term. I wrote this book, and I wrote it expressly because I had to sit and think about, why is it that the people who are screaming about God the most seem to not act like Jesus whatsoever? But during that time frame, a lot of people were fooled into believing the religiosity of the Bush administration. Didn't fool me, especially when they went into Iraq, which brings me full circle, right? We are living underneath Christian imperialism. We're not living underneath the system of Jesus Christ. Let's be clear. We are living underneath a system that wants nothing more than power, doesn't care who they have to hurt to get power. And so while I understand to this reader, to this, what am I going to say, emailer? Yeah, somebody help me. While I understand how difficult this is for them, they came to the right place. They came to the right position in their life where they rejected the very clear hypocrisy of all of MAGA Christianity, Christian nationalism, evangelicalism. The majority of Christianity that we see on the face of this planet is nothing like Christ, and it's everything like the Roman Empire. Why? Because the Roman Empire seized Christianity at its founding, at the beginning. I mean, they were killing all of the apostles, right? They didn't just kill Jesus. They killed Peter. They killed Paul. They killed James. They killed all of them. The only one they didn't kill was John. So they got rid of all of the apostles and all the prophets. And then by the time Constantine the Great came into power, he seized it for war. Okay, so for anyone who's feeling like, I can't stand this religious bigotry, I can't stand the hypocrisy, you're right. You are absolutely right. You shouldn't be able to stand it, because imperialism in any form is disgusting, isn't even a strong enough word. It's an abomination. Imperialism in any form is an abomination. And when imperialism takes over a religion, and I don't care what religion it is, it's not just Christian nationalism that's the problem. It's Hindu nationalism that's a problem. It's Islamic nationalism that's a problem. It's definitely Zionism that's a problem. The Judaistic nationalism. Anytime you see religion paired with the state, you've got a problem. And it is something that should be repulsive to anyone who's actually trying to live according to the good doctrines and the good faith, especially the model of Jesus Christ. You cannot support the evil that we see on the world stage today that's done in the name of God. So you should reject it. You should deconstruct. You should run away from it as far as you can. And if you can't find a religious community that does the literal opposite of what you see Christian nationalism doing, you're better off staying at home. You're better off waking up and going golfing on a Sunday morning. You're better off, going to brunch, whatever, because you would do yourself more damage going into a religious institution that subscribes to imperialism. So to this reader and this emailer, I just want them to know it's difficult because you're having to unlearn. You're having to reject. There's a philosopher by the name, his name is I can't think of his name, but he said the beginning of philosophy is when you are willing to question all of your deeply held beliefs. That's hard. That's going to be uncomfortable. And it's even more uncomfortable when you have a religious family who are going in that direction and you're going in the opposite direction. You're going to lose some friends. You're going to lose some family members. You're certainly going to lose churches. Churches are going to reject you. You're going to be put out of your church. I have friends right now who matter of fact, I have an interview with a friend that I'm going to share soon, that once their pastor found out that they did not vote for Donald Trump, they put them out of the church. And I think we should now wear those badges like badges of honor. I think we should be proud to be rejected by people who are as evil as someone who can not only co-sign co-sign genocide, but can look you in the face and say what Jesus wants them to do is go and crusade and have a holy war and kill people. We're in the minority, I think. I think there might not be a whole lot of us who do that, but you're in good company. So reject it, and let it feel uncomfortable. You'll be stronger because of it. So listen, folks, my time's almost up. You can talk to me about anything, whatever it is, whether it is politics, family, religion. You can even email me about AI, which is probably my favorite subject right now, but I'll leave that for another day. Hey, Pastor Ben @gmail.com. I have a couple of minutes here. Let me read a couple of comments. Jam Tune said, the impact versus intent topic hit me. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm 45. And I promise you, I didn't get that lesson in earnest until maybe, I'm not going to lie, earlier this year. I had to literally sit and bite my tongue and count in my head and hold my breath and control my facial features because I had a goal. My goal was to hear my wife out without doing anything that would make her clam up or retreat. And so I had to control all of my facial features because in my head, all my head was telling me, that's not what I meant. That's not what I intended. That's not what I was trying to do. It just wouldn't stop. It just kept going over and over and over and over again. And then it finally dawned on me because after I got done listening to her, it was like a relief off of her shoulders that I didn't try to be defensive, even though in my mind I was like, you got to fake it till you make it sometimes. Let's see what else. Any other comments? It is an anathema to faith. It is anathema, rather, to faith. John, talking about imperialist Christianity, imperialist any religion, imperialism, period, is anathema. That's what we've got to fight. Devil's Advocate Production said it's religious fundamentalism that is a problem. Without a shadow of a doubt, religious fundamentalism is a problem. And I would argue traditional readings of the Bible, because as time passes on, I'm going to make the case that there are many texts in the Bible that are just absolutely interpreted completely and fundamentally wrong. They have been inserted with political intent. They have been assembled by people with political agendas. And my best example of this is King James, the King James Bible. I'm not going to lie. Listen, I got the King James Bible right here. The poetry is beautiful, but I have to always remind myself that King James hated women so much that he assisted in the assassination of his own mother. King James hated women so much that he assisted in the assassination of his own mother. So it's not just religious fundamentalism that's the problem. It is the entire history of religion on this planet and the assembly of these books by people who have had very clear political agendas. That's also the problem. Let's see what else we have. Don't have much time. I'll read this. I was guessing Ben's age. I thought he was younger. Listen, all these gray hairs. I appreciate that, though. I appreciate that. That's it. Well, that's my time, folks. I got about 60 seconds here. Be sure to hit that share, like, and subscribe button. Shout out to everyone on this space. I know right now it says we have 24 people watching. That's okay. I believe in no time flat, we're going to have 2,400 people watching, and you can help that happen by always sharing at the top of the hour. Share, like, and subscribe at the top of every hour. Tell people about it, and this is going to become something phenomenal. I'll see you next time. Hey, Pastor Ben @gmail.com. I'd love to hear from you. Take care.
Roll up on Good morning, comrades. You are listening to Good Morning Comrade, HIV 102.3 in New Orleans. Jeff here on the show. We have a very special guest, old pal. We have Patrick Sheperd on the show. Patrick is the author of the piece in The Agitator, It's Still DSA. What's up, my dude? How you doing?
Hey Jeff, long time no see. Thanks for inviting me on your show. I'm doing good. I'm living up in New York again these days, and wild times here. I don't know if you've been watching the news, but we have this mayor race on.
Oh,
it's
we got to
a
talk
lot
about
of
that at least a
fun.
little bit. So
We'll put a pin in that maybe for the end.
Yeah, and I like this, especially with all the drama that kind of dropped over the past 2 days, was very, very funny.
It's been a wild ride, especially if you're a New Year's politics sicko.
Yeah.
It's like Christmas and New Year's rolled into one.
Yeah, well, we'll save that for dessert. Let's eat our vegetables first. Patrick is the author of the piece It's Still DSA in The Agitator. He writes in the article, and I thought this was very funny. It's totally clear here that there was nothing good about being a leftist before 2015. It was a effing nightmare, actually. It was dreadful and hopeless period where the U.S. left had no penetration into the American political life. Leftists were defined by their totally inscrutable internal political conflicts and a self-destructive focus on political purity over power building. It goes on to say that essentially, the main sites of leftist congregation in the U.S. were brutally toxic online discussion forums and Facebook groups. And, just to sort of summarize the rest, we now have essentially an organization that is somewhat at least adjacent to the mainstream that has the ability to make impacts both in the sort of like political world and also in the kind of organizing world, building relationships with groups, organizing groups or unions or whatever. And I don't know, you want to talk about that? How DSA kind of went from where it was, which was sort of a book club in 2015 and before, to what it has become today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll tell you part of my motivation for writing this piece is it's to me it's a little biographical.
Yeah.
Because this is like the arc I experienced in my involvement with the US left. So maybe to understand where I'm coming from, I can talk about myself a little bit. But yeah, so I first of all, hey everybody, my name is Patrick Sheperd. I'm by day I'm a union representative and negotiator, and uh, I'm also a member of DSA. I've been a member since 2015. I'm a member of the Socialist Majority Caucus in DSA, which we can talk about a little bit. It is the caucus that the articles posted on the caucus's website in its blog. But yeah,
and we'll
I
have a
live.
link to that, by the way, in on the show notes, just so that people if they want to read it, they can do so.
Great, thank you, Jeff. But yeah, to maybe start at the start here. I grew up in Louisiana. I grew up in Baton Rouge. Moved to Florida, and it was around 2008, 2007, 2008. I went to Tallahassee for college, and I would say I became some kind of organized socialist leftist. At the time, I called myself an anarchist in around 2008.
Yeah. Who amongst us has not had at least a short anarchist period, right?
Yeah. I mean, especially in the South, I gotta say, it's a thing. There's just such a lack of penetration of like the institutional left in the South.
Yeah.
So it's like, where do you have to start? You have the basically like, this all seems wrong. I need a complete rejection of everything. You get into it through culture. You get into it through music, through history. And if you read, Wikipedia articles and become infatuated with the Spanish Civil War, like I did, then anarchism or anarcho-syndicalism. Okay, this seems like the answer. So I think,
Yeah.
it's a good like on ramp, I think, starting place because people move towards what they have access to as far as ideas. But so that's kind of where I started. In Tallahassee, I became an organized socialist. Um, got very involved and started to lead a campus group on FSU's campus called the Center for Participant Education, which was kind of like the radical left-wing student union at FSU. At the time, this organization was absolutely circling the drain. It was like on its way out. Myself and a dear friend of mine who is at this time had a similar trajectory as me, but instead of going to the Wikipedia articles about the Spanish Civil War, he went to the Wikipedia articles about Lenin. Uh, so we had the anarchist and the Marxist Leninist, 18-year-old kids.
Best friends.
Best friends. Endlessly bickering, but with much love.
Yeah.
We
Many such
kind of
cases.
many such cases. So we kind of took over this organization on FSU's campus, and it grew. And we found a lot of um, purchase, and we were very successful in kind of revitalizing it. And I'll tell you the difference that we made. We recognized early on that the problem with the culture of campus leftism or leftism in general at that time was so focused on lifestyle politics and identity politics to the point where it was much more of a club, like an insular club around culture than it was any kind of discernible political organization. The people who were in charge at the time basically had the attitude is you must ride a bike. And if anyone remembers the mid late 2000s, many such cases, you must ride a bike and be vegan or F you.
Yeah.
It's like the culture this is just it's self-defeating. So we had a lot of success in refocusing the activities of the organization on very practical political education, answering people's questions about organizing and power at the state level, challenging budget cuts, talking about austerity. This is also happening simultaneously with the 2008 financial collapse. So a lot of people who even just before then weren't really thinking about politics all of a sudden found themselves with their prospects in the future drying up, their current situation taking a nosedive, and politics becomes very relevant very quickly.
Yeah.
But again, this problem, nobody in that place in time had the language to articulate like an organized party building, power building, leftist perspective. The other thing I want to say, take away from those times is being radicalized and joining like the proper left. We did a lot of traveling. We brought from Tallahassee like 20 people to the US Social Forum in Detroit at one point. We went to all these DNC and RNC protests, these like event style things. The protests that happen every year at Fort Benning in Georgia, School of the Americas protests. We went to all these. And at that time, especially the kind of the immediate joining at that time, the immediate feeling you get is it felt like the Sopranos all the time. You got in at the end of something. Like you're just haunted by like a former grandeur of what was able to be organized, and you're kind of living in the ashes, like really
living in the ruins of Rome or something like that.
yeah, you're like one of those late emperors of Rome when they had like 3 or 4 a year, and you're like
when the Goths or whatever come in and they're like, you know what, we're not even gonna kill you, we're just gonna like tell you to leave.
Yeah, the Praetorian Guard just like appoints a new one, whatever.
Well,
But I mean, I remember one time with this organization that we took over, we opened up a closet on campus that we didn't even know we had. This at a time where our general meetings would be like 3, 4, 5 people. We opened up a closet and we found banners that were big enough to cross the entire, 4-lane street up to the Capitol. And it's like we don't even know enough people interested in these politics to hold this thing. And this was like deployed at some point, and it was deployed during the anti-Iraq war protest era, which
was a major surge.
which was a major surge, but also the collapse of that moment also brought with it into the vortex so much left organizational capacity. Organizations closed, like, it was really, I don't know, it's like an extinction level event if you look at the fossil record of leftist
Yeah.
movements. So, by the time I got there in 2008, the collapse had already occurred, and this is kind of the world we were living in.
Yeah. And
So
then we get from there, not to jump ahead too much, we get an object lesson, I think, when it comes to things like Occupy Wall Street, of what a moment can make possible on the upside, and then also on the downside, the inability of that moment to, you didn't really have anybody that was up to the task of
right.
taking the lead. It was almost like it was the perfect project in a lot of ways. Occupy Wall Street, I mean, the product, rather, I guess I should say, of that era of leftism, or socialism, or it's not even necessarily that. Just this complete incoherent and structureless, complete incoherent and sort of structureless moment where people sort of had this somewhat of a consciousness, or at least a recognition that something is wrong and somebody's got to do something, and the rest of it, oh, let's just go to this freaking park or whatever, and that's the whole deal.
Right.
And I'm not trying to be provocative or nasty. That was a moment that I sort of like, oh, okay, people are actually going to do something here. And in the pity of it all is that there was no actual, there was no object or instrument to aim that at the strategic target. It was just a very sloppy kind of like bomb.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, to understand how the left in the US, like, such that it was interacted with Occupy Wall Street, you can understand what was going on. And I mentioned this in the article. The main points, the main kind of places where the left in the US kind of cohered, like, self-identified itself, like, had conversations. Um it was in Facebook groups at the time and online forums. If anyone remembers leftforum.com, it is a nightmare place. Like, all the, like, early or late aughts, forum culture, except with people with different leftist tendency avatars, just being as cruel as possible to each other, day
A
in and
tradition
day
that
out.
lives on today, by the way, on places
Yeah.
like Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, it does. But it was relegated to these kind of online forums. Every once in a while there'd be kind of like a moment that occurs. Everyone kind of throws their hat in the ring to be like, either we caused this, or we got to get in there and kind of co-opt this and push them toward our line, was kind of the orientation to these things. Now, Occupy Wall Street was interesting, because no one was able to do that. Kind of the formlessness, I think a lot of people saw, was the point. I
Yeah.
think this came from a couple places. It came from people were still very preoccupied with the like consensus anarchist
The
models that were
upwinkles.
very, yeah, the spirit fingers and all that. Well, I was too. Okay, I'm not calling anybody out. So
Everything that we could say about anybody else is, we can definitely sort of apply to our own selves. You know what I
absolutely.
mean? In a lot of these situations.
Look, when I got to Occupy Wall Street, I was seen as like an elder statesman, because, like, I had a lot of experience in the consensus decision-making process,
You're
because
like 22 years old or something.
I was 21. But yeah, so it's like, this is where we were at the time. But and then on top of that, there's this commitment to formlessness. There's this commitment to, like, the action is the message. I think a lot of people tried to steer and direct it. It didn't really work. But it was just kind of like a place for experimentation. I think people found a lot of things. I think they found that model of large group consensus decision making is a nightmare. No basis for a mass movement. I'm sorry. We all, I'm sure, have our own horror stories about how that worked out. Um, and also, it taught us, I think the big takeaway for a lot of people is that there is a constituency in the US for the message of the left. Like, people are there, they're ready to hear it. They want answers that only we can provide. I think part of the form of Occupy Wall Street was also informed by the experience, like the cycles of uprisings in Greece that would, all the protest videos. If you're, like a young radical watching the protest videos out of Exarchia, was very thrilling, and like the
Also, the Arab
uprisings around
Spring too.
Arab Spring. But certainly, there's this question that everyone was asking at the time, is like, okay, we're seeing a worldwide wave of austerity in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and then we're seeing a worldwide left upswing in response to those and movements against austerity. When is it going to come to the US?
Mhm.
So it did. It came in the form of Occupy Wall Street. But as you say, there was no like instrument for it to cohere around. But it did teach us that, listen, before Occupy Wall Street, no one had really, in the current like living memory of leftists since like the WTO era,
Mhm.
had been a part of like a mass movement moment, really. Um, so I think the conclusion amongst a lot of people before Occupy Wall Street was that there's just not a constituency in the US. Maybe, if you win, it'll have to be, very, like, secretly, in a way. I mean, people called themselves leftists, but I think it was basically taken for granted that anyone who called themselves a socialist could never win electoral office in the US, because the capitalist power over the process was just so great you could never break through, and b, the term socialist, the identifier socialist, is just so maligned in this country,
Oh yeah.
because of like bad history and stupidity and attacks by fascists, that there's just no way to break through. But again, Occupy Wall Street shows like, oh wait, there is like a constituency for this. Francis Fox Piven said, when asked like, okay, like how are we going to tell if Occupy Wall Street was a success or not, or do you think it was a success? He answered that, well, we won't really know for 5 or 10 years. And she said that at the time. She said that in 2011 or 2012. And I can tell you exactly what happened. The other big victory from Occupy Wall Street, people who showed up, um, a lot of, especially in New York, this happened elsewhere to some degree, veteran labor organizers showed up to these protests. Um, and there was a lot of like identifying and kind of cohering amongst people who were smart, mass movement minded, and really interested in building power, especially power through organized labor. I can almost guarantee you that, just about any union organizer, union representative who got their start between like 2011 and 2013 somehow found their way to the labor movement via Occupy Wall Street, either, making contacts with a labor organization that was supporting the protests, or meeting people, or getting involved in, IWW stuff that would eventually get involved with, other local labor activities. To the point where, and we'll bring it back around. I was living in New York City at the time. By 2015, the people who were kind of radicalized into like left labor politics had really come to the point they can kind of stand on their own. So in New York, where I was living, I had been up until this point a part of a bunch of different left organizations. I'm not trying to call anybody out in drama. So, I as a bunch of them, I kind of I tasted a little bit from each pot on this. But I was kind of a free agent around 2015, and this was also when um a big cohort of left labor activists who had become union agitators, union organizers, very involved, um, kind of began to cohere. Almost all of them veterans of Occupy Wall Street, where they all kind of met each other and the ideas cohered, and this kind of laboratory of ideas produced a very particular notion of building mass movement power. And around 2015, there was two key events that happened that are actually very related. In the moment, it was the Verizon strike in summer of 2016, as actually after 2015, but summer of 2016, the Verizon strike, which kind of brought a whole lot of very talented labor organizers into the fold, and the launch of the Bernie campaign. Now, I was aware of Bernie Sanders. He was always, just before 2015, seen as like this anomaly. This guy who,
the one guy who could call himself a socialist.
the one socialist grandpa. Yeah. And if you're a leftist before, if you're a leftist now, there's always the one like socialist elder who shows up and is like, well, and you're like, wow, you're awesome. I wish there was more of you. But and that was Bernie for Congress. He was just the holdout, the guy who's doing it for so long, built him a tremendous amount of credibility. Yeah. And finally the rest of the world caught up to him. So, his campaign started, nobody gave it a chance. His campaign started in 2015. Nobody gave it a chance. And again, I think we were all still affected by this idea that if you call yourself a socialist, you can't win formal power. Like the ground is too polluted. Like you're too prevented from having any purchase. People's idea of what a socialist is they're just so infected by lies and history that is unfairly maligned, etc. And then Bernie just broke through all that. It's like one of those answers that like, oh, it's obvious once you do it.
Yeah.
Like, once he did it, it was like, oh, like clear as day. You can just ask for all the stuff that socialists want. You can call yourself a socialist. You can, but put it into terms that people understand to make demands that are immensely popular. Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage, etc. So it was kind of this perfect storm where there was across the country group of people who kind of cohort of labor organizers. This didn't just happen in New York, it happened in every city. Cohort of labor organizers who had become politicized through Occupy Wall Street, had had some time to build experience and skill, and then the Bernie campaign hit. So now you have all these people like on the street engaging in mass political mobilization, and it took off. It is like a proof positive on the concept. So that this is what we found. Yeah.
And just to sort of like sum up a lot of this stuff too, like we have this overlying sense that actual concrete power building politics in a structural form from a left perspective is impossible. Then we have evidence, at least for the analysis of the class analysis or at least the antagonism of the ruling class against normal people with Occupy Wall Street, and then we get an affirmative case study of the possibility of a viable campaign that nobody gave a chance, being extremely successful in 2016 rather. And so now we're essentially sort of seeing that there are possibilities that are coming. And then really, I don't know how this happened, but there was somehow a conversion of a lot of the sort of kind of key core supporters of the Sanders campaign in 2016 to DSA becoming the sort of the vehicle, I guess, to go after that. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple. I'll say DSA's meteoric rise came from a couple places. Before, and I don't want any of this to sound like I'm like talking bad about movement elders. Like my opinion about people who've been doing this much longer than I have is like we would be nowhere without them. We wouldn't like we've been.
If you can't keep the flame alive during the darkest of times, it goes out.
They kept the candle lit. They gave us the tools to build a bigger thing. You know, many of us would have never gotten off the couch if we didn't have, you know, people keeping things going in the lean years. But you know, the reality is every left organization in the country was like a mess, very, very small, very, very insular. DSA, again, very small, but I think the advantages of DSA, we had a group of people who were early adopters or who had been members for a long time. And for them, you know, I think part of it is just they lucked out with name recognition. Democratic Socialists of America. Bernie called himself a Democratic Socialist. Well, there you go.
Boom.
If I like Bernie, I like this group.
Brand identity paying off on the front end.
Right. You know, there was a group of especially like younger, you know, a bit more, especially on international questions, like a bit more, I don't know, the left-right dichotomy within a group that's already left is like fraught, but left on international questions. This was
Oh
the
my
group that
God.
was like pushing for DSA to leave the Socialist International.
Mhm.
And this group was very inspired by Corbyn's movement in the UK. You know, one of the early DSA proto caucuses was called Momentum, you
Yeah.
know, which is also the name of the faction, Jeremy Corbyn's faction within the UK Labour Party.
Mhm.
That's not a mistake.
Yeah.
So you know, there was a group kind of agitating for DSA to adopt a different orientation, you know, more internationalism, more mass movement building, you know, convinced that they could do it. So, you know, the track was being set there. I joined at the 2015 Christmas party in New York, which was like a very nice little shindig. There were, I don't know, maybe a couple dozen people there at the New York office for DSA, and I joined because I knew a couple excellent labor organizers. Part of the cohort I mentioned earlier,
Mhm.
Occupy Wall Street, radicalized people who got into the labor movement through Occupy Wall Street, then joined DSA because they saw it as a place to build. This small group recruited me. I recruited others. By the time the Verizon strike hit, you know, I think a lot of people kind of got together and was like, we need an organization to coordinate through. And the
Mhm.
pick was DSA. You know, it was not doctrinaire, not dogmatic, not a big tent. Draw a line there. We could talk about what that means. I think a lot of people call it a big tent, but I think I would lovingly push back on that. Um, and you know, no real litmus test for membership except broad agreement with our ideals,
Yeah.
and very easy to join. You pay dues through the website. If you're a dues paying member, you can vote, and you're a member of the organization. Um, so you know, it was kind of set up to catch the energy that came from the Bernie campaign. I joined in 2015. You know, a lot of people who are really key early organizers within the organization joined in the summer of 2016. This labor group I talked about already. And then when Trump won, I think the idea then very broadly was not only was Bernie's strategy a uh uh you know a lesson in like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that this is possible. But after the mainstream Democrats lost to a fascist, then the opinion became, oh my God, Bernie's strategy is actually the only way we can save ourselves from the abyss. So then we saw this big explosion. The 2016, 1 year after I joined, you know, a couple dozen people at the Christmas party. The next year, 2016, that Christmas party had about 500 people at it. It was, you know, I bartended. It was
Oh,
crazy. I think a lot of that was people
it's a
drinking
good
away
tip night,
Trump.
right?
It was a great tip night, all back to the organization. But
Good.
no, I actually I think the bar alone raised like $4,500
Nice.
that went into a really organizing coffers.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah.
Let's pause right there really quick because it's the bottom of the hour and we need to do station identification. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Patrick Sheperd on the show. We are talking about his experience with the organization of DSA and through his sort of journey through his journey through the left from his time in college to now, and we were just leaving off at the huge Christmas party from DSA from 2017.
Yeah. Oh, that was Christmas 2016,
Oh
right
yeah, right.
after
Oh, so a month after, not
right
a year
after
after.
the
Okay,
the
I beg your
election.
pardon.
Yeah. So people were really in the mood to drink.
Yeah,
Um,
no, yeah, of course. I
yeah.
was for sure as well. Considering, God, I don't want to get into the 2016 campaign, but like you mentioned, how much of a failure that was, and just sort of like experiencing that in that moment. If you weren't there and you didn't see it, I mean, honestly, and this might be a little bit provocative to liberals or whatever, but like it was very, very similar. It hit a lot of the exact same notes as the 2024 Kamala
Yeah.
Harris campaign. Just this complete, fingers in your ears, not even just like unwillingness to operate or communicate with any kind of criticism that didn't come from like the Cheneys or something like that, but
Yeah.
also like this sort of contempt, this idea that if you don't get in line, if you don't do the thing, this is your fault. And
It's
that is sort of the
inevitability. Yeah.
perfect way to get people to just put their middle finger up at you and be like, even if they don't, even if they don't go and like support the other side, or they might go vote. And I'm not even advocating for this. I'm
Yeah.
not even saying to do this, but like like 2024 liberalism, and it's been like this for several decades. It has been not a object of we need to build something up that people actually want to do. It is get in the car or we will kill you. That's like what
Yeah.
the program is. Or we won't kill you. The demons at the gates will kill you. The barbarians at the gates will kill you. And that's the sort of perspective that they constantly put forward. I mean, much to, again, that's in a lot of ways, that is a good opposition to have, because nobody likes that stuff.
And there's a component of it too, where okay, I mean, like, from like the movement perspective, it's like okay, the mainstream Democratic Party, evil for a lot of reasons, corporate party, pro-war party, etc. Which we can talk about the formation of parties in the U.S. It's more
Oh yeah.
complicated than just calling it the Democratic Party. In my opinion, the U.S. doesn't have political parties. It has uh, one
Political
state.
brands,
It has
essentially.
two state-sanctioned ballot
Yeah.
lines, and then kind of broad coalitions that formulate around those two ballot lines. But
Yeah.
we don't have political parties. They're actually illegal in this country.
Mhm.
But okay, putting that aside, there's this component where they have one job, which is all their other sins. They have one job. They keep the fascists out of office.
Yeah.
There's their one job. They failed at it. The other thing
Twice.
that they twice in both times. And then the other thing that a lot of these like centrist corporate Democrats taught us is that they would much, much rather lose to the Republicans on their terms than win and beat the Republicans on our terms. Is obvious, like it's coming out more and more, and I think
This is happening like 3 days after there was this sort of like political get together organized by a bunch of billionaires, including like Alyssa Slotkin and Glusenkamp Perez and Matt Iglesias, who was like a keynote speaker, and Richie Torres, and all these freaks. And they're basically doing like, okay, how do we rebrand? They didn't put it in these terms, but I watched some of the stuff because I'm a sicko. How do we rebrand this same like warmed over sort of like supply side BS that we've always done? And how do we just after we've gotten crushed by running this whole thing twice, how do we reset it and make it so that people buy the same BS? You know what I mean?
right, yeah, that's the welcome fest.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I
It was so, I watched I am such a sicko. I love watching those things.
I've been protecting my beautiful brain from any of those videos so
Oh,
far, but
mine's already fucking warmed up. It's all good.
um so I mean, yeah, this is what they taught us again. Like they would much rather lose to the Republicans on their terms than win on our terms. And yeah. So where were we?
We were at the sort of like, we were talking about the Democrats, and we were talking about
Yeah.
sort of like post 2017, and the sort of like the way that essentially DSA cast the broad net and caught a bunch of members.
So here's the next key thing I think that happened. And this is like summer. Well, it was right after the Trump election, so
Mhm.
into 2017. And I was a part of a group. The first kind of basic structure and thoughts and objectives of early DSA specific electoral organizing in New York. I wrote like my original thoughts about things on a cocktail napkin, getting drunk after the Trump victory, just furiously thinking and writing things down. I think a lot of people were in meetings like that
Mhm.
after this. But what would happen is that there was other like attempts at small socialist power building, electoral power building efforts in New York City before that. But we made some plans, had some meetings, and those groups kind of formally disbanded and recohered under DSA. So we saw a lot of people who are like, we want to run a city council member who's a socialist, and in an area we think we can actually win. We haven't won any of these yet. It'll still be proof of concept to have someone who calls themselves a socialist and be a movement candidate, win a local election with small dollar donations driven by a volunteer mass mobilization campaign. So we recohered under DSA, formed our like electoral working group in New York, and then started our first efforts. And then it would be the next year. Uh, Rewind real quick. Some of our objectives early on are that we need to build our own infrastructure. This is something that we learned through Bernie. We need our own lists. We need our own turnout capabilities. We need to not rely on consultants. So much of the maladies of the Democratic Party are directly, tied back to the super reliance on consultants. It's a billion dollar industry of
For the
consultants
dumbest
who
ideas imaginable, too.
dumbest
It's
ideas
incredible.
imaginable. Also, these people gatekeep the very practical skills that you need. Are we back?
Yeah, we're back. I'm sorry. You were talking about gatekeeping.
Okay. Also, they're gatekeepers. This consulting class, they when you run an election, you need a whole lot of like skills. You need knowledge about how to run a treasury, knowledge about how to file periodic reports, knowledge of how to get petitions signed. And traditionally, it's this consulting class that has gate kept those skills. Now, another thing that happened during the first Bernie campaign is those skills got disseminated across the country to a whole lot of people who didn't have access to them before, because they got involved. Not only did they get involved, they got involved deeply as an organizer on that initial campaign. So they took those skills and they brought them back. That combined with some new technologies, Van.
Mhm.
Before Van, it was much more difficult for an upstart insurgent campaign to, get the voter file, parse it in some meaningful way,
Mhm.
cut lists and door knock based on that. That kind of takes an operation. Van allows you to just do it.
Mhm.
Right. So if you know how to use the program, same thing with Act Blue. Act Blue came out and said, okay, well, you used to have someone who's basically a professional accountant to do all this stuff and be the treasurer on your political campaign. Now, you have an app that does most of the work for you. Like I was the campaign
Mhm.
treasurer on a successful state Senate campaign because of Van, or I'm sorry, because of Act Blue. It's like really not very difficult. So these are so our objectives
A little bit
early
of
on
both,
were to,
honestly.
yeah. our objectives early on were to build these skills locally in our local organization, our apparatus, skills that were jealously guarded by the consultant class before this. So build these skills so that we can run these campaigns, and do our own list keeping and data keeping, and build our own lists and have our own data management, have our own electoral resources, that's just for the left,
Yeah.
right?
And along with that gatekeeping, because they're holding these keys, these important keys, they would also, I mean, like they still exist in places like Louisiana. You have these freakazoids who are just like these high level, high profile consultants, and they're just like trying to be tastemakers at the same time. It's really kind of crazy how that works.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you know,
Worst people
there's
in the world with the worst opinions in the world, and it's just like,
yeah.
man, if you weren't a relic of like previous generations, and if you weren't a, just like one of these just people that only knew how to do these very specific things, like they're dinosaurs, but they still maintain some level of sort of like political prestige because our political system is so slow to adapt to these kinds of changes.
I mean, look, they still interview James Carville.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
anyone still people still care about what that guy has to say. He's like he's been professional at being wrong for 100% wrong every
This is
time he
the
opens his
90s.
mouth. He's still watched by it. Like anything he says, the opposite will happen. Like
He's
you know,
what's the guy's name? The guy that used to press all the buttons on the CNBC. All of this, oh god. Anyway, that guy,
yeah.
but for politics.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Speaking of your consultant pundit class from Louisiana, like
Yeah.
James Carville.
James
Uh, w-
Garfield,
w-
Mary Patricia Ray, like all these complete
yeah,
freakazoids.
complete freakazoids. Yeah. Anyway, so okay, so we started building this apparatus, and it started to pay dividends, and we
Yeah.
saw our first victories in 2018. And this is all like in New York. It happened elsewhere to varying degrees. There's success stories elsewhere. Obviously, this is what I experienced in. We started winning in 2018. We broke through in the state senate, and we broke through with AOC.
Mhm.
Which after AOC was elected, that was even bigger than the Bernie campaign.
Mhm.
Still, the single biggest wave of people joining DSA in the history of the organization was the
Mhm.
day after AOC's victory, because again, people organize towards solutions, people mobilize towards solutions.
Yeah.
So if you can demonstrate that you can win something, people who are sympathetic to what you say now might join,
Mhm.
rather than just an endless critique of how everything else is wrong. But
Yeah, and then you get that proof of concept, like we were talking about earlier, with AOC, with the state senate campaign as well. You also go on to get people, who are either DSA members themselves or DSA adjacent, like Rashida Tlaib, like Ilhan Omar, the people like that who, I mean, they might have their own different capacity with the organization, some closer than others, but they are definitely people that we've sort of aligned behind in a certain to one extent or another. And that's proof of concept that is not in New York City, which is also like extremely important.
yeah,
Because that's one of the other ways that they write off these political movements, is because like, oh, that's coastal elite stuff.
yeah, right.
Which is
I want to, something I say to that very often is, yeah, like you got to understand, uh none of this was inevitable in New York City.
yeah, of course not.
I think there's this
Political
feeling
establishment
that,
in New
like,
York City is like famously strong.
oh
It's
yeah, we,
like,
we had to kill like three political machines to get as far as, like, three political machines that have existed since Tammany Hall to
yes,
get this far. The political machine behind what's his name, who AOC beat in
Crowley.
yeah, Crowley, and the political machine in North Brooklyn, those were powerful,
Mhm.
long lasting. These are machines that people thought you just couldn't challenge. I was personally served papers by the New York Democratic Party. Uh, they tried to sue us off the ballot. So like they tried, but whatever rot has happened in other places in American social life, make no mistake, it also has happened in these political machines that have held up centrist Democratic Party for decades and decades. They just couldn't pass the muster. And I'll tell you, when we started turning out people to knock doors, I think it was the weekend after AOC won, because there was a gap between the congressional election and the state senate election that year. So AOC won the next weekend for the state senate. We had over 500 volunteers show up to knock doors on a state senate campaign.
Yeah.
Now, most people in the New York political media class thought we were lying to them when we told them how many volunteers we had, because like no one could comprehend that you could build a turnout machine like this, and we had done it.
No,
So
you
it's
pay
like
canvassers. That's how you do it. You got to pay canvassers.
100%, and that's in like I can't tell you how many times I've seen a paid canvasser wearing the free T-shirt that they gave them, tell me that like, yeah, I'm just passing these out for the rest of the day, but I'm gonna vote for your person anyways. It's like, what's the quality there? Like, it's non-existent versus someone who's like, I'm a volunteer and I freaking believe in this. The quality difference is really crazy. But it's a secret sauce, and it's a blind spot that they had because real political organizing just hasn't existed in this country in a generation. Like it just
Yeah.
hasn't.
And you would think, and obviously, these media and political class people are they don't understand it conceptually. It's kind of incredible, but like
Right.
there is a correlation, I guess you could say, between ability to recruit volunteers who are not paid and genuine support for an individual. like
Yeah.
you would think that would be sort of intuitive, but these people either willingly or not are just like, I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the water they swim in. If you're a person who's in the political pundit consulting class, everyone that you see on a day-to-day basis, every relationship that you have in this world is 100% transactional. Believes in anything. And the idea of believing in something is either seen as completely foreign, but also stupid. Well, why would you believe in that? Like, it'll be harder to get a job for someone you disagree with if you're so much of an ideologue. Like,
Yeah.
don't you want to make money? Success is like, how many W's you can rack up. That's
Yeah.
why you see so many people from that generation of who was his name? The Obama's campaign manager went over
Rahm
and worked for
Emanuel.
not Rahm Emanuel, the other guy.
Oh, Axelrod. You think of Axelrod.
Well, one of them went over and worked, as the campaign manager for Boris Johnson. Went over and worked for the Tories. It's like it's just
Okay.
they're guns for hire. They don't believe in anything.
Yeah.
So when you actually believe in something, you have a tool that can mobilize people because politics still like matter. You have a tool that you can mobilize people with that the other side just has no conception of, and it will always take them by surprise. This is why like they can't understand however much you or however much you focus group test anything. It made no sense to them that a cranky grandpa would be seen as the sexiest politician in 50 years. Like there's no way they could have anticipated that, but it's what he says.
Yeah.
He has credibility. These things matter to people.
Jim Messina. That's the guy.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, and I do want to kind of move forward a little bit because I do want to talk about sort of the time after AOC, between AOC and now, and I really do want to talk about the Mandani campaign. So can we just sort of like go through there and sort of get to what's going happening in New York?
Yeah, this might tie it back into the piece that I wrote. So this thing has happened in DSA, and this hasn't been. I know I'm building this narrative that it's just been a straight line up and up.
No,
Like all
it's
of
been
history
very,
has a
very
lot.
much the hard way. We're going through the woods here.
Yeah, the only way out is through, buddy. But and it hasn't been. There's steps backward, there's steps forward, and I think a thing has happened even within DSA. And I know a lot of people's, maybe I'm speaking directly to your audience now. I think a lot of people's interaction with DSA has mostly been through, excuse me, through interacting with really annoying people on Twitter. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I've ever been that annoying person. I should probably just not tweet, but
Thank you for apologizing.
But
I'm kidding. I love you, big guy.
aw, I love you too, Jeff. But this thing has happened within DSA that I think, people joined. It's a completely different radicalizing trajectory than I took than people who were around before, 2015 or before 2010 took. A lot of people have joined DSA and have looked for a way to very quickly transcend this focus, they would say, on electoral politics. I would say focus on organization building and practical power building through a strategy of running on the Democratic line where it makes sense, to putting socialists into office with real power and building a movement behind it. But there's been a fixation on, like, oh, that's too focused on electoral politics. We need to move on to something else. And then a lot of that within DSA has kind of reverted to the left political orientations and relationships that existed before 2015, before we even had a seat, before
Right.
we had anything. We
Yeah.
had any organizational apparatus, we had any footholds in formal power, before we had any of these like victories that have completely changed the game. Like, because our organization has been able to win seats, like the US left is in a completely, like, materially completely different place than it was before 2015. And I say this completely knowing that we are but a minor force in American politics. A minor force with like an insane upside, though, because our ideas and our politics and our way of approaching them have and we're seeing this in New York, have the ability to break through. And when it does, I'm reminded of the thing Pete Seeger would say. It's one of my very favorite, like, organizing, mechanisms that he would talk about. And he would talk about how effective political organizing is like this. You walk down the road and you see a teeter totter, right? On one end of the teeter totter is a basket full of rocks. Okay, heavy. On the other end is a bucket with a bunch of holes in it, and people taking little teaspoon cups of sand and put it in the other side. And the sand's leaking out, and the person walking down the road says, "Look, what? Like, why are you even bothering? The sand's going out as soon as it's going in. You're never gonna outweigh the rocks on the other side of the teeter totter." But then one day you hit that critical mass with the little teaspoons of sand, and it goes whomp. The sand bucket hits the ground, the rocks are up in the air, everything just turned over. And it leaves everyone saying, "This came out of nowhere. This is a political earthquake. Who could have seen this coming?" All the people have been scooping the sand into the bucket at the other side now have their hands on their knees, winded. Like, we mean, like, we've been working on this so hard. I know where it came from.
Yeah,
And,
this
and
this this sort of spontaneous idea, that this spontaneous moment was years in the making, and so much blood, sweat, and tears went into it.
Yeah, right, right. But to round back into the piece, I think there has been an issue in DSA where it's like, missing the long view about how far the strategy has brought us, how much further we can go with it, how further we must go with it. And there's been this kind of recreation of it's like the whole left that existed before 2015 now exists in like microcosm within
Yeah.
DSA.
Yeah,
It's very,
the left forum message boards are now just the DSA message boards.
yeah, and it's crazy how similar they are, and it's the same arguments and
Mhm.
in everything. So here's the appeal in the article. We know that there is this whole layer of principled leftists, people who are ideologically on the left, who believe in greater power for the 99%, who support unions, who support massive changes in society to take the focus of our government and our politics in our social sphere away from a focus on serving and supporting the billionaire class, and think that all of those resources and all of those institutions should focus on lifting up average people, working people. You know, we know that there's this layer of people in the United States who think this way. We know a lot of them, you know, what already self-identify as leftists. A lot of these people are already community organizers, already union organizers. So here's the appeal. Listen, DSA is the best vehicle that we have found. This is like we talked about the road that twisted and turned and brought us here, but this is the best answer that we have to push forward the left in the United States today. And my appeal to those folks, if I just described you, join. I'm part of my caucus. I would encourage you to check it out. Obviously, you don't have to be in a caucus to join and participate in DSA, but the people who are a lot of the folks who are deeply involved in building up our project in New York City and elsewhere and winning these major victories are part of this caucus within the organization. That's one of the reasons I joined. You're encouraged to join, you're encouraged to talk to us. And you know, as I say in the article, the answer hasn't changed. COVID made things crazy. You know, the Democratic Party going full bore on supporting, aiding, abetting, and arming a genocide, you know, has thrown things into disarray. But don't let hopelessness creep up on you. Hopelessness is a tool of the oppressor. It is a tool of the
One of
ruling
their most
class.
effective tools, quite frankly.
Absolutely, it is. The best answer we have now to organize for working class power in this country, proven and still moving, and has a huge upside, huge amount of power we can get through this strategy. It's still DSA. Like you're encouraged to join.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can sort of leave it there. Do you want to just say a quick word in the last 2 minutes about Zoran campaign? It's so exciting to see things that are happening right now. You're in New York City. Just really quickly, can you just kind of drop in a minute on that?
Yeah, I mean it's the energy is palpable.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere without seeing Zoran signs. You know, he's peaking, he's breaking through.
Yeah, I'm
And
really
you know,
mad at you guys for getting my hopes up. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
why do you do this to me?
yeah,
Now you
right.
got to
Doing it
deliver.
too. Yeah. Um, but you know, again, this is like you can't again the Zoran campaign again, the long view, the a lot of people with the little teacups of sand. You got to understand this didn't come from nowhere. This is the culmination of about a decade of hardcore on the ground organizing. This is organizing that has brought a socialist caucus to New York State politics.
Yep.
This is the organizing that has brought New York City Council members into City Hall here. This is the organizing that you know has done things like you know pass the Building Public Renewables Act that passed a resolution through the City Council officially condemning the U.S. blockade on Cuba, that has, you know, made a viable left bloc in New York politics from the city to the state. And then, you know, the project that is now Zoran, you know, is a member. Like in many ways, came up through the organization. Really an excellent, talented individual, and the people helping to run the campaign came up through this effort to take the ability to run campaigns away from the consulting class and put them in the hands of you know, working class activists on the ground and organizers on the ground. And this is all coming to a head right now. Again, this didn't come from nowhere. People have been working, and not just DSA. DSA has been a part of this. It's been, you know, my political home and in DSA members. This has been a project that's been near and dear to them. But this has been a project that's been underway for over a decade now. And you know, let's see what happens.
Cool. Well, Patrick, thank you so much. Patrick Sheperd, you follow him at Patrick T Shep on the social media. You can also on the Everything app, Twitch, Twitter, the Everything app. But yeah, thanks so much for coming on the show, Patrick. We're gonna have you back on sometime in the future, you know. But really appreciate talking with you, and always good seeing you. Thank you to everyone for listening to Good Morning Comrade. You can listen to us every Saturday at 10 a.m. on WHIV 102.3 FM. You can also listen to us anywhere in the world, WHIVFM.org/listen. All of our stuff's at our website, goodmorningcomrade.com, where you can find our RSS feed, podcasts, YouTube, and everything. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, Jeff. This has been fun.
Yeah, always. And thank you so much to everyone for listening. This is WHIV 102.3 FN. We love you. Bye-bye.
Watch this space.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Kristina's Corner. It's your girl, Kristina Oaks, aka Cosmepolitics, on Twitch and co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza. Let me tell you guys something very important. I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, how my weekend went. It was chaotic, but tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, eventually Movie Night Extravaganza will hopefully join the space. We are going over Forrest's favorite Quentin Tarantino movie, Jackie Brown, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. So that should be fun. I'm excited. I love Pam Grier. So I want to tell y'all about my weekend. I had 4, look at these nails. I had 4 animal sitting jobs, all on top of the other. I had to go next door between neighbors. I had to go down the street. I had to go, I have a cat sitting job in a development that's like gated and you need a code and everything, but it's the cat, but they want me to stay there. I'm like, you don't have internet. I got streaming things to do, So yeah, it's I'm so tired. I also went to my local No Kings protest, and I was surprised that my little awful southern town actually showed up with like 1,500 people, and besides the anti-Trump signs, we had speakers talking about abolishing ICE, freeing Palestine. They had signs, want Medicare for all. I'm like, yes, this is exactly what we need. And a lot of people are like, mine had all the anti-Trump stuff. Yours seemed cool. I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. But I mean, a lot of the older folks are a lot more progressive anyway. So yeah, it's been rather interesting to say the least. But enough about me. Hope you guys are doing well. I mean, better than I am currently. Oops. But I'm all dressed up and for no reason whatsoever. Okay, so I have a few stories that I want to talk about eventually. Apparently ICE is being bled dry, and I couldn't be happier. There's always a lot of misinformation as well about what happened in Minnesota. And a Superman actress is calling out people who moan and groan about comic book films. So that should be interesting. I'm looking forward to covering these stories. But I'm just so relieved that I'm back. And better than ever. Yeah, okay. So whatever. Also, my cats are calm. They're not going crazy. They're not in here. Eventually, they're gonna have to give in and want to be seen, especially over here. But so anyway, let me see. Let's see. Let me talk about the ICE thing. Oops. Okay. Let me do. Aha! There we go. So let me read this right here. So ICE already as much as 1 billion over budget, according to Axios. Well, that makes a lot of sense considering nobody that is a criminal is really getting deported at this point. I mean, yeah, sad. That's very true. So, while Immigration and Customs Enforcement faces opposition in Los Angeles and other sites targeted as part of President Trump's mass deportation program, the agency may face another threat of funding battle in Congress. Well, I mean, I'm sure Congress will want to fund another like $5 billion to ICE, but who knows? As reported by Axios, ICE is burning through cash so quickly that the agency charged with arresting, detaining, and removing unauthorized immigrants could run out of money next month. Yay! ICE is already as much as $1 billion over budget for the year. And although Trump's one big beautiful bill could provide $75 billion to ICE, oh dear God, I was underestimating that price tag. That doesn't solve the short-term cash crunch, and spending money an agency doesn't have is a violation of the Anti-Deficiency Act, according to Axios. Ooh, I never heard about that before. Interesting. Interesting. Republican senators told Axios that they're hoping to get ICE more funding before it can run afoul of that law. But Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, Democrat, said they're already overspending like drunken sailors. Sometimes Chris Murphy has the sass, you know what I mean? They're spending likely in the neighborhood of $1 billion more at ICE than we authorized, and that's patently illegal. Ooh. They cannot invent money. They cannot print money. They don't have the money to spend that they're spending. Touché. At least one former federal budget official who spoke to Axios on the condition of anonymity believes the Trump administration will simply declare a national emergency and divert funds from other parts of the government to support ICE. Yeah, like what? Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We all know it's true. Don't deny it. I have a feeling they're going to grant themselves an exception, apportionment, use the life and safety exception, and just keep burning money, that official said. Ooh, copyright, okay. All right, so let's talk about it real quick. So with everything going on with ICE, I mean, remember guys, ICE is not something that's like been a part of our country for decades. It's like 20 something years old. It's old enough to drink. It's old enough to go to the club and party. And the fact that Obama didn't even think to get rid of ICE when he was in office, in my opinion, that was a big mistake. Because a lot of Republicans are like, where were you when Obama was deporting and putting kids in cages? First of all, a lot of people were children. I was old enough to remember because I was 21. This was like summer 2014. And that's where Obama got called the deporter in chief. He got called, he was getting sued by all these organizations. People were marching against his immigration policy. But Republicans act like no one cared when Obama did it. I'm like, no, you don't understand. There is a farther left than Obama, believe it or not. There's a farther left than Obama that exists. And they protested, and to the point where he backtracked by November and started try to get authorized citizenship for a lot of these immigrants. I mean, imagine, there's still DACA recipients out there. I know people in DACA and I worry about them very much. So it's just every time Republicans try to say, but Obama, be like, yeah, Obama did it. Fuck him. He did it. He did it. Why are we trying to make, what Obama did was any better? Like, come on now. Obama, if you're Trump supporters, yeah, and drum Wolfer, if you're someone, if you're someone who's like a Trump lover, you should love Obama's immigration policy because he was ruthless. But Trump's kind of, up in, first place when it comes to the worst presidents when it comes to immigration. But I'm relieved to hear that they're spending all the money on just detaining anyone. And in fact, they are now, Trump's like, all these businesses, the supply chain, produce is not being, sent to grocery stores. Things are scarce. So what is Trump doing? Restaurants, farms, factories, or whatever, hotels, they are putting a stop on detaining undocumented immigrants from those businesses because they're important. And I will say this. I said this, I think I said it before, I don't know, but my sister lives in New Jersey because that's where I'm originally from. And the entire state of undocumented immigrants did not go to work. They went on a one-day business strike, like worker strike, to show like, hey, if you deport all of us, look what happens. And the economy in New Jersey went downhill because everything was shut down, everything. So that's a little tidbit. And I feel like more immigrant, like, yeah, Freehold, Home of the Boss. Can't wait for that movie to come out. Wow. I think more like immigration advocacy groups should start organizing like mass strikes in different states. Like they don't do it all at the same time, but like different, like state by state to show like, here's what happens when you deport all these undocumented immigrants. I mean, it sucks that we have to depend on their labor because a lot of Republicans are like, oh, you want slaves. I'm like, what slave does yard work and construction work? You white folks used to do that, but you're not doing it anymore. They're like, well, I don't want to work, slave wages. I'm like, well, whose fault is that? Not the immigrants, but the bosses who hire them. It's their fault. It's their fault. Like it's blame the business owner or like the corporate head. Like I don't understand why people think that it's okay to just not put the blame on them. Like it's still the white man's fault, is what I'm saying. I mean, it's so crazy. And even my sister's a teacher. She's like, if I dare come in here, they're got to go through me if they want to, detain a kid or whatever. Because my sister coaches middle school health. You can opt out of it, of course, and PE because she was very athletic and I was not. I was into musical theater. I was into Broadway, arts, music, politics. Well, she's becoming more left wing as we're getting older. She's becoming more, it's like she's sharing stuff from Rogue and unofficial DNC. I'm like, oh, sis is becoming radicalized by a second Trump term. Let's go. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, another thing, side note, Jeff, Brad Lander, basically everyone's second ranking choice for the mayor of New York City, got I don't have that video, got detained, and it was crazy. It was ridiculous. I was like, because he was assaulting like ICE officials, and I'm like, protecting people from getting, detained by ICE should not be a crime. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. I can't even imagine what it's like for these people, But what do you guys think? Like, how much could $75 billion go, like, along? Like I'm thinking, like that could be going towards, all these things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. And what's funny, and you guys know this fact, but and a lot of people on TikTok are also sharing this little info. When you deport undocumented immigrants who pay taxes because they get a card that's like a Social Security card, but they don't actually get Social Security, all that tax revenue goes back into the government and blah, blah, blah. If you deport all those taxpayers, your taxes, as someone who's been here, has your taxes are actually going to go up. Your taxes will go up when you deport undocumented citizens who pay taxes. Not if you ask God, that little punk. That little punky punk. I can't believe that, I couldn't stand doing a show with a right winger. I would be like, I'm gonna punch you. Like, I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry, I can't believe what's coming out of your mouth. Like, no. Nope. No. Nay, I say. I know. And while with Crystal Ball, who I love, I've known her since her MSNBC days. Why? Yeah, why? Why do a show with him, or or like Rising, or any like? I'm so glad her and Kyle did a good turnaround. They're good for each other. Yeah, they pay, and I even said that, Renato, like $96 billion in taxes a year, and they're like, "What? No, they don't." I'm like, "Yeah, they do." I mean, these are the same people who think when undocumented immigrants without driver's license like abandon a car, that's why our car insurance goes up. I'm like, no, car insurance goes up because your car insurer's greedy. They're greedy. That's it. Like, sorry, but that's the problem. Every like scapegoating. It's scapegoating. Yeah, hard to blame her for getting the bag. Yeah, I'm not patient. Like when I debate conservatives on Facebook like an idiot because I love just sticking it to them. They go they respond with crazy stuff, and I'm like, dude, are you okay? Are you fine? Like, is something wrong with you? And then they stop. You just have to like subtly, like very subtle trolling, and it works. When our No King's Day protest happened on Saturday, we were there for like a few hours. Oh, hi Barbie. Okay. We had 12, a record-breaking 12 Trump supporters come across, like a protest across us on a busy road. And we were like, I was doing the middle fingers and shaking my booty and just going, nah, 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 nah. Because I'm like, what? You guys want a peaceful protest? Here it is. And these are, say, people still commenting, where's the rioting, the looting? I'm like, yeah, good question. Where? Like, what like, not everything is one little half a block even of Los Angeles or whatever. Like, it's crazy. Oh, damn. Camden. Whew. Like, they really were, like, wanting the rioting and the looting and the... I'm like, there were police officers there keeping the peace, believe it or not. They don't... See, the thing with my town is that we have, like, a community police thing. They didn't have, like, tear gas or, flashbangs or anything like that. They were just... They looked like, Annie Griffin and Barney from the Annie Griffin show. I'm like, yes, please look like that instead. Okay, let me do that real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Jeff sent the video of Brad Lauer getting arrested. Let me just... Okay, cool. All right. Okay.
Keep going. Back up. Sorry, back up. I'm gonna make this difficult. Sorry. Back up.
Wearing masks, wearing glasses, not showing. Take off those New York Yankees hats.
I would like to see the warrant. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go.
God damn.
I'd like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. Take him in.
They really roughed and toughed him because his shirt's completely like loose.
You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
This is why he's number 2 on everyone's list.
I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant.
Sorry, no way. Not safe. Where are you taking him? Hello? Hi,
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens, where are you taking me? And with what authority?
Yeah, exactly.
With what authority?
and where are you taking him?
Number one's gonna go with him, all right? Hang on, please, number one. Hold on. Brett, number one right here, all right? Thank you.
Oof. that was that not the quote, you know, Death Becomes Her the musical. That was rude. That was pretty fucking rude. Like why are these people dictating? Like, this dude's running for mayor. I mean, he could, he's our second best chance besides, our hottie from whatever. Like, this is where the $1 billion are going. It's just wasting, pure waste, pure unadulterated waste. And it's driving me nuts. Because again, it's like a lot of these people, yeah, they are trained to attack. Now I will say this. It's such a good musical. So one thing that's been happening as a result of ICE and cops covering themselves and not identifying themselves, a lot of women are going missing because a lot of men out there are pretending to be ICE and cops and kidnapping women. Yeah, so because, ICE is allowed to mask themselves and hide their identity, men could just simply pose. I mean, look what happened to, speaking of which, the dude who, what happened in Minnesota. Like, he was able. Oh yeah, very, very fucked up. Yeah, these are the men just want to hurt people. Exactly. It's so, I cannot begin to describe how awful what happened on Saturday was. Like, what happened. I mean, it really goes to show how partisan our politics have become when it comes to when, obviously, as always, like on clockwork, a right winger, tries to attack Democrats. I mean, how many times have we been through this? Because there's been a lot of disinformation coming about from the right when it comes to this issue, and I hate it. MAGA voices spread falsehoods to link Minnesota shooter to Democrats. Thank God for Axios. Prominent MAGA figures, including the president's son, have amplified false rumors that the Minnesota shooting suspect was a Democrat in an effort to paint their political opponents as violent. The big picture. In the wake of shootings and other tragedies, social media often becomes fertile ground for misinformation and conspiracies. Now, fringe theories have found mouthpieces in the mainstream and among elected Republicans. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I miss the days when there was fact checking on Facebook, because there are so many things like all these AI stories that people believe about Elon Musk, helping deliver a poor woman's baby girl, or Donald Trump debates, Cambridge students and wins. And it's like, no. And everyone's like, yeah. And I'm like, are these all like bot accounts? Do you people seriously believe this? And then as soon as this started sprinkling around, I'm like, oh no. I mean, I knew it was a right where I'm like, he shot Democrats. Obviously, it's political motivation right there. But let's see. Alleged gunman Vance Bolter held conservative political views and was a strong supporter of President Trump, according to those who knew him. Strike one. A friend told CNN Bolter strongly opposed abortion, but let's see what. Opposed abortion, but never expressed any particular anger with the shooting victims. That's weird. Okay. The friend told CBS Bolter would be offended if people called him a Democrat. Well. Driving the news. The conspiracy theory was fueled by Bolter's appointment to a state workforce development board by former Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton, and then reassigned by Governor Tim Walz, which is weird because from what I've heard, Tim Walz didn't even meet this guy. Like, he didn't, like, it's a nonpartisan workforce development board. So it's like any minor higher ups could have, put him on the board. Police also allegedly found papers with the anti-Trump protests slogan "No Kings" in Boulder Scar, prompting the Minnesota State Patrol to urge residents not to attend the demonstrations out of abundance of caution. Now, I have a theory for why. For either cops planted the "No Kings" protest, like they planted that evidence of the "No King" signs, or he was going to hand out signs to different people, and if people were holding up the signs, he was probably going to shoot them. I feel like my second theory probably holds some water. We'll find out eventually when we find more like motives and stuff like that. Just hours after DFL leader Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed and State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were wounded, top MAGA voices used those revelations to inaccurately paint Bolter as a Democrat. Yeah. I mean, they think this is 1970s and left-wing terrorism is like all the rage. I'm like, no, the left is too divided to really to do anything together. But except protesting. According to court filings, Bolter allegedly drew up lists of Minnesota public officials who were mostly or all Democrats and their addresses. Despite that, Donald Trump Jr. told News Nation the suspect seems to be a leftist and is a Democrat. News Nation, the land of misfit pundits, right? One of the tweets I saw was like, oh my God, Tim Walz hired this guy to shoot a Democratic rival. And I'm like, what? What? No, that's not what's happening here. People, stop believing this nonsense. Let's see what they're saying. Senator Mike Lee, not based, by the way, Republican of Utah, has repeatedly spread misinformation about Bolter, prompting outrage and calls for his resignation. Lee posted an FBI image of what the suspect wearing a face mask and posing as a police officer, Sunday with the caption, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way." Boy, did he get ripped through the... I was part of that, by the way. He ended up, I think, deleting that tweet. I mean, these Republicans say the most horrific things. At a time when we have to come together as a country, they don't do it. Yet, in another post, he shared a photo of the suspect with the caption, "Nightmare on Walt Street." He shared his guess that the suspect is not MAGA. Another thing I think he took down. Yeah, another post he wrote, "Marxism is a deadly mental illness," and shared on Twitter. Post the suspect, Tim Walz, and pointing with "No Kings" flyers in his car. Did we not go over my theory? And I think I'm correct about why those signs were there. Lee's office did not immediately respond to access requests for comment. Context: a source in Walt's office told the Minnesota Star Tribune that Waltz did not know Bolter and stressed that the members on the workforce are not appointments to the governor's cabinet or office. Well, what did I just say, y'all? The board has around 60 members per the Star Tribune, many of whom are not politically connected or would have meaningful access to the governor. The paper added there are more than 130 such boards, advisory councils, task force, and commissions. State of play. But online, prominent right-wing voices still try to tie Bolter to Waltz and smear Democrats as a whole as violent. Senator Bernie Marino, what the fuck? What type of name is that? You're not Bernie Sanders. Also sharing an image of papers with the words "No Kings" wrote Saturday. The degree to which the extreme left has become radical, violent, and intolerant is both stunning and terrifying. Hey, you're doing some projection right there, Bernie, not Sanders. Whereas office did not respond to Axios' request for comment. Elon Musk sharing a post who claimed the left was responsible for the Minnesota shootings and a string of other crimes, wrote the far left is murderously violent. How? Can anyone give me any examples within like the last 10 years? Besides the guy who shot oh god, what was his name? It was like a Bernie dude who was mentally ill. It was during that baseball game, and I was like, oh, well, at least Bernie took responsibility and condemned it. But you guys can't even do that. Right-wing commentator Benny Johnson described, is he still getting funded by Russia? Bolter as Tim Walz's associate. Far-right activist Lauren Loomer claimed Walz was friends with the suspect and called for the governor to be detained by the FBI and interrogated. Zoom out. It's not uncommon for conspiracy theories to spread in an information vacuum. In the wake of mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo, unfounded rumors quickly took hold. Yeah, I hate it because we don't have fact-checking anymore. And after the deadly plane crash in Washington, D.C. earlier this year, social media users sought to falsely tie a transgender helicopter pilot to the tragedy. Bottom line, Joe Thompson, the acting U.S. attorney for Minnesota, said in a Monday press conference, it would be way too speculative to say what motivated the alleged government in terms of ideology. Well, I mean, we kind of know, but yeah. I mean, we kind of already know, all that is about. Like, even though Jon Stewart's like, who cares about the motive? I'm like, to me, it does care because it goes to show time and time again how insane right wingers are. And I cannot, for the love of me, shout it any louder that something needs to be done about political violence in this country, but no one cares unless it's being done by someone who might be liberal, which usually never happens these days because, again, we're not in the 1970s and left-wing terrorism is not really a thing because the left is so divided. We cannot come together unless we are united by one candidate that shares all of our political ideologies and whatnot. Like, it's not like how it used to be. I feel like the conservative moral majority movement kind of just fractured the left. We couldn't really come, and Reagan just came out, like, not out of nowhere, but it felt like Democrats just abandoned the New Deal. And that's, like, that's kind of like my thing. Yeah, we also had the known disclosed history. Yeah, colon to pro. Yep, that's right. That's right. Yeah. It's interesting how the left just got so divided in this country. I hate it. Yeah, eco-terrorists. Hey, you mean like Poison Ivy? She did what she had to do, okay? It's so funny that they call Poison Ivy an eco-terrorist. I'm like, are you sure about that? I mean, she wants to say the only good thing about Batman and Robin was that Mr. Freeze was trying to, help with climate change, and Poison Ivy was trying to help like the environment, like plants and forests and stuff. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, nothing wrong with that. In my opinion, no matter how corny that movie is, they were the real heroes. Real heroes try to help. Speaking of DC, did you guys know that there's gonna be a new Superman movie coming out? That's gonna be great. I cannot wait. But we're at a time now where superhero movies we're like, are we getting the fatigue? Are we tired of them? Are they just not as good as they used to be? Like, what's going on? My opinion is that we need those blockbuster superhero movies because they end up drawing an audience to the movie theaters. Walkerman. So yeah, let's see what our new Lois Lane has to say about comic book movies. So, Superman star slams actors complaining about superhero movies after starring in them, and they're wrong. Superman star Rachel Brosnahan believes actors who star in superhero films shouldn't complain about the experience after the fact. In a conversation with Amanda Seyfried for TV Magazine, the new Lois Lane actress discussed the similarities between her and her Superman co-star David Corenswet. This led to Seyfried pointing out a key reason why they both got along so well while making the movie. They were both excited to be part of something so substantial. Seyfried noted it's easy to tell when actors are passionate about their work in blockbusters. In response to that, Rachel shared her thoughts on actors who are critical of their superhero credits. Yeah, why do you think Robert Downey Jr. did Oppenheimer and now he's back as Dr. Doom? I hate that. I don't know why people keep saying yes, only to then turn around and complain about it. She said, look, I don't want to shit on other actors, but there was a minute where it was cool to not like superhero movies and to look back on projects like this and poo-poo them. Do it or don't do it, and then stand by it. Except for George Clooney and Batman and Robin, right? Yeah? Okay. while she wisely doesn't name any names, in the past, there have been several actors who discussed their complex relationship with the studio tentpoles. Elizabeth Olsen, who played Wanda Maximoff in the MCU, has said Marvel movies are not really the art that I consume. I mean, I don't blame her for how they treated Wanda. We're getting a Scarlet Witch movie. She's not dead. Okay, whatever. After another prominent MCU figure, Scarlett Johansson, has said that at times she's felt more like a plot device than a well-rounded character for some of her Black Widow performances. And there's some truth to that, because we do live in a post-Me Too era where Yelena, her adopted sister, has more of a complex, is more of a well-rounded character than other females like Black Widow. Female characters now, and I think maybe Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn might have something to do with that, because of movies like Birds of Prey and The Suicide Squad, because she's a character that has development, agency. She does what she wants. She's a lot smarter than people give her credit for. So I think, Margot Robbie having control over Harley Quinn's characterization is probably what is making more people realize, like, yeah, we can write female characters as something more than just, plot devices and supporting roles. Rachel is set to make her superhero movie debut in this summer's Superman, the first theatrical release in the DC Universe franchise. It's unknown when her Lois Lane could pop up next, though Superman director James Gunn has hinted that he's developing some sort of follow-up that isn't necessarily a direct, straightforward sequel. It's easy to see where she's coming from. Her point is actors should be proud of all their roles, whether it's an Oscar-nominated indie film or a big studio blockbuster, and not look down upon them. At the same time, there is some nuance when it comes to actors and their mixed feelings about superhero films. Johansson and Olsen have both said they're proud of their Marvel work, but there likely are aspects they wish played out differently. There are instances where comic book adaptations can be more plot-driven than character-driven. Meaning there might not be as much to explore from an acting perspective. These productions could also be grueling and time-consuming, potentially limiting an actor's opportunities to pursue other creative endeavors. In some way, Johansson and Olsen provide well-rounded perspectives on the blockbuster experience, outlining the pros and cons of being involved with something so massive. So she's at the start of her DC journey, so she's coming at this with an entirely different perspective. Being in Superman is something that's very fresh and exciting for her, and it's great to hear she loved her time making the film. It'll be interesting to see how or if her viewpoint changes over the course of her Lois Lane tenure. Stranger Things star David Harbour once felt he'd never get tired of being on the show, but after 10 years, he's ready to move on. Yeah, Red Guardian. Yes. Wait, what that? No, Red Guardian. No, that's not a Russian accent. I suck. I think that first one I did was Irish. Anyway, maybe she will maintain the same level of enthusiasm regardless of how many DC projects she stars in, but this is a topic that can be viewed through shades of gray. It's possible to have a fondness and appreciation for blockbuster work while also acknowledging some of the finer details that can dampen the experience. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's great. I'm happy. I'm so glad that we're actually getting a Superman that is like Superman and not any that. No offense to any Zack Snyder fans, but that dude had no idea what he was doing. I didn't like the militarization of the costumes for a lot of the characters. I did not like Gal Gadot's acting. I didn't even like Henry Cavill's digitally altered, removed mustache, because a lot of people are like, "This is what Superman's supposed to look like." I'm like, not like that. Also, I'm happy we're bringing the trunks back. Yeah. Red trunks for the win. Oh god, how the hell am I gonna type in these nails? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, she does suck. She's a terrible actress. Yeah, exactly. I trust James Gunn. I mean, he did write Scooby-Doo from my childhood. Yeah, otherwise you get second punch. Yeah, there's just things that I just didn't like, it was too gritty, too like it was going beyond like Batman the animated series. Like you need that perfect balance of like grit and color. And I feel like the Birds of Prey movie and the Suicide Squad movie did a really good job like balancing that tone out. And I can't wait to see Superman. We're probably going to go over on Moon Knight Extravaganza and certain someone Devil's Advocate is going to be part of that episode. So that should be lots of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm super excited. I think we're gonna cover the first Superman movie because no one could do it like Christopher Reeves. I don't care what people say. He was the GOAT. Okay. He was the motherfucking GOAT. Except for Superman 3. We don't talk about that one. We don't talk about third sequels from Superman or Godfather. There was never a third sequel to Godfather. But what? Godfather 3? I don't know her. Yeah. But I'm looking forward to covering. I also want to go see the Fantastic Four movie because I grew up in the theaters like watching the first Fantastic Four movies. And they were not good. They were not good. I know Fantastic Four is going to be this one's gonna be great. This one's gonna be great. I'm very excited for it. It's gonna be good. I mean, like a lot of people are like, oh, they're in competition, but James Gunn's like, no, this is actually a good thing. People are gonna go to the movie theater again, like for summer blockbusters. Let's go. I mean, I loved Sinners. It's like the first like not like IP that like hit like since like Oppenheimer and Barbie, I think. Well, actually, no, Barbie's is an IP, but like you know what I mean. That rhymed. To me, Sinners was more of a sleeper hit, and I love Sinners. It's such a good. If you haven't seen Sinners yet, guys, you got to go see it. You got to go see it. I mean, there's so much depth, and you like so much depth to the whole, like story about the Mississippi Delta, racism, Jim Crow, music, Irish jig, I have a very hot take about Christopher Reeve Superman. Oh yeah, I already got it. We did a watch party in my Discord the other weekend. I was dancing the Rocky Road to Dublin. It was a lot of fun. But yeah. So what I have going on this week? Well, tonight at 8 o'clock, movie night extravaganza. We're going with Jackie Brown. Pam Grier's first lead role since her like blaxploitation shows and movies during the 70s, which is pretty cool. She's like the one actress who's never been she's like one of the greatest actresses who's never been nominated for an Oscar. And I'm like, how do you think I feel when Angela Bassett didn't win for What's Love Got to Do with It? And they just gave her an honorary Oscar because her Wakanda Forever one should have gotten her the Oscar, but no. I love doing my pop culture hot takes at the end of the stream. Just saying. Yeah, peak Tarantino. My favorite Tarantino movie is obviously Pulp Fiction because, a lot of people would assume it would be From Dusk Till Dawn. I'm like, nah, the feet thing. He's got a thing for feet. It's kind of weird, honestly. Yeah, but that'd be a fun cosplay to do. I'm working on getting my Yelena from Thunderbolts cosplay put together. I just need the wig and some weapons. And then, because I'll be doing some cosplay looks on here as well, which should be a lot of fun. But you never know. I'm going to kill Bill. I love that quote. She's like, oh, I love Uma Thurman. She can do no wrong. And Ethan Hawke as well. He's great. Did you know that Maya Hawke looks like the daughter of I hate when people make that joke all the time, and I'm like, okay, it's getting old. It's been 10 years. Let it go. Let that joke go. Retire. Bye-bye. I love Angela Bassett. My favorite role she ever did was actually play Katherine Jackson in the Jacksons An American Dream miniseries about the Jackson 5 and how they came to be. Like, yeah, she was so good in that. That was really good. I mean, they used to play that a lot after Michael Jackson. The anniversary of his death coming up. Oh, fuck. Okay. I know where I was that day. She's fantastic. Okay, so here's the thing, Rich P. He literally lives in Israel, so he's looking up from his bunker like the Sir Willem Dafoe meme. Because he literally lives in Tel Aviv, and I'm like, why? Speaking of which, if you're going to start a war, don't pussy out. Best Tarantino film? Ooh, I think it has to be Pulp Fiction, in my opinion. The only person who knows how to utilize Christoph Waltz is Tarantino, it seems, but you know, goes to show. But yeah, let's see who's actually a really good actress. Believe it or not, Aubrey Plaza. Aubrey Plaza is a phenomenal actress. I could not believe her range in movies like Emily the Criminal and Black Bear, which is edited by Matthew Film Guy, The Majority Report. Yeah, I recommend those movies because she's really, showing range. Everyone kept saying, also Legion. If you guys have Hulu, just type in Legion. That's a really good show about Charles Xavier's son, David, who's like a Omega level mutant, and she plays the villain in the first season and continues on in the second and third season. Of course, her character always is tragic, and I'm like, no, don't do that. I just also think it's funny how like people like Eve Fartlow are like, I'm ready to go to war, and then they're like, I'm hiding in a shelter underground, help us. And I'm like, y'all did this. Y'all didn't have to bomb Iran. And it's just the same Iraq war talking points that we're hearing. And I'm like, oh God, why is this happening again? I've heard this play out before. I recently watched a Netflix documentary on the Oklahoma City bombing, and I got royally pissed off. I only watch streams lately. Hey, nothing wrong with watching streams. I wish I had time to watch streams. I try. Okay, don't say I don't try, but I do. Eve Fartlow voice. I don't know. I've never heard that woman speak in my life. All I know is she dated Amber Heard one time, and that really settled a lot for me. I know, I did. We were watching General Hospital. Oh, it's getting good. We got to watch another storyline. But yeah, that's like my whole thing. Like I on Saturdays we watch the Gothic soap opera Dark Shadows. We call it Shadow Saturdays, and we are so deep in the 1897 storyline. I'm ready for it to end. Yeah, I relate to her, Dead Man, too. Donkey! Wait, like that? That's weird. She looks and sounds like Shrek. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, I love General Hospital. Port Charles, which was the spin-off about the hospital, actually, but then ended up bringing vampires on, just like Dark Shadows. Listen, if you have a soap opera going, if your ratings start to tank, add vampires, watch the ratings go up. It happens every time for the next few years. Dark Shadows did it, Port Charles did it. I watched General Hospital, Port Charles, and Dark Shadows because they have all the episodes on Tubi, which is great. But they keep finding my ad block, and it's making me mad. Yeah, don't get me started on soap operas, okay? Like it'll there's literally a character named Kristina, spelled with a K, who's bisexual in General Hospital. I'm like, my queen. They even have a transgender character in General Hospital who's like a chief of staff. And she's actually her character's dating a cisgendered man on the soap, and I'm like, oh, that's so cute. And then normalizing it, not making like a big deal about it. I'm like, this is how we have representation, okay? They brushed off her being trans. It's like, oh, okay, good for you. Like stuff like that. Like I want more of the soap operas to kind of move with the times. I mean, they couldn't have interracial kisses on General Hospital even back in like 1994, which was insane to me. It's like, how are you going to show them, making love and they can't even kiss? What the hell? Yeah, Days is still on. Stefano's dead, of course. John Black's dead because the actors have died. So there's that. Yeah. But I think the best thing about Dark Shadows is how dated it is. Yeah, that. And also, I think All My Children had one of the first like gay weddings. I think. So, That's nice. I mean, but yeah, we need more diversity in the soap opera thing. I just want more diversity everywhere. I'm tired of people talking about DEI nonsense. I'm like, you guys don't even know what DEI is. Please stop. Please stop. Just don't. Just don't. Just stop. Every time okay, let me reframe that. Every time Republicans, yeah, seriously, take over the green site. So every time when midterms come up, Republican think tanks come up with like buzzwords to scare people, and so that's why you all of a sudden hear DEI now and still woke and all that stuff. So, but yet people keep eating up and falling for it. I don't like it at all. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. Yo, Orlock, how you doing back there? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Sorry. So, yeah, just that's what a lot of people say. Just say the slurs if you want to. Like, you might get punched in the face, but it'd be worth it. Yeah, CRT, Marxism, it's the same stuff every decade. Like we see the same signs throughout the years, and it's like y'all haven't learned a damn thing. Yeah, SJW. Yeah, they always recycle, replace words every like midterm or election cycle. Just a reminder, guys, every year is an election year. Don't forget that. Do not forget about that, okay? Don't forget. That's the one thing I always have to remember. Exactly, jammed. Exactly. Like it's funny how the right wing labels us as violent. And I'm like, y'all did the Oklahoma City bombing. Y'all do the synagogue shootings. Y'all do, predominantly black communities and shoot people at, a grocery store. Like, what the hell? Just saying. I think we have a good record on right wing terrorism. They do the domestic terrorism more than we ever did. So true. So true, Seth. Very, very true. Like my opinion is when people use the R word, I think why the research in that word is coming back is due to the fact that people are spewing like eugenics, like pro eugenics type of language. And so that kind of like ties in together because I've noticed that the pro eugenics like movement, I played the fan card, the pro eugenics movement starting to rise up in the right wing with use of the R word. So like that's kind of my theory. And a lot of people on TikTok do agree. And I'm like, yeah. That's my whole thing. Also, yes, if you see that behind me, that's a thing hand. I have my own thing and my own book for the recently deceased. Maybe we should start not like we couldn't dress like ICE agents and blame them. I know, like I mean, especially because even when Biden was in office and when Obama was in office, they had to show identification and not hide themselves. So there's that. Yay. But I always remind conservatives, I'm like, you don't think we were mad when Obama did it? Hell yeah, we were. You guys just didn't pay attention. Also, most of the kids were literally like babies when that happened. So where like you're gonna ask an 18-year-old where they were when Obama was the deported in chief. I don't know if they're 18 and they were like a child. What would they know? No offense. Like what would I mean, we did the 2004 election, and that kind of made me mad. Yeah, we really did call Obama the deportant chief, and they don't remember that for some reason. Anyway, so I think this will be it for this week. I'm looking forward to being here next week, same time, Tuesdays, 5 to 6 Eastern PM. Perfect timing for me. Perfect timing for me. Perfect timing. Anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for chit chatting and keeping the chat going. So, oh, Chrissy Gnome's in the hospital. Woohoo! Sorry. No, whoa. No. Letterhack. Shush. Anyway, guys, I will see you next week. And I am so looking forward to coming back. Tonight, we're going over Jackie Brown on Movie Night Extravaganza, and then I'm going to stream afterwards and do my overnight stuff, and hope to God I don't fall asleep. So.
Hello, welcome to week 2 of this space. We are here, we are live, 6 p.m. Alex, Devil's Advocate Productions. Hello, everyone. I want to say happy birthday to Kendrick Lamar because it is his birthday. So that's why we're wearing the Kendrick Lamar shirt that I got at the concert, one of many. But I'm wearing this sweet Joker shirt, and I got the purple and green because we're going to be talking about comedians this week. And hold on, switch the background. There we go. We're going to be talking about comedians, and I wanted to start out and we're going to see if these clips work. If they don't, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. But I wanted to start out by showing just an image here from this interview. Oh, I gotta share my screen. There we go. I want to share this image from this interview between Jon Stewart and Rachel Maddow from years ago. This was after he did his rally to restore sanity with Colbert. And I encourage you to watch this debate. It's not a debate, it's a conversation. But I encourage you to watch this because in it's a good analysis of that rally and what the goals were and whatnot. And in his defense, he says, like, ultimately, or what I took from it is that we are comedians and our job is to make jokes and make people laugh. And that's what his intentions were. And, people thought it was a political thing. And that's what he says here. And I wanted to use that. To get back into where comedians are now and why they're seemingly so goddamn important. Because, Joe Rogan has been instrumental, possibly, or at least partly of getting Trump elected, getting a president elected. And that's insane. It's insane for any comedian to have that kind of influence. I was at that rally with my son, seems forever ago. Wow, Wanda, that's crazy. That's insane. So I wanted to get into like Joe Rogan, right? He's the biggest one. And I know Joe Rogan from being on the Man Show, being the second host of the Man Show with Doug Stanhope after Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel left. And then he was the host of Fear Factor, and that's it, and stand-up. Now, I know he was on news radio back in the 90s. I understand where he comes from now. I used to listen to Joe Rogan a lot. Not because I was any big kind of fan of his, but because he'd have on a lot of comedians that I were fans of, and I want to hear talk for 3 hours. So the thing that I learned about Joe Rogan is that why he was heralded and loved, I got my air conditioner going, by a lot of comedians coming up, is that he stood up for them when Carlos Mencia, who, if you don't know who that is, he was a big comedian, claimed to be Mexican, was not. He was Honduran, but would just tell very baseline Mexican jokes, and he even got a show on Comedy Central, and which was quickly canceled after this kerfuffle, which is from Joe Rogan's before he had a podcast and was just putting videos on a website that he had. He confronted Carlos Mencia on stage at the Comedy Store. So like they're arguing on stage, and Carlos can't, physically get him off because he's big and muscly and knows MMA. And they eventually give him a mic, and they like debate on stage and yell at each other. He did have hair then. it's wild. But this got Carlos's show canceled and him like booted out of the industry, basically. Like he's still touring, but that's it. And so this gave Rogan a lot of clout, and then he made a podcast after Kevin Smith and I think Mark Maron and Sam Cedar maybe were like one of the, also Chris Hardwick were like some of the pioneers of podcasting, and especially comedy podcasting. I know I always shotgun information at you, and it's so much. But I feel like all of this is important in breaking down the story of how we got here to where, comedians are hosting Nazi rallies at Madison Square Garden. Like, it's insane how much influence these people have, and they're no one. Dude, I've tried stand-up comedy. And like, first of all, how do I sound? I know I've been ranting for like 10 minutes, but how do I sound? Am I okay? Is my mic loud enough and everything? And can you hear these clips? By the way, anyways, it sounds fine. Okay, great. Audio's all good. Fantastic. These guys are just regular people. Anybody can go to an open mic, dude. You can go to an open mic. Like, you just have to go enough and meet people and befriend people, and you will know comedians. So anyways, after this, Rogan builds his podcast empire with his buddies, right? Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, Ari Shaffir, who are all funny comedians. I like them. I like their stuff. And they're not like super right wing, as far as I know. Now, Ari, I know, almost became a rabbi. So I don't know his feelings on Israel. I don't think he cares that much, and I think he understands. But he's like surprisingly chill, despite the like crazy antics that Ari Shaffir gets up to. I know a lot about these comedians, folks. I listened to their podcasts for years. All right. So then, like, he's had Kevin Smith on, and Rogan has said, I know these jump scare photos. I know he said, like, it was right after he had a podcast with Kevin. He was having a podcast with someone else, and they were talking about Kevin, and they said, or Rogan said, Kevin Smith is the nicest guy in Hollywood. Like, everybody always says he's the nicest, and he never has a bad word about anybody. But if you know that Kevin Smith doesn't like somebody, it's because they did something egregious, because Kevin is the nicest guy. So it kind of is illustrative of the fact that he hasn't been on Rogan's show in quite some time. He also has many podcasts, Kevin, and one of them is called Fat Man Beyond, which is a play on like Batman Beyond, where they talk like comics and nerd stuff and whatnot. And the co-host, Mark Bernardin, who's a writer, he has criticized Rogan in the past, and Kevin, just kind of smiles and like nods and agrees, but doesn't say anything because he is the nicest person in Hollywood. I hate Rogan. Turned my friend into a hustle culture workaholic. Jet, I am so sorry about that, because that is this weird trajectory of podcasters going right wing. And again, I was in comedy. I did some open mics for like a few months, like more than 10 years ago, and I met a couple. I met people also doing open mics. One of whom is this guy named Jason Scoop. Now, I don't know if you've seen him, but if you have, it's because of doing stuff like this.
Hey, Alex, we actually can't hear your browser right now.
Okay, no problem.
Here, if you share the individual tab, that should make it work. It'll say on there before you share it, like audio coming through, So try that out.
Let me see. Bear with me, folks. Allow. Oh, add to stage. Okay, boom. All right, so is this working? No.
No,
I can't hear it either. Oh, maybe I didn't hit allow audio.
Yeah, I think it says in order to share audio, you have to either share a tab or the whole screen. So if you do like that videos tab on your browser, that should work.
Okay. Let me see. Interesting, because now... Oh, here we go. Is that working?
No, I don't think it's not coming through on our end.
All right. Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, this guy just does. He was an open micer with me, and just doing all kinds of material. But he's really good at impressions, right? And does all kinds of characters. The one that hit off and got big and popular was his Trump impression. And it got popular with right wing because he's being neutral. He's just making fun of how he talks, the way he shakes hands, generic. To the point where he's been invited to the RNC, the CPAC. Like I've seen, because I still follow him on Instagram, and the few times I go on Instagram, I'll see he's posting pictures like with politicians, and I understand from being an open micer, like you're just a random person off the street. And if you find something that gets you viral and you're getting money from it, how could you say no? Like, as opposed to working at behind the bar or like whatever you're doing or being unemployed a lot of the times, these open micers. So I understand the monetary incentive here. Now, we can't show these clips because you can't hear the sound, right? Sound's not coming through.
If you could try linking them to me and I could throw them up for you.
How would I do that?
Just send it to me on Discord. I'll get it to you.
Just each link?
Yep. Whatever you want to put up, I can throw up for you.
All right. It doesn't really matter, but let's do it anyways. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Okay, this is the first one. It's just this clip that you've probably already seen of Bill Burr on Joe Rogan's podcast, and Bill Burr is a guy who easily could have gone right wing, who just didn't because of how he grew up. And it's so weird because him and Rogan, I think, are from similar areas in Massachusetts and had similar backgrounds. But for whatever reason, Burr just stuck to it, whereas Rogan did not. And clearly has no intention of. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to send you these clips in order. I can't hear the clip. Can the audience hear it? Because I can.
Let me just make sure. Oh, okay, they can't hear it. Let me.
Bear with us, folks. Technical difficulties. But like I'm saying, Burr had every chance to go right wing. I think it's the combination of just his upbringing and just how that molded him as a person, and having good people around him, keeping good people around him, and knowing when to keep his distance in friendships. Like I remember a couple of weeks ago, Vince Vaughn was trending on Twitter and people were mad that he was a right winger and whatnot. All right, let's play this clip.
This should work now.
It's just fucking creepy to have guys like Mayor Garcetti be in charge of telling people whether or not they get to work.
All right.
Like, that's not what a governor's supposed to be. That's not what a mayor's supposed to be.
They're trying to look out for your best interests and trying to get 400 million people to all pull in the same direction. It's fucking. You can't get 40 comics to pull in the same direction. So they have like an impossible. They did and they didn't. There was people fucking right the whole fucking time. There's been fucking assholes on my street walking around, no masks. You know, not quarantining like the people that come by the houses. You see the fucking, the same people that were going in and out of the house who are not part of their family still going in and out of the house.
You want people to walk down the street with a mask on?
Let's not start this, John.
Do you, though?
Let's not start this. Okay.
Let's start it.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? Still mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care.
But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating a coronavirus patient. The World Health Organization.
Yeah, but they didn't say that initially. They didn't say it initially.
No, they didn't.
They did. And then it gradually, and then wait. And then everybody wore the fucking mask. This is like rollerblading. Everybody fucking rollerbladed. And then there was that one fucking homophobic joke. And then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades got thrown into the fucking ocean. We all wore masks. And then all of a sudden, people are fucking sitting there. But you don't have the body type for it, dude. Your fucking knuckles would scrape on the ground.
And see, he's so good. He will make legit fun of you and mock you to your face.
I just love how wearing a
and
mask
you won't even
became
notice.
like this fucking soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous, being courteous. Why is this for bitches? I know it's so stupid.
All right, we can pull that
First
off.
of all, oh God, you're so.
It makes my point that the point that Bill is making is we're comedians. You shouldn't be talking about this kind of shit on your show unless you're just citing what the CDC is saying. Like it's the same reason Ethan Klein got invited to debate Steven Crowder, because Ethan was just like, yeah, I'm just going to listen to the CDC and like what they say on the news. Like, wear your mask. What are you talking about? Like, because it's not my place to encourage people to or not to. Like, I'm just saying what the scientists are saying because I'm a fucking comedian. Okay. Now, this next clip is Bill Burr to Bill Maher. And it's Hassan watching, so we can fast forward a little bit. But basically, they've tried to pull Bill in multiple times. and he wouldn't agree to their framing. And this is about cancel culture.
Maybe ruining comedy, or at least threatening it. Because I know you've had your problems with that. And you did a routine recently about how women like it rough. And then, of course, the internet police got all over you.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. I didn't notice if that happened because I don't pay attention to it. I don't read comments.
Happened. Yeah, they hated you.
Yeah, but who did?
The
This
haters.
is my thing. Who? Like 20 people? Like 20 people with a hashtag can get like a news story going now. And I just
his son is on this space and
there's
his
no
chair.
problem. Like the amount of times somebody tells a joke and they'll say that there's a controversy at a comedy club. That's funny is they'll show the clip on the news and like you hear the crowd laughing. So the comic is basically guilty of telling a joke that worked.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then if you put it on the news, yeah, it's going to be a completely different context. But I mean, I don't go on stage and worry about what people are thinking. Right. It's a really weird time where people are just bringing this up all the time like this is a major problem. I'm not experiencing it. I think it's like a half a dozen stories. And like usual, they're trying to act like, you know, the sky is falling. It isn't. It's a fun time. Come out to a comedy club. You know, you'll have a good time.
That's the end of that. Now, thank you. By the way, shout out Nick for being an awesome producer. He's doing the job of like a full control room at a news station by himself. Just hands applause for Nick. But what Burr is saying there is, first of all, hey, Bill Maher, don't fuck with the ticket sales. People are going to think it's like a hostile environment to come to a comedy club. It's a comedy club. It's jokes. Obviously, a guy on stage and an audience primed to laugh at whatever that person is saying is going to laugh, right? But write those words down and put them in a news article from CNN, and it's going to sound, oh my God, this person said this. This is their core belief system. Of course, people are overreacting. And also not to mention the psychological difference between reading something and watching something in context, which brings me to, I think I did put this in the chat, but I don't need to show like Bill Maher on Gaza. Like, I mean, not Bill Maher, Bill Burr, sorry. Bill Maher to Bill Burr. Bill Burr to Bill Maher. God, there's so many Bills in comedy. But he's invited onto Bill Maher's current podcast, which who knows what its name is and who cares. But he's basically just he's invited on this podcast years after that first clip that I just showed where he's mocking Bill to his face, where he's saying it's not a big problem. It's just a couple people get mad. It's their job to write a news story about it. They do whatever. It's a cycle on Twitter for a couple days, which is a website. Like, why does this matter so much? People in real life are walking into a comedy club, sitting down, having a drink, having nachos, having fun. This is not a real problem. And the fact that you're trying to make it a problem is actually disincentivizing people from coming to a show. Anyways, another one of these podcasts that I watched a lot is The Bonfire, which is, I'll just show you the image here. I gotta share my screen here. Oh, what did I do? I fucked up. My bad. Anyways, I just wanted to show this. This podcast is called Legion of Skanks. All right, I'll repeat that name. It's called Legion of Skanks. Expect it to be messy and dirty and foul. I'm not even going to show this clip. I'm just going to oh God, okay. I'm just going to because they're in the comedy club, The Stand in New York, which I've been to. It's very fun. I've actually seen Big J Ogerson there. He's the guy. Let me just show. He's the guy. I love switching between these views. I know it's nauseating. This is Big J Ogerson. This is Dave Smith, who you may have seen pop up on Piers Morgan and some news podcasts and shows and stuff. He's a libertarian. This is Louis J. Gomez, who, from what I understand of his history, was a guy like on the street saying, "Hey, come to this comedy show," and befriended these comedians, and they all made a show together. And this is their guest. They do the show out of the Stand in New York. Fun comedy club. Definitely go if you ever visit New York. It's vile. It's messy. Big J is the funniest. He's actually a good comedian. Dave Smith is a libertarian. He's the guy who like goes on stage and makes like a racist joke and then is like, "Hey, let me explain to you how that's actually based in reality because of phrenology." And Louis J is not that funny. I've seen them all do stand up. They are ridiculous, but Dave Smith out of this podcast, because he didn't have much of a career before all this like punditry that he's been doing. He actually did debate Sam Cedar once, which I encourage you to watch that debate. It's very long, but it's very funny. I also watched him talk to Ari Shafir, who I showed earlier, for like 2 hours, just explaining his political philosophy and trying to get a wrangle on it. Like he say, libertarians are so weird. They have like what sound like good ideas, but then the road to get to them is just littered with like civil rights abuses and like fucking over poor people and minorities and crazy shit. Like Sam Cedar says, the road to utopia, there's many roads. I'd rather the socialist road, because the things that we get materially, the off ramps that we get are more beneficial to us now than whenever utopia happens. That's my political philosophy as well. But this clip happened actually. This next clip from Twitter is Dave Smith, posted by Crystal Ball, actually backtracking and learning, maybe a little bit. Cross your fingers. But let's play the clip.
That the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to
this
war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And we've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack
he is
that
a
wouldn't
true
really hurt
libertarian
anybody, that
who
wouldn't really lead to a
isn't
war, which Iran has done
isolationist,
over and over again.
which can come in
Now we
handily
push them to the
in
point
coalitions.
where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some like not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi.
That's
of course,
crazy.
Congress will
I
never
haven't
do
heard
it because
that.
they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one
But
thing they support. This is like the
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the
That's crazy.
absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I know I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that. You got a majority support for deportation.
That's that clip. Thank you, Nick. Again, the main producer for all of this space. I like Dave Smith spitting facts. Spitting facts. Looney Tunes, you're crazy. He's spitting facts. Like he should. Oh, I wanted to chat on screen. Whatever. We got chat now. Dave Smith saying, "Hey, I was wrong." And so many conservatives won't do that. They see it as weakness. I'm sure he's going to get a lot of flack from his side for doing that. But it maybe, a pivot towards left. I don't know, horseshoe theory, but that's good coming from him. And considering that during like, I don't know if you remember, like the week in between the actual election day and when they called it for Biden in 2020, they were like storming state houses and stuff. I was watching Leisure to Skanks at that time. There's a picture in one of the state houses of like, angry right-wing protesters, and one of them's wearing a shirt from Dave Smith's podcast. And like, that's if that guy hears that is still listening to Dave Smith and is like, oh shit, like this is a bridge too far, like this is crazy, this is against the stuff that Dave Smith actually believes, you got to give him that he actually believes these things, that he's not just in it for the grift, I at least so far. Speaking of grabbing water real quick, no problem. Speaking of like Legion of Skanks and that verse, because it is a verse, there are crazy like lore and all this stuff. What like I said, one of the podcasts I listened to a lot was The Bonfire, which had Big J Okerson, the big guy. Let me see, add to stage. This dude and Dan Soder, who if Nick is there, the short clip, the YouTube short clip, the Dan Soder one. Yeah. That he was the co-host.
Diddy goes free.
And
I really think there's a chance that Trump.
He left Bonfire to have his own podcast. I'm sorry. Can you pause that? And we'll start over. But he left Bonfire to start his own podcast. It wasn't anything like, they're still friends and everything, but I think he's just didn't want to be as much part of that world anymore. And just is interviewing friends on the couch. And judging by clips like this, I can see why he might want to distance himself, especially from like Dave Smith and some of the more crazy stuff that they get up to on Legion of Skanks.
I think there's a chance Diddy goes free. I really think there's a chance that Trump just turns around and goes like, yeah, he's free. And everyone's like,
no, man, he just pardoned Larry Hoover.
I know. He's pardoning everybody.
He pardoned NBA YoungBoy.
Yeah. Like, listen, he's also getting cred.
If he can pardons, what's my man, Charles Manson?
That's, honestly, started letting out some people that you're like, whoa, don't put him on the street. And he's like,
yeah, I think the dude who did the Chainsaw Massacre still alive. He's like, yo, I'm letting all villains out.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm putting together a group of mass shooters, white guys that can't make eye contact. That's the new Delta Force. White guys that haven't gotten pussy that wanted to shoot up a mall, and then they're just like, that's the scene where they're always in the helicopter with the red.
So yeah, like Dan's just kind of likes to shoot the shit kind of guy, and doesn't subscribe to this like whole Trumpy verse. He's also been coming out with some clips about like Rogan and how, there's a lot of Rogan bootlickers, whenever he'll post elk meat, there's just a bunch of comedians in the comments like, oh my God, great meat, man. Libertarians looking at GOP like not enough austerity. Absolutely, always. And that's the thing, is like someone like Dave Smith will have some good ideas like, oh, that makes sense, that's reasonable, that's a reasonable goal, but the way to get there is like austerity instead of give people money, take money from corporations, take money from billionaires. Their solution is always, no, give more money, more control to billionaires and CEOs, even though, again, it's so confusing, their ideology. So this whole first half of the show has been about like Joe Rogan and the sphere of influence and how it's kind of cracking. There's been clips not just from like Dan Soder and some of these other guys, but other comedians talking about how the mothership in Texas, which is Joe Rogan's comedy club, is not a great club. And a lot of open micers or just younger comedians, road comics don't like going there because it is this weird culture of like anti-woke stuff, like bigotry, like racism and shit. They much prefer another club nearby in Austin. Like, I think Joe Rogan's time, I'm surprised he's not press secretary. I'm surprised any comedian aren't in the administration right now, considering how they'll just like pluck people from Fox News. You got Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, was on the road rules or something. I'm sure that's why. Oh, road rules? That's transportation secretary. Like, you got Linda McMahon doing what, education, because she's a woman. Or I don't even remember, but she's in there somewhere, Linda McMahon. I'm surprised these comics have so much influence. Like Theo Vaughn is what I didn't even think was that popular. Like, I like him, he was funny, but his podcast really just took off. Maybe it's the accent. Maybe he comes, because of the Southern accent, he comes off more of an everyman than Joe Rogan did. Because Joe Rogan's been rich for too long. Whereas I think, and that can really mess with your brain, just being rich for too long. Theo Vaughn and Kyle Kalinske reported on this. I had to Google who he was. Yeah, Theo Vaughn, like, he goes back and forth too. Like, he's had Bernie on, he has had like Trump, JD Vance the other week. Like, it, and I think that's what Kalinske was talking about. I watched that video too. Like, he's just swayed by whoever's in front of him. I remember Rogan years ago said, he was talking to somebody and he said, like, I used to believe in conspiracy theories, but then I got a show on Sci-Fi Network where I went and hung out with guys who hunted Bigfoot and look for UFOs and Loch Ness Monster and that kind of stuff and ghosts and whatnot. And that he just came away with it being like, I realize a lot of these things are just guys wanting to get away for the weekend and just needing a break from like routine life and wanting to hang out with the boys and have fun. And so he was done with conspiracies. And then over time, more and more and more, Alex Jones is on, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, the Lunatics came out to play, and they just infiltrated this space and are just hanging out with these guys. Because I think a lot of these guys, especially like people like Tom Segura, well, more like Bert Kreischer, don't really know who these people are. They're just like, oh, you're Joe Rogan's friend? Oh, come here, let's take a picture, blah, blah, blah. A lot of them don't really know. And then when they get backlash, which is usually, harsh backlash from, how people can be on Twitter and social media, they are taken aback and they go, oh my God, I'm getting attacked by these crazy lefties just for hanging out with this, taking a picture with this person. And we had a good time at this baseball game. Why am I getting this much hate? These people must be crazy. And they're just trying to warn you. Now, again, people can be crazy online. So you understand, but it is a terrible sign of our time. Like going back to that Jon Stewart interview with Maddow, like his whole point was like he kept getting interviews with CNN, Fox. Like he talked to O'Reilly, he talked to Chris Wallace, he talked to I forget who's. Well, he was on CNN famously with Tucker and Paul Begala when they had Crossfire, and basically got Carlson fired, which is hilarious. And Tucker Carlson's had a crazy arc too, because he was started at MSNBC, then went to CNN, then went to Fox, and now is just kind of in the wind, but it's almost scarier. Like, it was really nice not to see him trend almost every day, if not every week on Twitter, but like, it is, I'm like, what are you doing though? I know you didn't stop. Like, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? I saw he was on Steve Bannon recently, and he said a similar thing to what Dave Smith said, which was denouncing Trump for getting into this thing with Israel and Iran. Now, obviously, they're coming at it. Unlike Dave Smith, who I think Dave Smith, I'll give him that he genuinely is a human being and cares about human lives, I think, right? I'll give him that, right? At least. Whereas Tucker and like Steve Bannon, they're like, you know, oh, we can cull this population and cull this population, and they're genocidal maniacs. So they're coming at it from the perspective of like, fuck Israel, we hope they kill each other. But Tucker said something like, I'm sure you've seen this clip on other shows. He said something like, you know, we got Fox News is for dumb old people, basically, and that we should have less Jesse Waters and more Mark Levin. Now, knowing Jesse Waters, who started out as Bill O'Reilly's like bitch boy, basically, like doing man on the street interviews and stuff, kind of like my buddy Jason Scoop is doing now as a freelance, you know, open mic comedian, whatever, doing man on the street stuff, TikTok stuff. I get that. And that's content, and that's how you build your brand and shit. But like, Jesse Waters was that guy. And then going from that to being on the Five and being kind of the main guy after Eric Bolin got fired, then to getting his own show, and then having that, and which was on at like Saturdays late, and then having that show become a weekly nightly show, and then having that get the 8:00 spot after Tucker Carlson. I know that hurts him. Now, I've been following these motherfuckers' careers for years, bro. I'm telling you, I know a lot of shit. Like, I knew that Hannity and Ainsley Earhart were dating way before all y'all found out. Because the news is fun to watch. It was fun to watch. It just sucks now, man. But what we're talking about is comedians and how prolific it's been, that they just keep going right wing. Like Jim Brewer, which was devastating to me. I love Half Baked. I loved his comedy show, like his stand-up. I used to watch that with my dad and get a big laugh. Like, that was heartbreaking. And that came from a healthcare issue. His wife was very sick. One of the doctors basically was like, she's not gonna make it. They went to some other doctor, got a second opinion. He said, you know, there's this chance. They did the thing. She's healthy again. But then he attributes that to God. So it goes super like religious, right? And that's from his upbringing. And then it's also the fact that like he had to go get a second opinion. And if he had listened to the first doctor, his wife would be gone. So now he's thinking about alternative medicine. And here comes RFK with this message. And that's why the whole anti-vaccine arc. Like Dave Chappelle, again, talking about Half Baked, like the anti-trans stuff. I think Chappelle came from a place of like, no one could touch me. I was a king of the world. I chose to leave my show because I was getting fucked by the network. They tried to spin it out as I was going crazy, right? And then like he's running away to Africa because he lost his mind. And then he came back and he was like, no, people sided with him against the network, right? He's a hero. He got a hero complex. Like Ethan Klein, like Joe Rogan with Carlos Mencia. I'm tying it all in. Uh, gets this hero arc, thinks he can do no wrong, spitting these facts, this truth, this comedic truth. They all herald people like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Richard Pryor. And the brave thing they were doing is speaking to an audience who didn't agree with them. Bill Hicks would go to the South and do this like liberal, like socialist, communist comedy at these people and get them to laugh at it, because he made them realize through laughing, oh shit, this kind of is true. My boss is fucking me. Dude, I listened to Bill Burr's podcast for over a decade. The amount of times that he is talking about, dude, I remember this one story that he repeats a lot. That's why I remember it. He's working at a restaurant, right, as a busboy. People keep quitting the restaurant, right? The maitre d', the waiter, is it the maitre d', the waiter, the host, and the waiters, and the more of the kitchen staff. The boss is giving him these responsibilities, but not increasing his pay, and then eventually the restaurant closes because he can't do it all. Now, I don't remember actually if the restaurant closes or he just left and worked at a better place, but this is like Bill Burr is a guy who's been working restaurants. He's been working like warehouses, moving boxes around. That's why he became a stand-up comedian, because you can make the guys laugh in the break room. Like, he's a working class dude, man, and he has not let go of those roots. I mean, him going on Conan on national TV and being like Frilly Ouija, and these saying, I mean, again, he's been saying these things on his podcast for as long as I've been listening. Like, screw the bankers and the executives, like they should be hung in the street where the people can see them. That's from Dark Knight Rises with Bane. But like he's had that rhetoric, so people now realizing that, and I think Hassan has been great in like highlighting the Monday morning podcast, and Bill Burr's like frequent like socialist rhetoric without even knowing what political affiliation what he's saying is aligning with. You know what I mean? He also was vocal in, well, here's where it gets a little tricky, because like his audience, Bill Burr's audience, comes from like Opie and Anthony, and who, if they have a problematic history, and like Howard Stern and Dave Chappelle's show, and going on the radio and chit-chatting with like Patrice O'Neill. He still does a benefit for the late great comedian Patrice O'Neill. I've been to it twice now, where he does a great comedy show with many awesome comedians, and they raise money for Patrice's family who he left behind. Like, he has the spirit of like wanting to give back. I've heard countless times on his podcast looking for good charities to donate to, people that he knows he can confirm actually get to stuff to the people who need it, like trying to fund teachers in Los Angeles, because people, teachers have to buy their own supplies. It's nuts. Trying to find an organization for that. Like, Burr is one of them real ones. And I think this next guy that I want to show the clip of is also a real one. Shane Gillis, who is also part of this world. We don't have to bring the clip up yet. I want to talk a little bit about Shane Gillis. If you don't know who he is, in 2018 or 19, he was cast to be on SNL as a new player. And there was a controversy that this comedy writer in New York wrote about, like, oh, he's problematic, he shouldn't get this chance. And they used a clip from his podcast where him and his buddy Matt were talking about like Chinatown and just joking that there's a lot of Chinese people in Chinatown. Now, again, with anything, I recommend do your own research. Go look at the clip. That's what I did. I saw a headline, Shane Gillis cast in SNL, then removed, and this controversy. So I went and looked at the podcast, found the original podcast, watched the whole segment. It was a passing joke. Yeah. Is it racist? It's low hanging fruit, whatever. It's stupid comedy. He's trying to make his friend laugh. Like, what's the intent behind it? Is he trying to push that Chinese people are scary and there's too many of them? And no, it's literally just trying to make his friend laugh. So he had this whole arc with like he was hired then unhired. I had watched an Ari Shaffir podcast that talks about cancel culture. It's like 4 hours long, but it's 4 comedians, including Ari, him, Shane Gillis, Corinne Fisher, and something. It's a redheaded guy who was on the show The League. I forget, but they all talk about their stories about cancel culture, and it's a really good podcast, and I encourage you to check that out. But Shane Gillis went on to make a web series of like sketches. He went viral. A lot of the right wing pushed him as this like right wing comedian and blah blah blah, and he got a lot of fans and people coming to his shows because of that and popularity because of that. But his comedy doesn't lean into that. It doesn't. He's not right wing. Like, he's from like a tiny town in rural Pennsylvania, so it's in his blood, and he acknowledges that in his comedy, that like all his family is right wing and they make fun of him for all kinds of reasons. And you know, he definitely has those like tendencies in him, and I think a lot of us do. I certainly do, but it's not so much like I'm a racist bigot. It's more like, I don't want to be told what I can and can't say. Like, don't, like, shut up. Like, I'm making a joke. What's the intent behind it? That's what Bill Burr was saying in that Bill Maher clip earlier. Like, we're telling jokes. It's a comedy club. The environment is, you're coming into this understanding that we're trying to make you laugh. And I think people lost that mindset. People think comedians are these truth tellers because they remember George Carlin and Pryor and stuff. But their main intent was to get you to laugh initially. And when Bill Burr has told this story on his podcast, he went to see a George Carlin show, and it was during the end of his career, and it was terrible because it wasn't comedy anymore. It was just Carlin kind of just ranting at the audience. Now, we understand why. He realized, holy crap, I have this big audience that listens to me. I got to get this message out. Like, these corporations are fucking you, Jesus Christ. But anyways, I want to show this clip of Shane Gillis talking to Andrew Schultz. And Andrew Schultz is a comedian. I have a weird history because I was actually friends with his younger brother growing up. Casual friends, and one of my neighbors went to school with him, and so we were all friends together. And like, I've met him. He was the guy who allowed me to see my first episode of South Park. Andrew Schultz. Like, we're at, me and his brother were hanging out. We went to his house to have dinner. They said they were going to watch South Park, and I was like, yes, finally, because I've been wanting to watch it, but my parents wouldn't let me. And my mom was calling. I was like, oh no, my mom's calling. She's going to tell me to come home or that I can't watch South Park. And he was like, give me the phone. I was like, what? He said, give me the phone. And he took the phone and he lowered his voice and he pretended to be his own father and talked to my mom. And it was like, yes, no, we're just going to have dinner. We're not going to watch any TV. No, he's not going to watch South Park. Don't worry about it. Okay. And then we were able to watch South Park, and I'll never forget, it's the planetarium episode. I'll always, always, always appreciate him for letting me do that. But of late, he's been falling into this right-wing pipeline. Because I think he's getting money from it. Now, he had a show with Charlemagne. That same friend used to take photos of the show, and then I think it's called Useful Idiots, and was fired because he was asking to get paid. So that was kind of shitty. But has been on this arc of just like got part of Rogan world and is just keeping the money train going. Had Trump on his fucking podcast. Like, that's insane, dude, that Trump went on this guy's podcast. This guy. Anyways, I just want to show a little bit of this clip. It's just Shane Gillis making fun of Andrew Schultz.
Reframe it.
Yeah, turn it up a little bit.
Okay. Anyway, so more that was good. Some more questions. Some more questions about our costume. It was good. It was good.
You really got
I know the under the skin. No, but it was a good.
No way.
So Shane was on Flagrant again recently, and I noticed the
is
same
from the
weird,
Good Rant.
almost competitive energy between these two as the first previous visits on Flagrant. Now, I don't think they dislike each other. I think they most likely enjoy each other's company, but if you look at some of the awkward interactions between them, it feels almost like unwilling rivals. And I mostly get this energy from Schultz, not so much Shane.
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving us the energy for the question we didn't ask.
Good
No, I'm excited about it.
Yeah. Excited
What's
about
your
it.
problem, dude?
Excited
You had a
about
bad attitude
SNL?
when I called you
Excited
today.
about
You were grumpy when I
Yeah,
called
I
you.
did have a bad attitude.
Why were you being grumpy?
Because you faked the whole I don't know what's going on thing, and I didn't
didn't.
like. Oh, you did. You called me the day of the pod. You're like,
I
oh
said,
yeah, we
"Oh,
had that
shit."
today.
I said, oh, shit, are we doing the pod today?
How often do you call me?
And I wanted to call you. I wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, right before the pod.
Yeah, I wanted to say,
You
oh,
were
shit.
being fake.
What are you
That's why I was
talking about?
frustrated. Come
What
on,
is
man.
this?
Come on, man.
This is how we got it.
All right, you can pause the clip. But like, this is the energy that Schultz has for another comedian, like the guy is saying in the clip, and I recommend you watch it. It's called the good rant, I believe. Let me see, actually. Yeah, the good rant. It's a good breakdown of the dynamic here because the other guys here in this show are like regulars and they work for Andrew, so they never push back. But other comedians who are doing as well or better, they will push back. And he immediately like, oh, I forgot that you're Shane Gillis and that I can't talk to you like I talk to these other guys, and is trying to like play it off, you know. Shane has the right wing energy I was talking about is like the bully energy. Like I have that, like I want to bully like Nazis, you know what I mean? Like, so, and he has that for sure. Like he's making fun of Andrew in this clip. And, it's illustrative of the fact that like there are a lot of comedians who don't fuck with this like whole right wing movement of and try to like co-option of comedy for their own gain. Like Tony Hinchcliffe got a lot of shit for going to the Madison Square Garden and hosting the Madison Square Garden rally in the comedy community. Tom Segura has been slowly but surely distancing himself from Joe Rogan. And I think Bert Kreischer as well. I'm not sure. And I don't even really watch their stuff that much anymore, but like just seeing what they've been posting and the recommendeds I get in my YouTube, like it's a lot more focused on them and less collaborative with Joe in recent months to years, and especially Tom Segura. And I think they've just realized like either Joe's lost, like he's in fantasy land, or the money's just too much that he's like, I'm just gonna keep doing this. And they're like, I can't, like, I don't agree with this. I can't do it. Or some of these, I'm getting like death threats. Like, I mean, death threats is a huge part of all this. Bill Burr gets a lot of death threats. His wife, especially the lovely Nia, who has been on the podcast before. It's always a pleasure when she decides to pop on with him, because literally Bill Burr records his podcast like in his living room by himself most of the time. So she'll be like walking through the house and be like, "Hey, Nia, want to come join me on the podcast?" And she's great, and she's brought up the fact that like a lot of his fans were like super racist towards her, and he would kind of like, I literally heard this argument on the pod, like he'd kind of try to be like, hey, you know, it's not everybody from that, you know, Opie and Anthony show, like, hey, come on, you know. And And she's like, well, it's mainly them, and I'd appreciate it if like they stopped. And I think like I haven't listened to his podcast on the regular in a while, but since like 2020, since the pandemic, since I had nowhere to go. But he has been steadily getting, I think, more and more so in terms of like even just seeing clips of him pop up and go viral, more and more lefty as he's gotten older and as he's had children in recent years, because like he's seeing the state of the world. He's like, God damn, dude, we got to get rid of this fashion. Like, are you kidding me? My mixed race kids are going to be like, holy shit, like I'm mixed race. I've never thought about, and look, I understand my skin color, okay? But I usually get mistaken for like Puerto Rican or Middle Eastern or whatever. But I've just started thinking about in recent days, like I might get stopped by ICE and they just might not believe my ID and just arrest me. Like I've never thought about that in my life. And it's terrifying. And I'm sure terrifying for Burr, and I'm sure it's heartbreaking for him, cutting off friendships. I know of some comedians that he's distanced himself from. And like I said, I was saying earlier, like he works, or at least a lot of his earlier productions, like a lot of his Netflix specials and his show Efforts for Families, produced by Vince Vaughn's production studio. And Vince Vaughn, I think, is a MAGA guy, but they're at least, I don't know if they still work together or if Vince Vaughn has gone more MAGA. I have no idea. But they were at least cordial enough to be able to work together and be friendly. But the divide that's happening, and especially has been pushed through like this comedy space, is really pulling people apart. Because now, like, I have a friend who still listens to my friends, listen to Joe Rogan on the regular, and they just think he's funny. You know, he's a funny guy joking around with comedians, and that is mostly what he does. But it has been getting less and less comedy focused and more political focused, and they've both stopped listening, or at least tapered off, because I don't want to listen to that guest. You know, the thing about Rogan was that he was an all right interviewer, and he did kind of represent an everyman for a lot of people. I know Hassan has talked about his history of being a Rogan fan and whatnot. But it just the fact that some of these guys are willing to, now Theo Vaughn, I just don't think like understands. And I really don't think he understands like how influential he is. And I think if he realized the connective tissue between the people he's having on and the policies that get put into place and these ICE protests, like he was crying about these ICE protests. He was crying about Gaza, but he doesn't realize that he's just had on the vice president, and the vice president is laundering shit through his program. Like sometimes if you watch these podcasts, like I've watched Ben Shapiro, I've watched Candace Owens on Rogan, and like they are talking to the audience. They're not talking to Rogan, and they are getting their messages across enough. And people just shouldn't be listening to comedians like this, man. They tell dick and fart jokes, dude. Like go to a comedy club. Go to comedy clubs. Maybe that's the ultimate expression of this episode is go to comedy clubs. It is a good time. Like Burr said, it is fun. Support your local comedy clubs, man. These people need tips. These comics need fans. You know, you have a good time. This is a lot of fun to be had at a comedy show. But folks, that is the end of my hour, and I just wanted to say thank you so much again for putting me on this space, for being a part of this space. We have 43 concurrent viewers. We are basically the same as we were last week, if not more. This is a great second week. To not have a drop off, like we are cruising, baby. week 2 of this space, man. I'm going to be on Dieter Bing Business tomorrow. Check out his stuff. Watch all his episodes. They are really good. They are really informative. I'm going to get to watching and learning. We got A Difficult Truth up next. Carlos, my man. And again, one more shout out for Nick, the producer. I'm sorry I wasn't able to hang out with Chad as much this episode, but I got a lot to talk about of comedians, and I got a shotgun of information to come at you every week at 6 o'clock on Tuesdays. Folks, take care. Watch this space.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We throw by each other like ghosts every day. They good to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to cruise through.
Welcome, folks. I hope everyone's doing well. Excellent show from Devil's Advocates Production. Alex, thank you so much for that. That was a pretty freaking fantastic show. And thank you to all the folks who are making this happen at this space. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Appreciate it. BCat, George Waters, Alex, Etch, Matt from the Letterhack. Thank you all for being here. Albert, just saying hello. Looney Tunes, making sure I got everybody. Jet, how's everyone doing? Kirkenstein's Monster, Soul Life. Thank you, appreciate it. Stay safe out there, Soul Life. Stay safe. FG, how's it going? Pinkerbell. How's it going, everyone? Good to see you, Jam Tomb. Folks, if you don't know who I am, I'm A Difficult Truth. I do the news. I do the politics. Normally, I'm around on Twitch. That's what I do. All right, folks, let's get started. What if I just do this? All right. Flow Snake. The day just got cool enough for me to watch YouTube. Nice. Guys, if you want to support what we do here, make sure you spread the word far and wide. We're here Tuesdays, Thursdays. Wait, I think I missed a day. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. With an action-packed lineup. Okay? So tune in, folks. We start today with some incredibly disturbing video. Yet another another elected official has been arrested. In this case, it was the New York City Comptroller, who is also a mayoral candidate, has been arrested for essentially stopping ICE because they were trying to take a supposed undocumented immigrant, and he was asking them for a warrant, which is a valid and legal question, by the way. You can't just pick up people out of the streets without a actual arrest warrant, not an administrative warrant, a judicial warrant. Of course, later on, he was consequently released, so that's good. But this is the kind of stuff that we're seeing more and more often, and it is pretty unsettling, to say the least. We are not descending into fascism, folks. We are living fascism. True. Polygraph lie detector, welcome.
Do you have a judicial warrant?
So as you can hear him in the background, he's saying, "Do you have a judicial warrant?" Which is a warrant specifically signed, by a judge. Which you need that in order to arrest somebody, or search. You need to have a warrant signed by a judge. An administrative warrant is not that. So please, folks, be aware of the difference. Because ICE may try to shake a piece of paper that says administrative warrant versus, and that's not it. That's not it.
Can I see the judicial warrant? Can I see the warrant? I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where?
And the fact that like ICE feels like they don't actually have to show a warrant is pretty like disturbing in and of itself, right? Like they feel like they can just scoop up people and not show the proper paperwork to be able to legally do that, and they feel like they can just do that because there's going to be no consequences. Most of these people are covered up. I mean, this is pretty disturbing. My dogs are goth. Welcome. Seth Evans. Predictable as it is pathetic. Yep.
Is it? Where is the warrant? Under my hand here. You're obstructing. You're obstructing. I would like to see the warrant.
You know, you live in a police state when armed agents of the state, of effectively like the secret police now, I guess they're operating as some kind of Gestapo-ish kind of force here. They feel like they don't have to show papers. They are actively just scooping people up and waiting for them at immigration centers, waiting for them at courtrooms, while they're trying to do the proper steps, right? So you can tell that this is not about illegal immigration or anything like that. They just want to scoop people up and deport them. It is madness.
Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Step back. You don't have authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir.
Again, just to be clear, he's 100% correct. They do not have authority to arrest U.S. citizens. So they have to actually present that warrant.
Don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
Not to mention, this is a U.S. citizen. This is an elected official.
You don't have to. I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant. Stay back, please. Stay back. Stay back. No, ma'am. For your own safety. For your own safety.
I can't believe you're arresting. Where are you taking him? Hello? Hi,
You have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Where are you taking him?
Just out here arresting the most modest and civil of opposition leaders. Yep. That's assault and kidnapping. Yep.
And with what authority?
Why are you arresting?
And with what authority?
And where are you taking him?
Step back, please. Number one is going to go with him, all right? Hang on, please, number one.
It is disgusting.
Hold on.
This is disgusting that this is our reality. Unfortunately, that's what we are dealing with. I believe last time, I don't know if it was here, but I believe last time we talked about Trump having to kind of pretending to backtrack on these deportations because they're affecting key industries like restaurants, construction, farm, things like that. And apparently that's not happening anymore. I'm terrified for my family on the reservation. I feel like if they're going to these extremes already, we're close to them just scooping us up. Unfortunately, that's a thing that's happened. Not very often, but there have been a couple of incidents. In fact, I'm pretty sure there was one indigenous person who was deported to Mexico, a country they've never been to. So I completely understand that. So to my understanding, there's been a couple of incidents, not many, but completely understandable. I know they've gone on the Navajo reservation. I'm talking about them coming and getting us all at once. Gotcha. I mean, it's a valid concern. It's a valid concern. They have deported natives, yes. Yeah. The president said we're going to look everywhere for immigration arrests, reversing last week's exemption. ICE gave to hotels, restaurants, and agricultural workers. I mean, like, there's only one way you're going to be able to meet these quotas, these Stephen Miller quotas, right? So the administration has reopened arrests of immigrant workers at hotels, restaurants, and the agricultural businesses, backtracking on the brief reprieve they got after President Trump said they were necessary, good, long-time workers whose job was almost impossible to replace. And here I thought good old Americans were going to get out there and do these jobs because, you know, the scary brown folks are taking these jobs. Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, said in a statement that there will be no safe spaces for industries who harbor violent criminals or purposely try to undermine ICE's efforts. So yeah, the violent criminals who work at, you know, the farm. They're deputizing white supremacists and giving them immunity. Trump is mad because ICE is effing up his bag with hotels and restaurants. Yeah, but it's still not enough for him to care. Worksite enforcement remains a cornerstone of immigration enforcement because, that's where you'll find all the criminals. Target illegal employment networks that undermine American workers, destabilize labor markets, and expose critical infrastructure to exploitation. Yeah, let me know when you have a line of American workers ready to fill these jobs. Ladybug, welcome. Has to colonize your mind. They displace the indigenous and then harass you all off the land. The announcement backpedals on Trump's statement last week on social media that changes are coming after farmers and hotel and leisure business employers had complained that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good time workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace. I mean, you could just replace them with, American workers, right? That's what I was told, right? I was told that a bunch of American workers were going to line up and take these jobs. Just 6 days ago, the Gestapo paused arrests at work sites in agriculture industries, including fisheries and meatpacking plants, restaurants, and hotels, according to internal policy memo obtained by NBC News. Effective today, hold on all worksite enforcement investigations and operations on agriculture, including the aquaculture and meatpacking plants, restaurants, and operating hotels, said the memo from Tatum King, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent in charge of the San Francisco field office. But by Tuesday morning, the White House was contradicting that position, saying anyone present in the United States illegally is at risk of deportation. The field memo that announced the pause had noted that it would be difficult for ICE to maintain a monthly arrest quota of 3,000 that the administration had directed field offices to achieve. So, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I said at the beginning. This is the only way that they're going to even get close to reaching 3,000 arrests a month. And this is why no one showed up to Trump's fake parade. Oh, look, a tiny violin for the Orange Hertz birthday parade. I got you. 1 second. I got you. There you go. Someone asked for a tiny violin. Got you. I'm lucky I'm white passing. I am ginger, so there's a privilege I have. When they look at me, they may take that when they hear what comes out of my mouth on stream, though. They're building concentration camps as we speak, so maybe they plan to keep some of us here, not send us all to El Salvador. It is scary. No, we got a couple. We got a couple of concentration camps here. Those ICE detention centers serve that purpose. It is scary. It is very scary. Saboteur was always a temporary measure to give them time to prepare. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if my memory serves me, the first concentration camps weren't in Germany. Like the first concentration camps under the Nazi rule, under the actual like Nazi regime, I don't think they were in Germany. They had concentration camps before the Nazis came into power that were shut down and then opened and then shut down. But once the Nazis came into power, I believe the first concentration camp under their regime was not in Germany. I may have that. Weren't the first camps for disabled people and gay people? I think the first people that went, honestly, the first thing that they did was the first thing that they did was actually go after the opposition, to make sure that there would be nobody, to protect or oppose what came next for the rest of different minority groups like disabled people and gay people and Jewish people. Correct. Germany started with deportations as well, which is why when they shifted to local camps, it was called the final solution. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the first thing they did was really go after the socialists. Because those were the people that were standing up and acting as opposition. Once the opposition is gone and they consolidated enough power, the rest that's all she wrote. As the poem goes, as the poem said, first they came for the socialists. Right, exactly, the opposition. Correct. Quote, we acknowledge that by taking this off the table, we're eliminating a significant number of potential targets. Asked about the change during a gaggle with reporters about aboard Air Force One on his return from the G7 summit, Trump said, we're going to look everywhere, but I think the biggest problem is the inner cities. He repeated the campaign rhetoric, blaming former President Biden, of course, saying that he let prisoners and gang members and drug dealers and mentally insane into the country. Of course, the kind of people that would take up jobs and show up to immigration hearings, Yeah. Trump said cities where the really bad ones are the murderers. Gotcha. We're going to get them out, and there are far more in the inner cities, Democrat-run cities, sadly, and I'm just giving you, there's far more in there than you have on a farm or someplace. Yeah, he just made that up. Okay. He just made that up. As a mouthy lefty queer native woman, I am humped no matter who they take next, so I plan to keep running my mouth and hoping my town don't let me take me when they come. Well, as long as we're able to run our mouths, we should, right? It is false. Yep. I mean, he just makes stuff up. Oh, I had something here. Hold on. Okay, got it. Folks, I don't know if you've seen this with all the stuff that's been happening. I know we're getting just bombarded with different kind of news left and right. But in between all of that, some things fall through. And I think this is kind of important to point out because it starts like this first because the VA is under control of the federal government. But make no mistake, if these people can go further, they will. New rules allow VA doctors to refuse to treat Democrats and unmarried veterans. How, you may ask? Well, doctors at the Department of Veteran Affairs, hospitals nationwide, could refuse, technically, to treat unmarried veterans and Democrats under hospital guidelines imposed following an executive order by Trump. The new rules obtained by The Guardian also apply to psychologists, dentists, and other hosts of other occupations. They have already gone into effect in at least some VA medical centers. The medical staff are still required to treat veterans regardless of race, religion, sex, and all veterans remain entitled to treatment, but individual workers are now free to decline to care for patients based on personal characteristics not explicitly prohibited by law. For example, political affiliation. Or, for example, I don't want to treat unmarried women. This is not explicitly prohibited because you're not discriminating because she's a woman. You would be discriminating because they're unmarried. It's absolutely heinous to refuse to treat a political rival and those that aren't married. Yep. So basically, they rewrote the rules to add these technical loopholes. So technically, a VA doctor, if you're a veteran, could be like, "Oh, what party are you from? Oh, you're a Democrat. Ooh, I don't treat Democrats. That's on a personal characteristic that I'm not comfortable with." Now, just to be clear, it doesn't mean that all VA doctors are going to do this. It's just that the federal government is allowing that should someone choose to, they could. The very first time a right-winger is denied service, this is getting reversed. Yeah, it could also work that way too. It could also work that way too. Language requiring healthcare professionals to care for veterans regardless of their politics and marital status has been explicitly eliminated. So that language protecting, veterans, regardless of politics or whatever, that language specifically has been eliminated. Doctors and other medical staff can also be barred from working at VA hospitals based on marital status, what does this have to do with anything? Political party affiliation or union activity. Documents reviewed by The Guardian show. So if you're a union person, you can be barred from working at the VA. The changes also affect chiropractors, certified nurse practitioners, optometrists, podiatrists, licensed clinical social workers, and speech therapists. They're allowing the bigotry that took Matt T Sheperd's life that caused Stonewall. This is the reason we still have pride parades. This is either going to end up with a lawsuit that completely F's the VA or forces them not to follow the executive order. Yeah, this is for vets, by the way. In making changes, the VA officials cite the president's January 30th executive order titled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. So, I mean, like, do we need a more explicit example of what this anti-trans, transphobic movement is about. The primary purpose of the executive order was to strip most government protections from transgender people, which, of course, inevitably, it's not going to be just about trans people. Everyone is going to be affected. When a group of people loses rights, everybody loses rights. Does that make sense? Because the goal with this is to deny trans veterans care, to deny queer veterans care, and this will take lives. Of course. That's the goal, but as we can see, it's not just going to affect trans people. It's going to affect everyone. Thank you, Polygraph. How would they figure out if you're a union person? If they hear anything, if they ask you, are you in a union, or maybe if you get ratted out. That makes sense. If we let them take one group's rights away, we'll be next. Yep. And just because like they say that they're targeting one specific group, it doesn't stop there. It never stops there. An ideology willing to take rights from a minority group will not stop there. It's just that this minority group happens to be the focal point and the easiest to attack in their eyes. As AFAB, don't protect me from my sisters. I need protection from my brothers first. I don't fear trans women. They've never hurt me. I fear straight white men. It's all part of their strategy to take all of our rights away so they can be free to do what they want while we're forced to bow down. Yep. The Constitution says people, not citizens, for this exact reason. Yep. The primary purpose of the executive order was to strip most government protections from transgender people. The VA has since ceased providing most gender-affirming care and forbidden a long list of words, including gender-affirming and transgender, from clinical settings. Medical experts said the implication of rules change uncovered by the Guardian could be far-reaching. They seem to be opening the door to discrimination on the basis of anything that is, quote, not legally protected, said Dr. Kenneth Kaiser, the VA's top health official during the Clinton administration. He said the changes open up the possibility that doctors could refuse to treat veterans based on reason for seeking care, including allegations of rape and sexual assault, or current or past political party affiliations or political activity, and personal behavior such as alcohol or marijuana use. Right, like, again, it doesn't mean that, like, VA doctors are going to start, like, en masse denying care, but they can, and the fact that the administration is taking this position is deeply disturbing. The Department of Veteran Affairs is the nation's largest integrated hospital system, with more than 170 hospitals and more than 1,000 clinics. It employs 26,000 doctors and serves 9 million patients annually. In an emailed response to questions, the VA Press Secretary Peter Kasparowicz did not dispute the new rules allow doctors to refuse to treat veteran patients based on the beliefs, or that physicians could be dismissed based on marital status or political affiliation. That's wild. Like, that is wild. Imagine being a doctor, okay? And imagine being a doctor and being called in and being like, hey, we saw that you posted, I don't know, pro-democratic propaganda. And unfortunately, since you are no longer protected, we're going to have to let you go. That's insane. That's insane. Or like, oh, I couldn't help but I couldn't help but notice that you're not married, and we're gonna have to let you go. Thank you, Bad Lefty. Appreciate you hanging out. I could tell my family who had VA service what was going on with Trump. It would have been too much, and in my opinion, wasn't fair to them at their stage in life. They would have flipped if they knew. Sorry, Polygraph. But he said all eligible veterans will always be welcome at the VA and will always receive the benefits and services they've earned under the law. He said the rule changes were nothing more than a formality, but confirmed that they were made to comply with Trump's executive order. Kasparian also said the revisions were necessary.
Might have gone out.
Oh.
Not sure if this is my end or...
Quick test, folks. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, we're good to go. Excellent. They know poor people join the military if you have no benefits. Why join? This could backfire. They don't have enough people to discourage people from joining like this. Yeah, I mean, like, but it's a technicality, right? Because technically, you are entitled to these benefits. It's just like it's a weird workaround, right? Because Batsworth also said the revisions were necessary to ensure VA policy comports with federal law. He didn't say which federal law or laws required these changes. Those views aren't relevant to caring for patients, so why would we put anyone at risk for losing care that way? Yep. So just to be clear, like, just as another, like, side note, if you are a doctor, regardless if you're working at the VA or at a public hospital or at a private hospital, or it doesn't matter. The point is, if you're a doctor, you are there to help people, okay? And if you can't help someone because of their political affiliation, because of their marital status, which is really bizarre. I guess that only makes sense if you're right wing. If you can't help somebody because of their political status, because of their marital status, because of their the gender, because of their sex, I mean, then don't be a doctor. You have no business being a doctor, being a nurse, being a healthcare professional. Like, just point blank, period. If you are a doctor and at any point that thought has crossed your mind, then perhaps being a doctor is not the profession for you. %, Polygraph. The house loan in colleges are huge for many low-income houses. This can literally be the only way to, quote, get ahead. They know it, and they keep it that way. Yep. Yeah, they give an oath to save lives. Correct. If you're a doctor, you choose to help people, all people. If you don't want to help people, then quit calling yourself a doctor. Yep. This is why it shouldn't be a profit-driven profession. Yep. It sounds like a backdoor way to deny unmarried women birth control, like in my mom's generation. Yep. Because like again, this the fact that they like specifically like mentioned like your marital status is kind of bizarre, but it only makes sense from the framing, from the perspective of like this right wing tradcon perspective. Be safe, Kirkenstein's monster. American fascism has arrived. Yep, in some parts of the world, they'd have made you wrestle with that bear. Many years later, you'd have beaten Conor McGregor in the octagon. Similarly, the bylaw, until recent changes, VA hospitals' bylaws said that medical staff could not discriminate against patients on the basis of race, age, color, sex, religion, national origin, politics, marital status, or disability in any employment matter. Now, several of those items, including national origin, politics, and marital status, have been removed from that list. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're, you can be discriminated against if you're not from the correct national origin. Similarly, the bylaw on decisions regarding medical staff membership no longer forbids VA hospitals from discriminating against candidates for staff positions based on national origin, red flag, sexual orientation, red flag, marital status, and membership in a labor organization or lawful political party affiliation. So, yeah, I mean, like, if you're applying for a job at a VA hospital and they just happen to ask you if you're, like, a union person or have ever joined the union and you say yes, they could be like, nah. If they find out that you're from, I don't know, Central America, like Guatemala or Honduras, they can be like, nah. Since these bylaws have been revised, I guess they could technically ask you. They could technically ask you what country you're from. Kristina, welcome. This rule change is absolutely going to pinball up through the court system. I certainly friggin' hope so. It seems it's it seems on its face an effort to exert political control over the VA medical staff. What we typically tell people in healthcare is you keep your politics at home and take care of your patients. Kaplan said the rules open the door for doctors questioning patients about whether they attended a Trump rally or declined to provide health care to a veteran because they wore a button critical of J.D. Vance or voiced support for gay rights. Those views aren't relevant to caring for patients, so why would we put anyone at risk for losing care that way? During the 2024 presidential campaign and throughout early months of his second term, Trump repeatedly made threats against a host of people whom he saw as political antagonists, including senators, judges, and then President Biden. He called journalists and Democrats the enemy within. In interviews, veterans said the impact of the new policy would probably fall hardest on female veterans, LGBTQ+ veterans, and those who live in rural areas where there are fewer doctors overall. I'm lucky I have my choice of 3 clinics, said Tia Christopher, a Navy veteran who reported being raped in service in 2000. Based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Christopher advocates on behalf of military sexual trauma survivors throughout the country. Under the new policy, some may have to register at a hospital in another region and travel more than 100 miles to see a doctor. It could have huge ripple effects. As concerned as they were about new policies themselves, medical experts were equally worried about the way they came about. Sources at multiple VA hospitals speaking on condition of anonymity because of fear of retaliation, which is wild, but okay, told The Guardian that the rule change were imposed without consultation of the system's doctors, a characterization the VA's capacities did not dispute. Such a move could run counter to standards established by the Joint Commission, a nonprofit organization that accredits hospitals. Kasparian said the agency worked with the Joint Commission to ensure these changes would have no impact on the VA's accreditation. At its annual convention in Chicago, the American Medical Association, 733-member policymaking body, passed a resolution reaffirming its commitment to medical staff self-governance and urges all healthcare institutions, including the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, to ensure that any amendments to medical staff bylaws are subject to approval by medical staff in accordance with the Joint Commission standards. These changes are a part of a larger attack on the independence of medicine and science by the Trump administration, Kaplan said, which included restrictions and cuts to the NIH and CDC, where the Secretary of the Department of the DHS, Ralph Kennedy, last week fired every member of a key panel that advises the government on vaccines. Cool. The Guardian has earlier reported that on a VA edict forbidding agency researchers from publishing in scientific journals without clearance in the agencies of political appointees. So, yeah. So what I just heard is that there was a coup at the VA. Basically, the marriage status criteria is extraordinarily cruel. They're trying to enshrine the patriarchy into law. Many of our own mothers could not own land, get credit lines in their lifetime. So after the assassination attempt that happened to the Minnesota state lawmakers, there was a meeting to assess the security of, well, lawmakers in general. Threats to lawmakers are on the rise, security officials tell senators after the Minnesota shootings. Threats to members of Congress are on the rise, security officials told senators on Tuesday in an emergency briefing in the wake of the killing of Minnesota state lawmakers in her home over the weekend. U.S. Capitol Police leaders and Senate security officials say the threats against elected officials, including federal lawmakers, have dramatically increased. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said that after the briefing, then that means we need more protection. Or maybe we need to address also the radicalization that is leading people to do these actions, including the Republican Party. The suspect in the Minnesota attack had dozens of Democratic members of Congress listed in the writings, in addition to the state lawmakers and others he's accused of targeting. The man is accused of shooting and killing former Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home early Saturday in North Minneapolis suburbs, and wounding another lawmaker and his wife at home. The shooting renewed fears and stoked existing partisan tensions over the security of federal lawmakers when they are in Washington, and especially when they are at home. Credible threats to members of Congress have more than doubled in the last decade, which kind of tracks because the last decade is literally 2015, when this whole rise of the far right started. Maybe the solution is to improve everyone's material living conditions so they don't feel like murdering people in power. Extra security is like putting a band-aid for a booster on a gash. Yep. Heat, how's it going? Still, it is unclear what more can be done amidst the years-long disagreements over how much money should be spent to protect lawmakers. GOP Senator John Cornyn said after the briefing that they were told that threats against public officials are going up, but it's always a resource issue, and they're trying to make sure that it's proportional to the threat and not an overreaction. Or maybe, again, address the root causes of the issue, right? Amongst the point that the chat made about improving material conditions, which incidentally probably helped the rise of this far-right ideology. We also have to address that. The U.S. Capitol's Threat Assessment section investigated 9,474 concerning statements and direct threats against members of Congress last year, the highest number since 2021, the year that the Capitol was, attacked, the insurrection. after he tried to overturn the presidential election in 2020. After the presidential election defeat to Democrat Joe Biden. Those numbers ticked down in 2022, but have risen again in the last 2 years, according to an annual threat assessment that the department released earlier. In 2017, there was 3,939 investigated threats. These numbers are a troubling tally of an era that has been marked by a string of violent attacks against lawmakers and families. Overwhelmingly, I think the violence has mostly been from right-wing extremists. In 2011, Democratic Representative Gabby Giffords was shot and wounded at an event in her Arizona district. In 2017, Steve Scalise and other threes were shot and wounded at that congressional baseball game. In 2022, House Speaker Pelosi and her husband, Paul Pelosi, was attacked by a man who broke into their home. In 2024, two men separately tried to assassinate Trump during his Republican presidential campaign. All four survived, some with serious injuries, but those attacks, among many others, many close calls to members of both political parties, have rattled lawmakers and raised questions about whether they have enough security and whether they can truly be safe in their jobs. Or maybe, again, probably address the root of the issue. I just see so clearly that this current state of play is not sustainable, said Minnesota Democratic Senator Tina Smith, a friend of Hortman's who paid tribute to her on the Senate floor Tuesday, along with the other state's other Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar. Smith, who has received increased security after the shooting, said that after the briefing was productive and Capitol Police are doing what they can do. Connecticut Democrat Senator Chris Murphy said Monday that lawmakers are clearly at the point where we just have to adjust to the options available to us. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and New York Representative Joe Morrell, a top Democrat on the House Administration Committee, wrote to Speaker Johnson, demanding better protection for members. The responsibility starts with you. Instead of bringing lawmakers together, Minnesota shootings have created some new internal tension. The Senate, which, I mean, like, seriously, honestly, this would not make me feel more comfortable if I was a Democratic lawmaker, I would not be comfortable with what's happening. I would not be comfortable around my Republican colleagues. So yeah, I'm sorry, but like it's on them. They need to reduce the heat. Yeah, the heat, exactly. It's on them. It's on the Republican Party. Can these politicians hire private security? I think technically, yeah. In the Senate, Smith confronted one of her fellow senators, Utah Republican Mike Lee, for a series of posts on Twitter on the weekend. One mocked Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a Democrat who ran for vice president. Another post said of the killings, this is what happened when Marxists don't get their way, which is wild, okay? Like, just to be clear, like, it is wild that a United States senator is talking this way, okay? And just so that we have like a little bit more context, what he's talking about is this conspiracy theory, if I'm correct, is this conspiracy theory that actually Tim Walz was involved in this assassination because the Democratic lawmaker that was targeted and killed voted to strip healthcare away from undocumented people, and that angered Tim Walz, or in this case maybe Mike Lee is thinking that like Marxists were behind this because of that vote. That is absolutely, first of all, it's disgusting that the far right is perpetrating this. Second of all, it's wild that we have a sitting U.S. senator essentially 4chan posting, indistinguishable from like Alex Jones posting on Twitter. But okay, you know, his name on Twitter, by the way, is Based Mike Lee. But it's totally divorced from reality. This is just delusional, right? Like this is not even remotely close. We're not even in the same like solar system of reality. Same as it ever was. Yep. Did Mike Lee abuse his adopted son? I mean, he's a Republican, so that would not surprise me if that's the case. What's saying is that people are uneducated enough to think that Marxists have any power to do anything in this country. Yeah, like let alone like do assassinations against democratic lawmakers? Question mark? Because one person voted to strip away healthcare from undocumented people. I mean, it just sounds it sounds crazy because it is. Friends and former colleagues interviewed by the AP described Vance Luther Bolter, the man accused of killing Hortman and her husband, as a devout Christian. So yeah, there's your Marxist right here. This is a Christian nationalist who attended an evangelical church when went to campaign rallies for Trump. I mean, I didn't need their best friend and colleagues to tell me this, but yeah, records show Bolter registered to vote as Republican while living in Oklahoma in 2004 before moving to Minnesota, where voters don't list party affiliation. His attorney declined to comment. It's okay. We know. It's okay. I think we can pretty much deduce what's happening. Like if you want my theory, my hypothesis as to what was going on here, the guy targeted, by the way, abortion providers and abortion activists. And this guy clearly is some kind of Christian nationalist, like evangelical, radical evangelical. I think that this is just the stochastic terrorism, right? Of constantly being told that Democrats are, drinking blood of children and killing an untold amount of babies with abortions, and he just kind of acted on that, right? So many Americans are sadly intellectually lazy. Yep. Smith talked to Lee outside a GOP conference meeting. And just to be clear, this is where I was going with my train of thought here. Just to be clear, like people like based Mike Lee, as he's called on Twitter, are partially responsible, right? But they're partially responsible for coddling this ideology. They're partially responsible for nurturing this type of ideology. The end result of stripping humanities out of the national curriculum. Fixer, good day. I found this channel from the Angry Ginger. Nice, welcome. Smith talked to Lee outside a GOP conference meeting as soon as she arrived in Washington on Monday. I would say he seemed surprised to be confronted. Lee later took down some of his posts. His office declined to comment, but Lee said in a brief hallway interview on Tuesday that he had a quick conversation with Minnesota's other Democratic Senator, Amy Klobuchar. Separately, Trump said that he had no plans to call walls, describing the Democratic leader as whacked out. So that's cool. You know, that's kind of what you want to see when you think about like turning down the temperature, right? This is exactly what I have in mind. This is the kind of rhetoric that I have in mind when political assassinations are happening. This is the kind of rhetoric that you want to see, right? Am I right, folks? I'm also from the Angry Ginger channel. Nice. And stripping away history of facts. Yep. Don't worry. We'll get to this. Lawmakers were already on edge before the shooting, which came less than 2 days after Democratic Senator Padilla was forcibly removed from a press conference with Homeland Security Secretary Kristina Dogkiller Nome. Officers restrained Padilla and put him on the ground, infuriating Senate Democrats who said in part of a gradual assault on democracy by the Trump administration. Which, like, okay, so what are you going to do about it? But anyways, after the briefing on Tuesday, some senators said they're even more concerned about the threat of violence against them. I think it's safe to say that members are realize there's more going on that they knew, said Senator Maria Cantwell. We just can't let it go unanswered. Senator Richard Blumenthal said senators needed to be protected more thoroughly without interfering in their work. There needs to be more resources and investigations of threats in real time. And now, right now, very often, they are counted as a prank or joke. Blumenthal said political violence spreading like a virus and needs to be countered more effectively. Well, I mean, like, you got to alleviate the situation before you can resolve this. Otherwise, you're not going to get at the root of the problem. Trump said he won't call Minnesota governor after the shooting because it would be a waste of time. You know, the consoler in chief. President Trump on Tuesday ruled out calling Minnesota Governor Tim Walz after the targeted shooting of the two state lawmakers, saying that doing so would waste time. Fantastic. A spokesperson for Walz said the governor wishes Trump would be the president for all Americans. He's not. He's just... he's just the president for all Americans, if that makes sense. Is incapable of sympathy. Yep. Yep. A spokesperson for Walz said the governor wishes Trump would be president for all Americans. One lawmaker and her husband were killed, and the second legislator and his wife sustained serious injuries. Early Saturday, a suspect has surrendered to police. We already know. The Republican president spoke to reporters early Tuesday aboard Air Force One as he flew back to Washington after abruptly leaving the G7 summit because of rising tensions in the Middle East. Asked if he had called Walz yet, he said that Democratic governor is slick and whacked out, and I'm not calling him. So that's cool. The consoler in chief, everyone. The presidents often reach out to governors, mayors, and other elected officials at times of tragedy, such as mass killings, natural disasters, to offer condolences, and if needed, federal assistance, because, that's what leaders do. It's truly disgusting that this is the kind of response we have from the President of the United States. Is to name call the governor and not offer any type of, nothing. Even if it was BS. Like, I mean, seriously, he could have just, said anything. Oh, I'm sorry this happened. And we, as Americans, we do not tolerate any kind of political violence. I stand behind Governor Walz. and I think that nobody should be killing each other. I mean, like anything, dude, like literally anything. And it would have been it would have been whatever. But like to take this approach is truly disgusting. And it kind of shows you the mentality that we're dealing with here. Flow Snake, thank you so much for hanging out. Echo Resto Dragon, welcome. I may be late, but I made it for a bit. Appreciate that, Echo Resto Dragon. Deeply concerning, to say the very least. Yep. He's just signaling that it's not that serious. Yep. On the plane, Trump sounded uninterested in having such contact with Walz, who was the vice presidential running mate for the 2024 Democratic presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, who lost to Trump. During the campaign, Walz often branded Trump and other Republicans as just weird. I mean, yeah. I don't really call him. He's slick. He appointed this guy to a position. Trump said, I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? Because people died. Because people died. I could call him and say, how are you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, I would be nice. I could be nice and call him, but why waste the time? Like, this is just so gross, man. This is just so gross. It's a deserving job to call. Yep. Or at least like pretend, right? Like at least pretend and offer like sympathy. But like he can't even do that. He's not even capable of doing that. Like he's not even capable of like, saying like, oh, this isn't about me. This isn't about Wells. We stand behind the victims of this horrible, horrible incident. And we do not tolerate, like, whatever, man. He couldn't even do that. Sympathy, I don't think he even knows what that word means. Yep. It's ridiculous because Biden called Trump after he was shot in the air. It's basic decency. Right, like even, yeah, exactly. It's wild. Highlighting Trump's impeccable selfishness. Yep. The Fanta-fascist is a rude human, and no wonder the party of bigots loves him. Ah, it's a pissed-off bartender. I see a fan. I see a fan. It's so sad that even J.D. Vance took up the responsibility of calling took the responsibility of calling Governor Walz. Just have news on MSNBC2. This is just on NYC mayoral candidate Brad Lander detained at hearing. Yep. Piss off bartender let me promote this space on his Discord, by the way. Nice. Nice. Pissed Off Bartender is awesome. I love him, and I'm in his stream along with this one right now. Nice. Honestly, Pissed Off Bartender is fantastic. Yeah, JD is his little gopher. It's literally the bare minimum. What are we talking about? Trump being completely callous, disgusting, unsympathetic. Just seeing it, so wasn't sure if it was new news. It's pretty new. I'm pretty sure it happened relatively recently. Unfortunately, it was like one of the first things that we talked about. Holy crap! There's talk about Trump nuking Iran. We'll get to that. That's news to me. What's news to you? If you go messing with him and being rude, I will bite you. Nah, Pissed Off Bartender is awesome. I raid him from time to time. He is very kind. He's super chill. If you yeah, textbook psychopath. Wall said he has spoken with Vice President J.D. Vance and was grateful for the call, and also talked with former President Joe Biden and Harris. I'm always open to, expressing people expressing gratitude. Vice President Vance assured us, and he delivered that the FBI would be there as partners to get it with us to get it done. That was what needed to be done. Very specific, everyone. Thanks. Talking about Trump and JD. This is the response that Trump had to when asked if he was going to call the governor after that horrific shooting that happened. And Trump's response was to say, was to insult him. I'll go back up. To get the exact quotes here, saying that it would be a waste of time, going on to call him slick, whacked out, and, quote, not calling him. He's on with Chris Hayes, so he's out. Yep. He eventually was released. And no charges filed. A special little fella. He is great. I even have one of his t-shirts. Okay. So somebody mentioned something about nuking Iran. I don't know how far or what the plan is, but there is very, very, very concerning variables that are presenting themselves, indicating that we may get involved with this. This is absurd. This is insane. But this is the current world that we live in. Trump speaks with Netanyahu after a crucial meeting on an Israel-Iran war. Trump spoke with Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday after meeting with his national security team about the escalating war between Israel and Iran. Ahead of the meeting, 3 U.S. officials said Trump was seriously considered joining the war and launching a U.S. strike against Iran's nuclear facility, which is an insane sentence to be reading right now. But this is where we're at. Especially the underground uranium enrichment facility in Fordo, which the only people that can really do that is us. Israel does not have the bunker busting bombs that we do. So if they do attack this facility, it would have to be us. I'm so terrified of what comes next with our connection to this Iran escalation. Yup. The meeting took place in the White House Situation Room and lasted about an hour and 20 minutes. Trump returned early from the G7 summit to focus on Iran, telling reporters on Air Force One overnight that he wasn't interested in a ceasefire, but a real end to the war and to Iran's nuclear program. So, yeah. The White House has discussed with the idea of meeting directly with Iranians this week, but Trump said that would depend on what happens when I get back to Washington. Two Israeli officials told Axios that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli defense establishment continues to believe that Trump is likely to enter the war in the coming days to bomb Iran's underground enrichment facility. So that's really cool. Something that should be concerning to everybody. Okay, like this is like I'm just gonna kind of drop the sarcasm here. This is deeply worrying. Another conflict in the Middle East, and a conflict like this is not going to be like Iraq. This is not going to be like Iraq at all. This is terrifying, actually. I don't know how they'd use it, but I just heard Israel now has it. What, the big bunker busters? They're trying to do the WMD thing again and lying and telling people that Iran has a bomb. Yeah, and like that's a thing that they've been saying for decades. Maybe if Trump just stays in his bedroom in the White House and never comes out, we wouldn't be so effed. The 30K bunker buster. Gotcha. I mean, this is wild. Amid growing sounds that the U.S. could strike Iran, Vice President J.D. Vance pushed against the criticism from prominent MAGA voices about Trump getting involved. The president has shown remarkable restraint in keeping our military focused, protecting our troops and protecting our citizens. Vance wrote in a lengthy Twitter post stressing Trump's consistency on the Iran nuclear issue. He may decide that he needs to take further action and end Iranian enrichment, i.e. he's going to strike Iran. Trump himself signaled he is thinking in a series of threatening posts on Truth Social ahead of the Situation Room meeting. We have now complete and total control of skies over Iran. Iran has good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made. A few minutes later, he warned Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei against targeting U.S. forces in the Middle East. We know exactly where the so-called Supreme Leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, at least not for now, but we don't want missiles shooting at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Well, in that case, you should probably talk to Israel about targeting civilians. In the third post in less than an hour, Trump wrote unconditional surrender because, that's what normal and hinged people post when it comes to this situation. At this point, we got to rely on Iran to be logical and measured enough to stop the worst from happening. Yeah, but even then, the responsibility isn't even falling on them. Even Tulsi Gabbard was like, "Oh yeah, Tulsi, no regime war." Gabbard was like, no regarding Iran's getting a nuclear weapon. The Iranian army has shown themselves to be disciplined and they have the right to defense. I'm not I'm not debating that. If you're being attacked, you have the right to defend yourself. He's surrendering already? Who? Trump? No, Trump is saying to Iran to surrender. Trump pulled us out of the Iran deal in his first term and is directly responsible for this mess. 100%, Rich. 100%. I agree, ADT, but we can't rely on our side to do that. Correct. Yep. So I have this here with one of the most unhinged people that possibly could be in power right now at the worst time. Like Lindsey Graham, people like Lindsey Graham being in power right now is literally at the worst timing. Just the worst timing.
This is a religious Nazi regime bent on purifying Islam, destroying the Jewish state, and coming after us. They're religious Nazis. And this regime does not need... they're literally... Lindsey Graham is trying to,
perform Olympic levels of mental gymnastics to try to justify, right, what's about to happen, or what is rumored that is about to happen.
Or can they ever have a nuclear weapon? And Donald Trump is about to put a period on that statement.
So, I mean, the implication is here that it is quite possible that that we may enter this on behalf of Israel. He sounds like someone making fun of Southern accents. I was joking, is just posting that unconditional surrender may send the wrong message. He belly flopped. Apparently, MTG finally disagreed with Trump on Iran publicly. Wow. My stream is a chill art space, and we have a friend of stream that gives us the most beautiful daily wishes of love, all while calling home daily to see her family lives. That sounds nice. She talks about nothing but love and sharing cares of community, but don't let people dehumanize the Iranian people right now. Yep. What the F is this Keebler elf talking about? War with Iran. Something that he's been fetishizing for quite a while now. I mean, like, this guy... this guy has probably has been reciting this line in front. This guy has recited this line in front of the mirror God knows how many times. Okay, and it's finally happening.
This is a religious Nazi regime bent on purifying Islam, destroying the Jewish state, and coming after us. They're religious Nazis. And this regime does not need, nor can they ever have, a nuclear weapon. And Donald Trump is about to put a period on that statement.
Yeah, so, I mean, it is clear as day that the intention is probably going to be to bomb Iran. And if that happens, I mean, I truly think that the situation is going to go south very, very quickly. I mean, the quagmire that was Iraq. How many civilians were killed in that war? And what did we end up accomplishing at the end of the Iraq war? Seriously, what do we have to show for it? And now we're going to pick a fight with Iran? This is just lunacy. This is just lunacy. Really just nuts? Did he take a look in the mirror? Nope. Trump was elected to get us out of Ukraine and Israel conflicts, not to keep those going and then fight with Iran. That pisses me off. Well, I have news for you. If anyone thought that Trump was some kind of anti-war dove candidate, I've got news for those people, because that was never the case. The antebellum Keebler elf. I'm gonna save that. Graham's statement does some very important things, like agitating his base with trigger words while usurping the left's ability to use historical terms to accurately identify Republican behavior. Yep. That's actually a very, very accurate assessment and analysis. MAGA was definitely pushing Trump as the anti-war candidate prior to the election. Oh, 100%. I mean, like, even Trump was trying to kind of position himself, in rhetoric at least, as some kind of anti-war president. Like, oh, the war in Ukraine would have never happened if I was in office. It would have never happened, okay? October 7th, it would have never happened. Yeah, I mean, like, but he is all but a dove candidate when it comes to... the guy almost started a war with Iran by assassinating that general. Qasem Soleimani. He almost started a war. He also aggressively did drone strikes too. So, I mean, like, the idea that, like, Trump was some kind of anti-war candidate or dove candidate versus Harris was just absurd. Was absurd. He leaned into it once Kamala said she wouldn't change her dealings with Israel. Iran has been seriously restrained. Yep. I mean, because, like, let's be honest. A full out war between Iran, and Israel, and then devolving into the region, it's not great. It's not great. He almost started with North Korea too, but it was just a rocket swinging contest. Thank goodness. Good night, folks. I'm going to hit the bunk. Thank you so much for hanging out, Frizz. Appreciate that. Extra ADT on this space? Yeah, I'm trying to hang out for just a couple more minutes, folks. I think I have one more. If I can find the one clip oh, I might be able to find it. Here. This is from Ariana Jasmine, who also, by the way, is a contributor in parts of this space, because she is on the leftist mafia. So she is also a part of the leftist mafia. She actually posted this about, I would say, a couple hours ago, and this was kind of what alerted me to what was happening. Let's see if I can get this going.
Iran, it's going to be a huge sign of escalation, and more countries are going to likely jump in. Although they're saying that they're going to hit the nuclear sites, we all know that the civilians are going to be the ones that are getting injured and killed, along with the children and innocent mothers, fathers. There's a bipartisan resolution that Representative Ro Khanna and AOC are now introducing to put a ceasefire onto this war. And I need every single one of you guys to call your reps and say that you support the ceasefire resolution. Because if we cluster bomb Tehran tonight, this is going to be a huge escalation and one that we cannot likely walk back. If you want to stay updated, my name is Ariana. I am an Iranian news content creator and I have all of the updates, so make sure you follow me so you can stay up to date with this news. Pray for Tehran and pray for Iran because we are getting credible sources that America is going to join Israel and cluster bomb Tehran tonight. Trump has reported on it, Israeli media is reporting on it, and now more sources are saying it too. If this is true, and
Yeah, so we'll be paying attention to what happens tonight. But yeah, this is pretty unsettling stuff. That's happening. Call your reps, yes. Scary as hell, yep. Yep. All right, folks. It's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone that's here and everyone that is supporting this space. I appreciate your support. You guys are what makes this go, folks. So please, keep doing what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Spread the word, folks. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. There's live and syndicated content here on this space. And if you want to catch me, I am A Difficult Truth. I am on Twitch, so twitch.tv/A Difficult Truth, on YouTube at A Difficult Truth as well. So catch me as well during the week, except for Fridays. I appreciate everyone here. Thank you all. Thank you to the folks who are making this happen. Jake is coming up next. Thank you all, and I appreciate it. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Well, hello there. I do apologize. We're doing a, not we, the space, but your old pal Jake is doing a new setup with a new laptop, and that is, of course, always fraught with difficulties. But this is, you're watching this space. This is what you can do on it. And it's sort of a tradition of ours here to utterly screw up the launch of of all these things. And Nicholas, the producer, thank you very much for being patient as well. If you can freely offer your advice for turning on the camera, I would love that.
All right, let's see. When you hit the start cam button, does anything show up?
I don't even see the start cam button.
Should be on that bottom bar next to mute, settings, present, invite.
Ah.
There you go. Boom. All right, all yours.
Thanks, brother. Well, thank you so much for watching this space. This is a very fraught political moment, and it is very difficult to know what to do during it. One thing that it has heartened me to see is that people are still willing to go out in the streets. They're still willing to do the old things. But it does behoove us to consider strategy, to consider that we have been here before, and we seem to be fighting a lot of the same old problems. To that end, I have met a lot of people recently that I want to tell you about, because they are doing actual tangible things to make things better for others. The first is the efforts to get ranked choice voting happening in Michigan. They're very simply called Rank My MI Vote. And they are a group which is going to these events where they find like-minded or close enough to it folks and try to get them to do ranked choice voting. Now, I can only tell you a layman's understanding of any topic, but I did have an opportunity to talk with them rather extensively at a recent meeting, and I think I understand their logic well enough to summarize it. When you have a first, a second, a third, a fourth choice that you are able to select, it allows you the freedom to experiment with another direction than you might think is the safest. So if you think that it's either one drastic option or another, or it's either one imperfect option or a terrible one, it allows you to say, I think this is the clear direction we need to be going, and here are the various ways I'd like to get there. I've muddled it. To clarify it better, it allows you to say, this is what must happen, this is what ideally I'd like to have happen. And it doesn't seem very dramatic. It doesn't seem like a huge deal, except you enter into statewide races. And you enter into things like races for the Senate, races for the governor's office, and you have to appeal to a large margin of voters. At that point, you are much more subject to I suppose the best way to put it would be bland desires, bland policies. I know it doesn't seem like a politics thing, but in one community that has experienced one particular challenge, you're more likely to have a group of people which understand, say, taxation in a certain way, property taxes helping pay for a major thing that community saw. But another community across the way They had a different specific challenge that they overcame with good governance. Because they don't have the same experiences, specifically, they are going to not agree on necessarily the same specific solutions. But they will have experienced good governance, and so this is just the worst butchery of a summary I've ever given. That's why I need to start having guests. All right, taking it from the top. When you have ranked choice voting, you're more likely to be experimental with your vote. I cannot do what these people do. I'm telling you, I was there at a booth talking to a gentleman, and he makes it seem so easy. You know, he makes it seem like the most logical thing in the world, and I swear to you, it is. Apologize, I had Taco Bell. And I swear to you, it's not as difficult as when you are trying to talk seriously about politics and you're trying to talk about things that are above your, Lord knows I'm the most guilty of this, above your intellectual standard level. If it was just talking about Pokemon, you know, I might not know the latest generation, but I get it. With politics, to summarize it, I have to keep things like which community had this ordinance pass in my head. And I don't know about you, but I find that it's simply impossible. That's why I find these organizers so impressive. They go out, they talk to you, they talk to me, they talk to communities all over. And they do a heck of a good job. They're able to break the message down like that. I don't know, chat. In your opinion, who does it the best of the in-camera folks? Of all the folks who are professional into mic talkers, who does it the best? Because I got to take a page out of their book, if I'm honest. I think we need to have our equivalent of the James Baldwin. You know, we need to have the summarizer in chief. Mother of God. Let's talk to the comments. Here we go. I didn't think so, but oh, nope, I've clicked the wrong one. Pendulous Dragon. I'm not even able to have the combo. Seems like this would be a top issue. Yeah. See, I'm sitting here, and as I'm talking to you guys, let me give you an example of what the problem is. After we read this very good suggestion, Sam Cedar and Olemi Olurin, I think, communicate how to do direct action really well. I agree. I think if I had to, I might add Ben Dixon in there as well, not direct action, but in terms of overall breaking down of what the moment is, I suppose I might add Ben Dixon in there as well. So here's specifically what I mean, or not what I mean, but where I find the biggest problems in communicating. When I'm talking about a policy or a thing, I generally think it's good for everybody. But I find myself torn between how best to pitch it to, say, a centrist Democrat or a super far right libertarian. And the actual issue, like say ranked choice voting, the actual issue is not, it's not as complicated as the explanation for it is. And I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall. So to do further damage to the cause, I'll one more time try to do my pitch. Then you guys tell me more of who does the best. We'll put does it the best. Ranked choice voting gives you the safety to take a risk because you think the voting of a see what happens. God damn. Gives you the freedom to take a risk because you want to have the assurance that a really horrible person won't get into office, but maybe a really great person will. But probably an okay person will. Okay. It's impossible. Who does it best? Devil's Advocate Productions. Ben is great for the church community and any community, really. Yeah, it's because of the church community that I started really paying attention to him. It matters to me that there be good Christian voices. It's just because that's a big part of America. There's a ton of Christians in America. I want to understand them and I want to hear their perspective, frankly. So I agree. He's great at communicating, especially to the church community. Prince Shakur would be who I put on that list. I haven't even heard of him, which must mean he's dangerous because the algorithm tends to dislike good folks. Why am I doing it through here? I'm on OBS. Hold up. Dude, I'm eyeballing 40, and I have never showed it more than today. It's been brutal. One second. We're searching for Prince Shakur. Palpatine. And Majority Report. And this space. I'm proud of all of that. All right. I'm subscribed. And he's what? This is madness. Hold up. He's in our what do you call it? Weight range, weight class. I see. He does video essays. Oh no, all right. Prince Shakur is back on my radar. I will give him a list. You know what? Let's do Nope, we're on this space. Things got to work a little bit differently. I'm going to ask for clarification later. All right, Prince Shakur. He's officially on the list. Thank you for the recommendation. It was Jammed Tomb, aka Nika. Parentheses, Nika. You have a chat handle like a 90s experimental rap album. Early 2000s, maybe. Ooh, Troy Scott, Breaking Points, does an excellent job breaking things down for folks to understand. Yes. Yeah. And they're not really, that's not a surprising thing either. I should have listed them. They've got they get millions of hits for their videos, views, whatever. And they deserve it because they do a tip-top job. I'm thinking of ContraPoints. I remember Breaking Points now. Yeah, they do a good job too. You should speak from the heart. You shouldn't have to change your speech depending on who you're yakking to. I don't. I don't think you're totally wrong, but I don't think you're totally right. I think, generally speaking, if you wind up in this space, generally speaking, you are trying to do the most good for the most people. I mean, that's how you get good. You might not always be correct, but you're trying. And if you're trying to do the most good for the most people, that includes a lot of people. And some other group or the government, through action or inaction, let's say, may threaten 4 groups of people simultaneously. And you should be free to express that you care about all 4 groups and, in fact, all the people. You should be free to express that. But you should also be able to make the point to each individual group why they, in particular, will be benefited by what you're saying, what you're pitching here. And if you're unable to do that, it doesn't necessarily mean that your general principle was wrong. But if you thought you had a reason that was just for them, and you find that you can't articulate it, you should examine that. And it will, in the worst case scenario, you'll change your mind about something. In the best case scenario, you have a better understanding of a thing you believe in. If you're going to take the time to try to argue to all these groups of people, which I have presumed to do. Boomer Jake, yes, this is correct. Jam Tomb, I am trying to eat and lurk and do the be right back, but then I hear something and engage. Yeah. Yeah, or you glance at the screen. That's the power of the mustache. Counterpoints will just be breaking points. I believe they merged them. Okay. I meant contra points. The Brit, the Britisher. That doesn't sound right. The British person. What do you say if somebody from Britain? I cannot. UK. I don't know. I have had my mind changed many times and have survived it. It's okay to change our minds. Yes, it is. Wholeheartedly agree. Albert C. with the question marks. Brit, thank you. Try to find what the name of somebody from Britain. Okay. There is a minor but significant disagreement among people that do language regarding Michigan. Is it Michiganian or Michigander? It's Michigander, and I will fight to the death defending that. It's Michigander. Yeah, now we got people talking essayists. Oh, ContraPoints is American. You're thinking of philosophy too. Yes, I forget the. Yeah, Albert C. You're right. Michigander is more fun to say. Yeah. And I would love the idea of passing pro-geese laws so we can say what's good for the goose is good for the Michigander. From somebody, private chat. Hey, real quick, Let me get a call in the private chat. If I played a little bit of that fella, what was his name? Prince Shakur. Like did some commentary on one of his videos. Would y'all be bummed? Is that okay, or do you want me to not? I'll wait for a call on that, and I might just decide not to do it anyway. Now that he's been mentioned, I feel that. All right. Oh, cool. Okay. What the heck? Let's have a look at a video from the rise of tech fascism, security culture. Let's just do the latest.
Hey, Jake, we're not able to actually hear that through your.
Not able to hear it, of course. Of course.
You
Well, that answers that question then. I could. Yes, I get it. I could send the video in, play it through. Never mind. Disregard all. Disregard all. Yeah, technically not feasible for me at the moment. For others, it's fine. Oh, yes, pendulous. Never mind. Skipping that. Yes, everybody has rights. But I just saw something else. Do we have him in the chat? Well, apparently not. That's on me. No, here it is. Prince Shakur is very soft-spoken and a very mellow educator. I hope you enjoy him. Yeah, I will on my own channel and with my own setup do some watching of Prince Shakur and let you know, at least do a review or something, because I think that's kind of cool. Okay, so there were more than just folks at this thing talking about ranked voting, et cetera, et cetera. There was every kind of, I would argue, left-leaning cause. There might be some disagreement as to whether it's lefty. They, to me, were saying, well, this isn't political. And I mean, probably when you open the book definition, they're correct. But it was the sort of stuff lefties should agree with, like, or tend to agree with, like housing as a human right, medical health care for everybody, that sort of thing. I think it's worth noting the sort of company you keep. And you're not defined by your community necessarily. You're not defined by, say, your online community. But if you keep seeing good people who are looking to help, people who are doing selfless acts, turn up in the same place over and over and over and over that you're also at, you might have to reckon with the fact that you're on the right path. And I think my biggest message to you guys is going to be that I can't sincerely tell you I know any one thing is going to make it all better. But based on the people that I'm meeting, based on your overall attitudes, I think we're on the right path. I think we're fighting the right fight, no matter which way we're trying to get it done. You should be easy on yourselves and each other. Nobody you're going to get to see is responsible for the stuff that's wrong in the world. You're not talking to Elon Musk. You're not talking to Donald Trump or Joe Biden. You don't sit down with them. You don't chit-chat with them. Nobody around you ultimately is responsible for this stuff. And in these spaces, in this space, whether you agree with them or not, the people around you are trying like hell to help. That should be heartening. And that should tell you to be persistent. Because decency must win. Always, inevitably, it must win. It's part of what makes it decency. It's the way your conscience always inevitably tugs you toward, pulls you off toward. Ooh, and subscribe if you're new. Now, that brings us to a topic of conversation I don't normally get to do on my show, guilt-free, but I can sure do it here. Gang, if you're subscribing to this space, you are subscribing to a new thing, a brave new thing, in a media landscape that is terrible. I mean, absolutely, utterly despicable. There's family members that you'll never speak to again because of an argument you had over a lie they were told. Maybe. I hope that it's not true. Honestly, don't let them take your family members from you. But there's people that behave horribly because of media. Irresponsible media, cruel media, capitalist-obsessed media. This space ain't that. This space is a true gem of an idea. And it's where decency-minded streamers are all piling their content to do one strong message. And so you can turn it on here or there and keep it on and enjoy it. Supporting this space can be done in 3 free ways. You can like the stream. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. You can share the stream. That will expose us to audiences that might not have seen us before. And of course, you can chat. What's up, chat? The busier y'all are, the more the algorithm will notice us. And the best way to get you busy is for me to be entertaining. So who wants to see horrible news headlines? Uh-oh. This is why lefty media. This is why lefty media will always need a passionate audience. Because you can't really go from ya-da-da-da-da-da to then talking about the grim realities of the world. But here we are. No, there have been really, truly wonderful protest movements over the last couple of days, and they were not bloodless. We had one protester killed with a vehicle. We had a political assassination of a senator. I believe, was it a senator or a representative? We had an attempted shooting, I believe. No, a man brandished a rifle. No, but attempted murders of another politician. And what do you hear politicians saying about it? The tweet I could not pull up. What do you hear politicians? There we go. Saying about it. Most of them, the normal stuff. Oh, it's a tragedy. Oh, it's terrible. Then, of course, the right wingers lying. One saying this is what happens when lefties don't get their way. Democrats, Democrat voters don't get their way. I believe was the thing he said. That's a straight up lie. And the most important thing you can do to counter that lie is make sure you correct the record when you hear it. And that doesn't mean sit down a soapbox, get on it, and start yelling. But if somebody says, like, and did you hear a Democrat shot a couple of Democratic senators? Be very clear about the fact. Oh, my man, thank you. Oh, you angel. Yeah. When, oh God, he got even worse. When Marxists don't get their way, did he change it? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So just straight up lying. Thank you so much for doing that. Straight up lying to their constituents, lying to you, intentionally confusing the matter. They know they will be found out. It's not relevant to them that it will eventually be unconfused, because they know their constituents will stop listening to any talk of the matter after they can say, "Oh, good, it wasn't one of us. Not something we got to worry about." Or if they find out later that it was one of them, they will say, "Yeah, but remember all those other times it was somebody else?" But all of those other times were exactly like this, where there was a lie being told that they didn't bother to fact check. You have an obligation just to correct the record. Now you know they think this sometimes. If you hear that they got the wrong information, please correct the record. It might behoove you if you feel scrappy. Not if you're going to be rude. Not if you're going to be anything other than gracious. But if you suspect it's in need, you might ask, you do know that none of the assassination attempts against Trump were by lefties, right? Those were both by people who were known conservatives. So that's how we address the others. That's our obligation. Now that we know that it is true, what do we do amongst ourselves? In this case, I'm considering ourselves to be the political party that tends not to be affiliated with this stuff. Well, we cannot have another generation of failure to react to this type of violence. The seeds of the next attack were planted with this misinformation. There we go. It was planted with that misinformation. There needs to be consequences for knowingly spreading disinformation. In this case, since we're in the left, and I know how frickin' nitpicky we all are, and I'm no different, technically, I think it would be malinformation. I think it would be MAL information, as in information which is intended specifically to cause harm. Disinformation. Trump allies falsely link Democrats to Minnesota shooting suspect despite his pro-Trump views. Yeah. Yeah. In this case, it's intended intentionally to confuse, and thank you again, but it's intended to confuse, which is intended to lead to harm. You can decide where exactly that falls. We need to make there be consequences for this. And it's not satisfactory that the consequences be you're not in office anymore. You can't just be like, oh, well, people didn't like the way they abused their power like that, the way they intentionally lied like that, the way they claimed to have, at the best case scenario, claimed to have information that they did not have. It cannot just be that, oh, they didn't like that and they lost their job. They lost their job, that's it. They lost their very privileged job, their nice guaranteed paycheck job. They allow you to pull the levers of power job. They lost that? No. You got to put them in jail. It's not freedom of speech to chat with your pals about how you're going to rob a bank. That's planning a heist. Knowingly lying and abusing your power as an elected official, your position of trust, to lie must be a criminal act. I don't even mean as though to say there must be a law on our books which makes it criminal. There might be. I'm not a lawyer. I'm certainly not a prosecutor. But if we don't have such a law, it needs to be written. And the next batch of progressives should also be what I would call law and order progressives. As in, the powerful in our society are to be held to account just like the rest of us would be. If I was a bread maker and I lied about there being some ingredient in a loaf of bread that somebody was allergic to because I wanted to sell it, and that person ate the bread and they got really sick and it caused them whatever harm in some way, and I would be held responsible for that. I knowingly lied. This is the same thing. This politician is causing harm with a lie. There must be legal consequences for this. And the rub of it is, and the thing where I'm going to lose probably 80% of you, if there is no law for it now, he cannot be imprisoned for it. As in, if somebody looks at this with a fully critical eye and says, I'm sorry, but there is no law that prevents him from doing what he has done, we got to write one. then he cannot go to jail. He cannot suffer any punishment at all, because we must live in a system of laws. It cannot simply be the wind changed and now society thinks this thing that we said was fine ought to not be fine. You got to write it down first. But I find it very hard to believe that society has survived for as long as America's been here and more, without there being a way of saying, because the U.S. legal system was inherited essentially from the English legal system. But I find hard to believe that society has survived without there being a way to say you cannot get up and lie to people, knowingly lie to people, as a, in a political assassination as a politician. That seems too shady for there not to be a law about. Thoughts from the audience? Good point. If you like what you're seeing so far, I want to point out this is the worst of it. This is the absolute worst this space ever gets. The rest of it is significantly better. So if you're enjoying yourself now, you just got to subscribe, because it's all uphill, baby. Anyone else feel like Jake is Donald Duck? Anyone seen him in the same place at the same time? It's impossible to tell. I could well be Donald Duck. I will say, I did once get into an argument with a rabbit in the woods, and he called. I don't want to repeat the word, but he called me a foul name, and then a hunter burst out of the woods and pointed a firearm at me, and I said, "Yeah, it's not man season, it's rabbit season." And I pointed the firearm at the rabbit I was arguing with to solve two problems at once. You understand? Jake can't be Donald Duck. He has pants. Well, I very tactically haven't stood up. It can't be confirmed that I have pants. And I refuse to. I don't say this to shame us. We were duped, says Jammed Tomb, aka Nika. I say this so we can never put those blinders back on. So we learn from those mistakes as humans do. Jam Tomb, I hope we get a chance to hang out. I sincerely do. Because I think you're right on. And I think that's the right attitude. And I am bummed out, frankly, from time to time when I think about the strides the left tries to make, the very reasonable requests that the left goes for, only to be defeated by the silliest of oppositions, the most cartoonish of arguments. But I do have moments like today. And the couple of days after a big protest where I meet a lot of you, and I'm reminded that this is the side of the good guys. Sometimes I wonder, who are they, who are we? Because it's impossible to know at any given time. But I look at us, I see people handing out water bottles. I see, I see, I see, you know, middle-aged dudes and members of a teenaged punk band or whatever, sincerely discussing the practicalities of communism. And I'm just thinking, okay, this is the right vibe. Whatever, when the world figures out how to be decent for the first time in its existence, this will be the group that does it. I know it won't be me, but I'll be in the room cheering. Donald James X, I swear, if Donald Duck is actually Jake. No, but I'm occasionally sexy Bugs Bunny, not to be confused with Lola Rabbit, Lola Bunny, or Jessica Rabbit. No. When Bugs puts on a dress and suddenly looks like a hot bunny, the thing is he's got to jump between places so quickly that there's not time to do that and change. And sometimes I'll shemp for him and I'll put on a lovely dress and hit the silhouette. That joke got really involved. TJX, that's horrifying. Well, all right. Somebody who knows my exact sense of humor, Albert C. So I says to Mabel, I says, yeah. I feel like Jake also has a Red Dead Redemption 2 live stream Twitch channel. That's one of the freakiest things anybody has ever said in ever. So here's the deal, man. I was sincerely considering doing a comedy Red Dead Redemption 2 Twitch stream, except that that was a thought that was only ever in my mind brain, and I never said it out loud, and I ultimately decided it wouldn't be worth the time. And how you somehow got that vibe off me is going to be in my head for the rest of my day. Oh, God. Okay. Let me pull up, I do apologize, this space again real quick. All right. So I got one last question for the audience. And this is this space, there's a bigger amount of you than I would normally see. Let's find out who's the smartest question. What, in your opinion, is the biggest crossover of political interest? What action item that people want government to start doing that it does not currently do the most groups agree with? For example, healthcare for all, tariffs, universal housing, getting big money out of government, learning to move pinkies independently of ring fingers. Release UFO files is bipartisan. True. Meme coins. Healthcare. Tax the rich. Pitchfork's Dragon gets it only because I think they were closest. We're actually going to look it up. I'm because I pitched this like a quiz. It's not a quiz. All of the above? Yeah, maybe. My suspicion. I'm doing this with you. I'm gonna guess with you, and we're gonna find out together. I think it's getting big money out of politics, specifically. Stand by. Oh, I can just go to Giggle on here. Hold on. Hey, internet? No, not you, Shakur. Damn it. Properties. Here we go. Dear Internet. Internet, are you there? Oh. There you go. Stand by, I gotta type. In a different thing. What is the most agreed upon issue in U.S. politics? All right, I'm going to check this thing from 2023. I'm trying to learn from my fellow streamers that it's not a big deal to have a bit of dead air when searching for things. Ooh, affordability of healthcare gets the AI. The role of money in politics, inflation, fundamental democratic principles. Oh my word. Support for Social Security. Areas of bipartisan support. Ooh, criminal justice bums me out because I don't think we mean the same thing. Consumer protection. None of this was helpful. Anyway, I think there's agreement with all of these things. I don't think any of y'all, if you were to find out that one of your fellows, oh yeah, I know the AI is not lovely, but I think if any of y'all were to discover that do apologize, just reading the chat. If any of those issues were full of bipartisan support, I think you could imagine that being true. And because you can imagine that being true, you can imagine what somebody on the other side who believes in that same thing you believe in might be like. I would encourage you to search for that mythical person. They might not be mythical after all. Worth considering. I'm going to take a brief moment while we go to the title screen, and then be right back. All right. So thank y'all for bearing with me through very technically odd stream. It's a new machine. I will get better with it. But I got to tell you, do remember we're on the right path. We're meeting the right people. We have to have bigger ideas about what we're going to do politically. We have to include criminal justice. We have to include actual plans for what to do about healthcare that translate to tangible things that can be passed rather than just general notions. But we're on the right path. We will get there. And hopefully, this is the place where you will see it begin, because this space is very special. So thank you for watching. Please hit like and subscribe to the channel and check out all of our wonderful other hosts. I'm going to hand it back to the man. I can't think of an embarrassing nickname. Management Daddy.
Hey, what's happening? I am the Letterhack. I just wanted to jump in here before we wrap up tonight and say thank you for watching this space. This was the first day of our second week. We're at it again tomorrow. There's a whole schedule that has been posted on social media everywhere. Join my Discord. You can find it there. You can find it on the This Space YouTube community tab, which now I think they call post or whatever. And there's a new beta community thing that YouTube is rolling out, and we'll see if that applies to us or if we're too new. And if it does, we'll embrace it just like we embrace everything community here. Look, I want to make a point to thank the mods. We had a bunch of volunteers who jumped on after our very first day. We had some people, the trusted members of the community for a long time, and we decided they could be mods, right? That'd be easy to do. We could make them mods, no problem. And then we had a bunch of people who said they wanted to be mods, and we were like, awesome, you could be mods. And we had mods coming from other shows. This is great. We've been coordinating with them. They've already been doing just an amazing job. We are so happy with their efforts already. It's just they're actual pros. So thank you to the mods. We do not have an official set of guidelines. YouTube has taken that away, and like I said, they're rolling out this like beta thing. So we will occasionally post some things in the chat just as a reminder. No attacks, right? Try not to argue. Try to be reasonable with people. Respect the mods, right? If the mods ask you something or mention something that they want everyone to be aware of, don't argue. They have our proxy, okay? And this isn't the sort of thing where we just gave people a wrench and said, good luck out there. We're coordinating. So it's a real effort. This isn't as easy as doing an hour a week. This is a bunch of people doing an hour a week over the course of 3 days. And look, we've been going for 6.5 hours today. So tomorrow we'll go longer, and Thursday we'll go even longer. So there's a lot of people involved, and I love it. And so I want to thank them, and I want you to thank them. And above all, let's, mods rule. I want to thank Nick, our producer. Nick has been killing it. Nick has a lot of behind the scenes coordination going on. You've heard his voice a couple of times today. He's our mystery man. I want to say a big thank you to him publicly. I've been saying it a few times today, but not publicly. And of course, I want to thank you to everyone who is a host doing original content on this space. And I want to thank everyone who is allowing us to syndicate their work. It's awesome. Without content, we're not here this whole time. And so it's important that we're able to bring you a mix. Producer Nick, you're kicking ass. Thank you. And on that note, I would like to thank Jake Draugelis, who was just on. You've been watching WYCD, What You Can Do with Jake Draugelis. That's your old pal, Jake. Also a co-host on Left Past 10, which is on tomorrow night, right around this time, 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. We'll wrap up this space here then. How's everybody doing? It's been awesome being in the chat with you. It's been awesome just sitting here watching the chat. I have stuff that I'm doing, but it's good. It's good. Oh, here comes the conspiracy theories already. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's good to watch people in the chat be interactive and engage with each other and the host, you know, and not give into protagonist syndrome, as they call it, where all of a sudden it's like there's one person in here who just can't stop talking about themselves, but to engage with each other and to share experiences and to rely on a trusting, welcoming community, period. That's what we're doing. We don't often get that in the real world. So why can't we have it here in the virtual world? And look, I don't know if your real name is Looney Tunes 9000. I'm just going to assume it is. But I do know that I can trust that guy. See how that works? Okay. And so while I was hanging out here today, the whole time, I was listening to the various shows, and I was listening to Pastor Ben. And I kept thinking, and wasn't it cool? I mean, nobody knew that was going to happen. If it says This Space Productions on there, you just got to be ready. That could be anybody. Pastor Ben coming on live out of nowhere. If you missed it, you can always go back and watch. But if you were there, I don't know. It's kind of a treat, right? So I was listening to him, and there are pastors, and then there are pastors. And I'm not a religious guy. And actually, I was turned off on religion at an early age. But, you know, I am a reasonable man. So, you know, I know when somebody, a good pastor, Ben is a good pastor, and you know it because he's not talking at you. He's talking to you, and he's talking with you. And I've had times where Ben talked to me, and I was like, this is exactly what I needed without, you know, and extra thanks for not quoting scripture at the same time. You're just being a guiding hand. You're being a human being who has taken it upon themselves to learn how to be a caring individual when people need it, not when nobody asks for it, right? There's a big, big difference. And that's why I say there are pastors, and then there are pastors. Ben is live with clickbaity. Hold on. Stand by. Hold. I don't know if I have this kind of clout, but I do have clout. We'll see. Okay, so I was listening to Pastor Ben today, and I kept thinking about time. Ben was talking about time. He wasn't directly talking about that. He wasn't specifically talking about that. He wasn't making a point to say, today we're going to talk about time. But that's what I was hearing. That's what I was getting from what Ben was talking about, and how we waste time on shit that doesn't matter, and how time goes by and then you regret it, and how now more than ever We need to be as efficient with our time as possible. And we shouldn't waste it. For example, the way we wasted on trolls. I wasted my time on a troll last night on my show. I would do it again in a heartbeat, but I wouldn't recommend everybody do that. It's kind of a waste of time, but that's up to you. And so I was listening to Ben. I kept thinking about time and organizing and where we should invest our time and how we shouldn't be bickering with our loved ones endlessly because we have work to do. We really do. You look away from the news for a second and major shit is going down. So I hope you were looking away for something important because we need to stay engaged right now. We really do. There are ways to do it in a healthy manner, but you have to stay engaged. And Ben was talking about personal relationships. I get it. And I'm not necessarily talking about that, but that's where it starts, right? Here and then outward. It begins with us as individuals. You got to get yourself right. And then it's your family, your block, your town, your city, your job, the country, the world, the planet, whoever may be flying by. Please make it stop. You begin with yourself and you move outward. And then I was thinking about Dan from the internet. So we started the show today with a Power Report clip. It wasn't a full episode. It was Dan giving commentary at the very beginning of the stream. And that got me thinking about disruptors and how we do have to deal with disruptors, but that is also just a waste of time. That's why they disrupt, to waste your time, to take away, to steal your valuable time, to keep you from getting work done that you should be, accomplishing. And those disruptors have every right to voice their opinions on their platforms. We do not need to invest time in them unless they are dedicated to disrupting our side. They claim to be on our side, and then all they do is reward and punishment. All they do is wag a finger. All they do is shame people for things like activism. You don't sound like you're on the left if you're always condemning activists and referring to entire communities like the trans community as activists. Don't dehumanize people down to having a cause when they're looking out for their own human right to survive, to be as equal as anybody and to be left the fuck alone. We aren't going to let people mischaracterize or misrepresent the left in this space. We're not going to do that. That's another reason why we like to name this space, because we are defending what happens in this space. This is our space, yours, mine, all of us. Lefties aren't denying that there's crime or that illegal immigrants are doing crime. Nobody's denying that, like Ana Kasparian was saying in the video that Dan played. In fact, ICE is grabbing some of them while they are in court for their crimes. So, like, okay, here's a lefty who's trying to organize a bunch of lefties into a platform for online media. Hi, that's me. It's our online media collective on the fucking left. And I'll tell you right now that we all know that ICE is grabbing immigrants who are here illegally in court before they go into court, as they come out of court. Sometimes they're in court for the immigration process it's immigration court. It's part of the process. I saw a video today. These guys had no badges. They had no identification. They had masks on. and they just, a bunch of them, like thugs, just grabbed this young guy and hauled him away from his wife or whoever it was. And she was freaking out. And the look on his face was like, whoa, what is this? Can't you just have one guy with a badge going, hey, we're arresting you, we're detaining you, like saying what's going on? No, they don't do that. But the fact is that guy was in a court of law. So we all see it. So how about, it's a right-wing narrative. It just is. It's a straw man argument. Oh, I know there are those on the left who will say that, they're not, the immigrants aren't doing crime. That's a straw man argument. How about instead of using straw man arguments about the left, just point us in the direction of those lefties who are denying people come here illegally to do crime. You do the fucking news. Can't you pull up Twitter and show it? Where are the tweets? Who's the person with the megaphone at the rally going, we all know the illegal immigrants don't do crime? Who's saying that? Nobody's saying that. Point us to who is saying that. In the meantime, I'll point you to the people who are in opposition to illegal deportation based on skin color alone. The No King's Day rally, millions of people. So that clip was from Anna on Thursday or Friday. Right before, millions of people took to the street with a very specific and deliberate cause. But that opposition that they were demonstrating, that we were demonstrating, had a lot of different faces. And ICE was a big one. Opposition to the way ICE is acting right now is a big one, to the point where people are just like, let's stop it altogether. Let's just get rid of them. Abolish ICE. And there's no straw man there. Millions of people very focused. And so that's where we need to be investing our time. And it happens to be the least safe. We can call out disruptors and then we can move on by and we could go back to the streets and we can continue to demonstrate, but it's not safe. I got to look this quote up. There's a famous quote by this woman who was an activist in the 60s. But she said, embracing activism is leaving your safety behind. And that makes what we're doing in the streets the most important thing we could possibly do. And that's why we deserve full support for that action and for that activism. And people who are disparaging the left is bullshit. Police view protesters as being openly defiant to their authority instead of what the protests are actually about. So here it comes again. People saying what the left is about when they aren't about that. We're out there for a reason. We're in the streets for this reason. It's very clear. There's a bunch of signs. Then the cops are like, they're here to oppose us. If the cops put down all their guns, the protesters would just keep doing exactly what they showed up to do. They wouldn't suddenly go, oh, no cops, let's riot and loot and blow stuff. That isn't what was happening. It was a peaceful protest. It just was. This has always been the case with the cops, though, going back to the civil rights movement, but especially and most recently because the George Floyd protests were seen as anti-police when it was actually anti-police violence. And of course, the cops answer to anyone standing up to their unlawful violent actions, murder in that case, was to inflict more violence. No matter the case, if the people are upset about something and speaking out about it, the cops are going to be there to shut us down. That just seems to be the role they've taken on. They're like, no, shut up. You can't be there. We're going to hurt you. We're going to piss you off. We're going to shut it down. This does not happen to Patriot Front or Proud Boys, who we've seen standing side by side with the cops, who are at the time standing against peaceful protesters. They see the people, us, the protesters, as a threat to their authority. I don't get it. I don't. If the cops were cool, everyone would be cool. And then, of course, we would we would call out anyone who wasn't being cool, just like anybody would in a reasonable situation where, hey, buddy, we're here to be peaceful protesters. You're fucking it up for us. Don't do that, right? But no, the cops just treat everyone like they're there to be unruly, and they're not. The cops say they see people as a threat to their authority, a threat to their personal safety. That's an obvious lie, because it just, just look at which side is armed to the teeth and which isn't. Like, there was one video I was watching where there's tear gas everywhere. There's all these cops with like assault rifles, shields, helmets, Kevlar. And there was like a kid walking around in flip-flops with like a backpack. He was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. It almost looked like he took a wrong turn. But like, that was the crowd. Like, come on. You're overdressed. The protesters have a purpose. Millions of people didn't show up to fight cops. They showed up to be heard, and when they're silenced, they're rightfully pissed off. Because as Americans, it's our right to voice our opinion and our disappointment and just say whatever the fuck we want. It's called the First Amendment, and it's our right to be heard. The LA protesters are opposed to fascism and illegal detention and deportations, lacking charges and due process and the day in court. Like I said, they see these guys, they look like militant thugs raiding their neighborhoods and scaring the shit out of everyone. All they do is talk about how gangs are dangerous and terrorizing. Those are the tactics you're describing when you talk about gangs. You're using those same tactics. Why? They're like, gangs are horrible the way they do that stuff, but we should do it too because it worked. Why? That makes no sense. There's no badge, no department identification, faces covered. They pull up in a pickup truck. They jump out. They have assault rifles. No one's identified. That could be anybody. The Minnesota shooter was dressed as a cop. And then the cops were like, that's why people don't trust us. Hey, man, we didn't trust you anyway. Weird. And intentionally scary and chaotic. So, if you're taking side with the cops in this instance in any way, and talking shit about the left is taking side with the cops, it just is. It's the same as siding with American fascism. And when our democracy falls, we are only left with fascism. And as long as the U.S. Marines are in our streets, going after anyone who isn't white, that democracy has officially ended in my mind. And we're in like this weird place where we're still talking about elections. I guess we'll see. But if you don't take this seriously, then consider getting off the airwaves. If the best thing you can do is just talk shit about the left, and then you're still like kind of in the left or whatever, a progressive, you should maybe just consider doing something else. But it's your platform. You do what you want. I would just count on everyone else talking shit about you and calling you out. And then they'll make content out of that. And here we are, and live streaming becomes this business model where the best thing you can do for your platform is to create some sort of drama and fester dissent and drama. Here come those clicks. But if you want to claim you're anti-fascist while condemning actual Antifa, then you're acting in bad faith. And I think a lot of these people don't know that they are anti-fascists. They're just anti whatever the fuck is going on out there. But that's Ana Kasparian's like entire persona at the moment. White supremacy is the #1 U.S. domestic terrorist threat. Full stop. It's like 75% of domestic terrorism is inflicted by white supremacists. If me saying that requires proof, then people either aren't paying attention or they're acting in bad faith. If that's the craziest thing when you're like, did you know that the majority of domestic terrorism are white supremacists? Somebody's like, really? Where'd you get that from? It's like, what are we in a court of law? I have the burden of proof? No, I don't have to prove that. How about this? Did you know water is wet? How about did you know fire will burn you? Do I have to prove that too? It's obvious. At this point in America, if you don't get it, that's on you. And not anyone else's obligation to prove it to you. And like, use the internet anyway. But like, shame on anyone who doesn't realize and also requires evidence. White men are the majority of mass shooters, presidential assassins, and would-be assassins, and that has nothing to do with political affiliation at all. It only has to do with siding with the so-called leader who caters to their fears and exploits their anxieties. Stochastic terrorism. Yet here we are talking about all of the illegal immigrants being the greatest threat to our safety. That is bullshit. The cops kill more people than MS-13 in this country. The cops are what send people into a panic when they show up at your door or even just in your rearview mirror. Brown people are not the clear and present danger. People exercising their right to protest are not the clear and present danger. And so if all someone does is, make points and arguments that are directed at the left, constantly saying, and I know some of the left are going to get mad at me. Okay, well, it sounds like you're counting on it, which is weird. So what are you doing to make sure that doesn't happen? You're just always right. And so there's always going to be people who are totally wrong that are in opposition. It has nothing to do with building a community. But darned if they don't ask for the support of their listeners in the very next commercial break. And so if we're still talking about time, everybody might want to take some time and just reconsider what your goals are. Invest your time or use your time more wisely and take a look at who's in charge right now. Why are you talking shit about the left? The left isn't in charge. Like, I'll condemn the Democrats because they don't know what to do when they aren't in power. And when they're in power, they don't do enough. But like, obviously the right is in charge right now. When I say American fascism, yeah, somebody's laziness might have led to that. But there are people who are like, no, finally, it's our time. That's where you want to direct your focus. Whatever happened to speaking truth to power? What about that part? I thought that's what we were doing. When I first started to pay attention to online media, all it was speak truth to power. That I love that expression. Let's do that. And I truly believe that there comes a point in time where you do this long enough that your popularity makes you the power that requires truth to be spoken to. And if you don't get that, you need to take a step back. They go after people who are like, they'll talk trash about people on the left, people on the right, independents, activists, the trans community. They'll go after everyone. It's like, are you not among any of that? Where are you? If you're going after everybody, and I've seen it where they're like, finally, the left can realize, finally, the right can hear it, finally, independents can hear it. Oh, and so that just leaves you as the one guy who knew all along everything, and what, you're at the top of the heap? That's weird. And that brings us back to one of the very first things I said at the beginning of this segment. The protagonist syndrome. Why are you doing this? Do you listen to it later and go, it sounded great? Is it for you or is it for somebody else? Who is it for? Because all you're doing is saying, I told you so, like you're some sort of political guru. There's nothing scientific about it. It's not nuanced. It's being selective. You don't have this unique perspective. You're just being a big jerk. They just rant at everyone. So where do they stand if not amongst literally everyone? I mean, who are you? It's delusional. Do the news or get off the air. Look, believe me. I know I'm not a journalist, but make no mistake, neither is Ana Kasparian. She's just been playing one on YouTube longer than the rest of us. Yes, this is a replay. This is pre-taped. Now, you're going to be asking yourself, how did I do that? Pretty neat, huh? So, anyway, journalism. It's the kind of thing you can just fire up your camera and do, I guess. And even though this isn't actual journalism, I try to have journalistic integrity and practice journalistic ethics and cite sources. But the fact is, I don't have to. It's not responsible to get up here and lie. But I don't have to provide proof. I don't always have to share my screen. I don't always have to say, no, look, and here's the evidence, because you go find the evidence. It's like in The Life Aquatic, where Owen Wilson almost drowned. They said, oh, he's coming back around. He's coming back around. And they're like, how many fingers am I holding up? And he goes, I don't know. That's not my job. I always think of that. Whenever somebody says anything to me, usually my first thought is to say, I don't know. It's not my job. I just want to do that. I just want to say that to everyone all the time. Is clickbaity political thirst trap really on the air right now? No. They went off the air. Oh, it looks like they were live. Good for them. I love those guys. We hope to get them over here on this space. We hope to get them on this space. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I really, really do appreciate your support. I appreciate seeing you all hanging out in the chat all day and night. We have a whole nother lineup for you tomorrow, which I will share. Why not? We'll just go ahead and share that now. Actually, It's in flux. There's a couple of things shifting around on tomorrow's lineup. Or no, not tomorrow. What day is it? Tomorrow's not in flux. Tomorrow's good. I can show you that. But, you know, trust me when I say there's always something going on behind the scenes. So tomorrow's Wednesday, you guys, June 18th, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern, The Logical Leftist. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern, Welcome to Fuckville with Andrea Rovensky. 4 to 5, Left of the Box with Sandy Lovis. 5 to 7, a syndicated episode of The Leftist Mafia. 7 to 8, Dieter McBusiness, who's in the chat right now, American Wasp. 8 to 9 is The Rational National, David Dole, more syndicated content. Then 9 to 10, it's Hey Funny Book with yours truly. I got a good one for you tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Juneteenth, which is Thursday. We're going to be talking about that, but in a very, very special way. Trust me. I got to tell you, there's not a day goes by where I couldn't have an episode of Hey Funny Book and talk about politics, history, art, comics. It's all happening all the time everywhere. And then 10 to 12, maybe later, left past 10 with Rovinsky, Draugelis, and Strackbein. We are still hoping and praying that Sandy Shellis gets Environmental Coffee House back on the air. YouTube took it down unfairly and clearly, mistakenly. We hope they get it back. We really do. I was trying to wrap this up, but we keep getting a couple more viewers. I really would like to wrap it up. Are folks coming in from clickbaiting now? Hello. Good to see you guys. We've been on the air for 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 21 seconds, 23, 24, 25 seconds. Thanks for letting me rant. Thanks for letting me get some things off my chest. Just imagine if you sat here watching this for the whole day and all these stories are going and your personal life, right? And you're coordinating the people who are here talking about these stories. You might want to come on at the end and do a little ranting, right? You might want to have your piece. Well, I can do that if I want to. So thanks for letting me. Thanks for letting me, and thanks for being here while I do it. And it really is neat to be able to say, okay, well, maybe I'll just go live right there. But check out youtube.com/theletterhack. I had a great interview with Jordan Clark last night. Comic book writer Jordan Clark about his first ever creator-owned comic book series called Ancestral Recall. What if Black history was a superpower? It's going to be good. I've read the first issue. I talked with Jordan all about it. And then Boston Brian was on. Boston Brian came on, talked about his trip to Ukraine and how he immediately hit the ground in the States and went all the way across country to California. And the first thing he did was jump on with me. Great guy. Great guy. That was last night on my channel. I will be back here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern and then 10 p.m. Eastern. First with Hey Funny Book, then with Left Past 10. Thanks again to all the contributors. Live, original content, syndicated content. If you've got friends and family who keep CNN on in the background just to have something on, let them know that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it could be this space instead. And hey, it could be the rest of the week too now because we have 6 days worth. By the end of day Thursday, we're going to have like 30 hours, or we'll have like 60 hours of content that people could just stream. And this stuff does not get old. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to our producer, Nick. Thank you to all the hosts. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all of you We'll be back here tomorrow with the Logical Leftists. It's going to be fun. I'll see you there.